Chapter 451 Grievance. Ryue's spear cut through the air like paper, creating a harsh, screeching noise as it burst toward the 12th Elder's face. Although the 12th Elder was still flabbergasted at what Rose had done to her Ice Lotus, the encroaching sense of death emanating from the incoming spear managed to wake her up. She hurriedly waved her hand, creating a large ice wall made up of countless hexagonal pieces. Of course, this wall was infused with the power of ice laws, so even though it was clumsily put together, its strength couldn't be underestimated. Screech! Ryue's spear rotated on its own axis as it moved, and what impacted the wall was a rapidly spinning disc emanating white and black light. When the two forces came into contact, an array of sparks rained down on the ground below. Out of nowhere, a large fire started. Seeing this, Rose flicked her wrist, utilizing her illusion affinity to banish it before it could spread and cause too much collateral damage. They were still outside the Empyrean Dragon Realm. After all, even if they had retreated far away, there was still a chance that the present uninvolved parties could be implicated if they fought recklessly. Perhaps it was this thought in the back of everyone's minds that made sure the scale of this battle didn't reach a level they couldn't come back from. Even if they were fighting in life or death, they didn't use large-scale area attacks very often. Rose shook her head and returned her attention to the fight at hand. She couldn't get distracted while supporting her dear little sister. The clash between the spear and ice wall didn't just create sparks. The heat generated by the spear's motion interacted with the chill of the ice wall, creating a cloud of steam that impaired both Ryue and the 12th Elder's vision. But could Ryue be held back by mere steam? Her eyes glowed golden, allowing her to see the outlines of those in her surroundings. The 12th Elder, her spear, the ice wall, even Rose, who left for a second to talk to Damien, they were all clear in her eyes. Ryue almost yelled out, but stopped herself. A massive boulder had appeared above Rose's head while she was distracted. Surprisingly, it wasn't even an attack from the 12th Elder. Rather, it was collateral damage from one of the other fights taking place. But before she could even be worried, Rose had already dealt with the danger in front of her. Ryue smiled wryly and returned her focus to her own battle. Ryue's figure flashed away. The blood moon in the sky behind her rotated, sending out beams of light that showered her body and empowered her. Within a second, she was behind the 12th Elder, her aura hidden as far as she could do so. But the 12th Elder wasn't a fool either. Listening to her instincts, she turned around and slashed her arm at Ryue, threatening to cut the latter in two. But she was already too late. Ryue held her hand out, causing a formless essence that radiated an aura of extinction to shoot out from her fingertips. The attack was never meant to be aimed at the 12th Elder. The second she cast Erasure, Ryue backed away, using ice flames to propel her and evade the 12th Elder's attack. At the same time, a flurry of lunar energy beams and ice flames barraged the 12th Elder. And it was at that moment that Erasure found its target. The negative aspect of Een, and most likely its most powerful effect, the ability to erase anything from existence. It was a move that Ryue created long ago, but needed stringent conditions to use. Plus, even when used, there wasn't a high chance of success. After all, it was far too powerful of a concept for her to be using wantonly at her power level. It was only her monstrous talent that allowed her to discover it so early. But this time, when Erasure impacted the ice wall, its effect rang true. Within seconds, the entire ice wall was banished from existence. Even though it was powered by ice laws, it couldn't resist the strong persuasion of such disastrous Een. Bang! Ryue's spear charged through the now empty space like a raging bull. The effects of Drifting Moon turned it into a deadly weapon with far more cutting power than it would have normally. And while the 12th Elder was busy fending off the barrage of beam attacks Ryue sent out earlier, Spurt, the rotating spear, cleanly cut through her shoulder and returned to Ryue's hands. A fountain of blood sprayed from the wound as the 12th Elder's arm fell to the floor. Whoosh! A sudden wind picked up out of nowhere. It gathered around the severed arm and sliced it into pieces. A few tens of meters away from Ryue and the 12th Elder, Rose smiled mischievously. Seeing her expression, Ryue smiled too. She truly was a trusty support. However, before she could exchange words with Rose, she was forced to twist her body as an overwhelming sense of danger encroached on her. "Why, you slut!" A sword of ice appeared above the 12th Elder's palm and shot at Ryue. Despite her grand words, the size of the sword wasn't large at all, but perhaps that's what made it even more frightening. Due to its small size and rapid movement, Ryue couldn't track it with her senses at all. Although she managed to dodge an instinct, the sword still managed to graze her side, leaving a cold, bluish-purple gash that didn't seem like it would heal anytime soon. "Cook!" Ryue gritted her teeth in pain. This attack wasn't like her previous injury at all. She could clearly feel the foreign mana invading her body and trying to freeze her from the inside. She gripped her spear tightly and moved. Rose appeared behind her, green and colorless monas raging around her as she prepared to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Ryue charged without worry. She lifted her spear and unknowingly entered a state of extreme concentration. Unconsciously, she approached the 12th Elder with awkward and unpredictable movements. Seeing her rush, and even though she was being obviously corroded from the inside, the 12th Elder's face turned green. Why was this bitch so powerful at such a low level? Why was her beauty so much greater than my own? Why was she able to escape the horrible fate of a woman from the Shui clan, while I was forced to embrace it for the sake of power? The 12th Elder's fury and envy melded into a flurry of emotions that could no longer be held back. Her mouth opened, and she let out something akin to a roar. "Oh," she said it. With Ryue in a state of extreme concentration and the 12th Elder consumed by her negative emotions, only Rose was still in a mental state to notice Damien's excited interruption, but even she wasn't in a position to respond. Ryue's eyes were blank. Her golden irises seemed to have disappeared in a sea of white. Inside her mind, a spear movement was repeating over and over again in an endless cycle. As she approached the 12th Elder in the real world, her mouth opened subconsciously. Chapter 452 Grievance. Whether it be Damien, Rose, or the 12th Elder, not a single one of them understood what just happened. The black and white light around Ryue's spear was distorted and melded together into a disgusting yet oddly pleasing gray color that stunned the senses. Her spear moved like a snake, her wrists seemingly becoming boneless and more flexible than the limits of the human body allowed. Her figure zipped by the 12th Elder's side while performing these strange movements. She didn't even look like she struck the 12th Elder when she did so, but the results spoke for themselves. A thin red line appeared on the 12th Elder's torso. It spread until it made a full circle around her body and reconnected with its origin. The 12th Elder's face turned pale. Her voice came out as more of a whimper than anything else. She didn't even feel herself being struck. By all logic, there was no way for Ryue's attack to hit her, considering the direction and power put into it. But she couldn't deny the thin red line on her body that was leaking a small trace of blood. The wound didn't look like much, but she knew that this would be her final thought. "Huh!" Ryue let out a cold breath. As if waiting for this moment, the 12th Elder's body horizontally split into two pieces. Ryue's irises returned to her eyes, those weary golden orbs looking at the scene she had just caused. A relieved smile formed on her lips. Her body fell from the air, unable to sustain itself any longer. All her mana had been used up in that attack. Damien's figure flashed away from the chair he was sitting in, deftly catching Ryue before she could fall too far. Of course, he made sure to utilize vector control so that he wouldn't aggravate her body condition when he did so. He gritted his teeth so hard that he drew blood as he looked at Ryue's current state. Even saying that she was on death's door wasn't an over-exaggeration. His worry turned into fury as he thought about it. If he had just intervened in her battle, she would have never turned out like this. It was the same for Rose. But he wasn't going to take his rage out on Rose, nor was he going to blame himself. He wasn't a child anymore. This battle was imperative to Ryue's growth. It was the reason why he didn't interfere at all, and even while watching her get injured, he tried to keep his attitude lighthearted so he wouldn't distract her. Because he knew it. If he or Rose had done anything too extra in aiding her, Ryue never would have discovered the spear technique she used to kill the 12th Elder. "Pah!" Damien slapped himself in the face. It was a crisp slap that woke him up from the dark thoughts that kept plaguing his mind. He knew it from the start. This was the nature of the world. For him to reach his current level of power, he was forced to fight death countless times and endure untold amounts of torture. Was he so special that only he would be forced to go through such trials to become stronger? Was he going to force his wives to just be trophies for him while he went and did all the dirty work? No. The answer to both questions was no. Damien activated the heal trait he received from the primordial undying tree. A greenish-white cocoon formed around Ryue's injured body. In the future, there would be plenty of times when he was separated from his women. Even if he wanted to keep them by his side, he knew it wasn't possible to tie them down like that. He was their man, not their owner. It was his job to support them in achieving their dreams while standing by their side, to experience both despair and happiness together. It was for this reason why he never pressed Elena about the dilemma plaguing her mind. Perhaps even she didn't know how clearly he could see her feelings, considering how he spent most of their lives together pretending to be dense. "I need to have a proper talk with her." He looked over at Rose. Her remark during the previous battle, no matter how light-hearted it had been, was an obvious show of her anger at his actions. He was really not doing a good job of being a proper husband to them, but it couldn't be helped. It was his first time in such a situation. How was he supposed to know how to perfectly handle it? Rose was his first ever experience with a relationship, but before they could properly progress, he fell in love with Ryue as well. And then, out of nowhere, he had sex with Elena. The thought of being unrestrained, having permission from his women to form a harem, made him too complacent with the situation. Even if he was allowed to have multiple women, it was still necessary for him to make sure he didn't bite off more than he could chew. And at the moment, for an inexperienced guy like him, he had already done so with the 3 women he already had. But he had no thoughts of running away or putting a hold on his relationship with any of them. Now that they had all come together for the first time, it was time for him to make reparations and build the relationship that the 4 of them shared until it was sturdy and without problems. It wasn't like the 2 issues were completely unrelated, but it was still irresponsible of him to think of such things while in the situation they were currently in. It was a problem he never expected to appear. After all, nobody could prepare him for it. Even though it hurt him to see Ryue get injured, he wanted it to hurt him more. Frankly, it just stung a little, nothing more than that. Because he had been through far worse to gain power. He had his arm severed. He had his entire left half burned to cinders by dragon's breath. He had jumped into a pit of molten lava for the sake of tempering his body. He had been impacted by God's true voice and came out more powerful. The injuries on Ryue's body might have seemed heavy, but they weren't something he couldn't heal through his newfound trait. So, subconsciously, he wasn't as worried as he felt he should have been when he saw his woman get fatally injured in battle. My emotions haven't returned to humanity quite yet. Perhaps they never will. He didn't know which was the better option. For now, at least, he didn't have time to worry about it. Maybe this would be another situation where he only realized the severity of the problem after he personally felt the consequences. But before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the cocoon that encased Ryue's body cracked open. Ryue's sleeping figure emerged from within, her eyes fluttering open. Seeing Damien's worried eyes looking down at her the second she woke up, she smiled. And her casual words seemed to clear some of Damien's confusion as well. "That's right." With a bright smile on his face, he replied in an equally casual tone. "It was great." Ryue scoffed. "I've heard of this popcorn stuff from Rose. No problem. I'll even take you to meet my mom while we're at it." Actually, Damien's words were suddenly cut off. Boom! A massive explosion rang out. The Shui clan's palace abode was turned into fine dust particles floating in the air. What remained in its place was a frightening aura that far outstripped that of any elder that fought only a moment prior. Shui Yabai was finally making his move. Chapter 453, Fall. Short, pristine white hair that signified his status as a member of the Shui clan, eyes like shining golden orbs that looked down on everything in contempt, and a body like a steel mountain. Coupled with the massive aura that was being released from his body, Shui Yabai truly gave a first impression that dominated one's mind. His voice came out just as cold as the air around him, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Even if their bodies wanted to drip cold sweat, it was impossible, as that sweat would freeze the second it was formed. His piercing golden eyes scanned the scene in front of him. The corpses of the 12 elders who were pillars of the Shui clan until this day were the first thing that entered his vision. And after them were the faces of those who killed them. But Shui Yabai's eyes remained passive. He didn't show a hint of rage or sorrow at the deaths of his clan members. In fact, the only emotion in his eyes was a trace of disdain. Just you? Shui Yabai completely ignored Damien's fourth-class subordinates. His eyes were trained on the body of Ryue in Damien's arms. After all the years I spent raising you, this is how you choose to repay me. Ryue's body shivered uncontrollably. Seeing Shui Yabai's face again after so many years, she was overwhelmed by the lingering emotion she thought she had buried. Sadness, anger, hatred, vengeance, the thoughts in her heart were colored in a ghastly black. Yet, Shui Yabai's presence alone was enough to cause her to freeze. It wasn't a matter of power. She had always been aware that Shui Yabai had reached a level she couldn't even see with her current strength. Rather, it was about his identity in general. Ryue's mind was in chaos. She wanted to face him. She wanted to stand up and look at him in disdain like the frog he was. But she wasn't able to even move her fingers under his gaze. She thought she overcame her trauma in the trial of self, but it seemed that her trauma ran far deeper than she thought it did. Perhaps this scar in her heart wouldn't vanish until Shui Yabai was dead in front of her. Damien's eyes hardened as he saw Ryue's mental state. The fury he had been containing until this moment threatened to burst forth once again. And for someone like Shui Yabai, he didn't have any intention of keeping said fury hidden. Damien's gaze was equally indifferent as he matched Shui Yabai's. I always imagined you as a pathetic dog with nothing to show for himself. Shui Yabai's eyes turned to Damien. You are the one who led my daughter on this futile path? It's funny to me that you still have the nerve to call her your daughter after all the bullshit you've pulled. Or is thick skin just a genetic trait of the Shui clan? Sins? A mere child like you dares to label my actions as sin? In this world, power is everything. Traceless mana coagulated in Shui Yabai's gaze and shot toward Damien at immeasurable speeds. As for Damien, he wasn't even aware that a deadly threat was currently approaching him. A new voice interrupted their conversation. Tian Yang's figure appeared in the air between Damien and Shui Yabai, casually blocking the formless attack that had just been fired. Damien suddenly whipped to attention. The stench of death had filled his senses for a brief instant when Tian Yang appeared in front of him, but it was already too late for him to block it. Only after Tian Yang had done it for him did he realize how close he was to dying in that moment. Damien's gaze hardened. This level of power isn't something I can match up to yet. Damien gritted his teeth in frustration. No matter how fast he grew, there would always be someone with the power to kill him with a single look. Even if he didn't run into these people often, he engraved this fact into his bones so that he would never forget it. Tian Yang looked at Damien with a smile. This kid has grown far more than I expected him to in this short amount of time. He turned his attention back to Shui Yabai. Shui Yabai gloated at Tian Yang. For the first time since his appearance, he showed true emotion, hatred. If it wasn't for Tian Yang's timely appearance, would Ryue's fate have been subverted as it was? If it wasn't for him, would Shui Yabai's plans for his first daughter have been so thoroughly ruined? From the start, Shui Yabai had always been looking for an opportunity to kill Tian Yang, but that opportunity never came. The backing of the Celestial Star Palace wasn't something his Shui clan could handle alone, and Tianyang had never been one to show off his power. With so many unknown variables, Shui Yebai was forced to take a step back and let his hatred fester and grow. Until today. Today, Tianyang stood in front of him alone. And with the current state of the Shui clan, it would only be able to rise again if Tianyang was defeated by his hands. Destroying the clan and rebuilding it from its roots has always been the final goal. Since my precious little treasure has taken care of the dismantling for me, I only have to prove our strength and start rebuilding. Shui Yebai smiled at his thoughts and finally decided to reply to Tianyang's words. Scene. Tianyang s brown tuichet. Even if he wasn't one to fall for such cheap provocation, hearing someone as disgusting as Shui Yebai mocking him still felt unpleasant. But that was beside the point. Tianyang's aura slowly billowed out like a formless fog, his words becoming colder and colder as he spoke. Tianyang's aura suddenly surged into a massive tide, clashing with and dispersing the domineering aura that Shui Yebai had been flaunting all this time. Hearing his death declaration, though, Shui Yebai's lips curved into a cold smile. Good, since you have found a reason to act against me. Any more talk is unnecessary. Chapter 454 Fall. In the time it took for Tianyang and Shui Yebai to converse before they battled, all those present had already retreated thousands of kilometers away, including Damien and his companions. Because they all knew the scale of the last fight wasn't going to be even close to comparable to this one. If they were careless and didn't retreat, they would die without even knowing how. The instant the clash of their auras subsided, Shui Yebai immediately moved into action. Massive constructs of ice filled his vicinity, creating a scene far more majestic than the palace that once stood there. Our Shui clan is at the pinnacle of ice techniques. Even if you're a spatial cultivator, your only advantage over me is speed. The air around his body froze. No, space itself was frozen and crystallized. Such a move was tantamount to crippling someone who used space as their main element. But Tianyang wasn't fazed by it. In fact, he scoffed at Shui Yebai's naive actions. Is this how people who have never faced a spatial cultivator think? Tianyang's figure flashed away, appearing behind Shui Yebai. The crystallized space around them shattered the instant Tianyang's body reappeared. Space is far too profound for you who does not cultivate it to understand. Free space? Tianyang flicked his finger. Following his motion, the space in front of him bent into a bullet and shot at Shui Yebai. Shui Yebai casually dodged the attack. The ice pillars he formed previously circled around him, creating a sort of airtight defense. You can talk as much as you want, but only in battle will your abilities prove themselves. Shui Yebai's ice pillars opened like doors. From within, a large array of different weaponry appeared. Space might be profound, but the attack power of a spatial cultivator has always been their weak point. An ice sword flew into the air and bolted at Tianyang with immense speed. It was to the point where Damien couldn't even follow it with his eyes. But Tianyang simply tapped the air again. In that instant, the ice sword vanished, reappearing behind Shui Yebai's head while carrying the same forward momentum. Bang! It heavily impacted the ice pillar that moved to protect Shui Yebai, shattering it in an instant. As for the man himself, Shui Yebai waved his arm and recollected all the shattered ice shards, recreating the ice pillar without difficulty. At the same time, countless weapons followed the previous sword's movements. Thousands upon thousands of ice constructs charged at Tianyang as if they had minds of their own. They circled his body and attacked randomly. With their current pattern, there wasn't even a single area for Tianyang to retreat to even if he wanted to. Although Tianyang was a spatial cultivator and could easily escape the encirclement by teleporting, he didn't do so. After all, weren't his disciples watching him? If he was in a fight, he was going to do it like a badass. Tianyang's arms waved through the air as if he was conducting a symphony. With every movement he made, tens of ice constructs vanished from the air and reappeared around Shui Yebai, attacking him. But if this was the entire show Tianyang was planning to put on, he'd be disappointed in his own abilities. As if on cue, Every weapon around Tianyang came to a halt at the same time. No, rather than halting, it was more accurate to say that they were moving at an infinitesimally slow speed. Ha ha! How fun! I haven't had the chance to play around with my combat abilities in hundreds of years. Boom! There was no sudden pressure or any outside stimulation. The weapons around Tianyang shattered into snowflakes, seemingly on their own. At the same time, Tianyang teleported away. Appearing in front of Shui Yabai, he grinned in a way unbefitting of the sage-like image he usually gave off. Space exploded. Without prior warning or any sort of fluctuation, space around Shui Yabai caved in, throwing him into the void. Tianyang followed him in without hesitation. He waved his hands through the air, sending countless spatial blades at Shui Yabai. Every second, and while barraging him like so, he kept calling out. The void itself exploded. Infinite blackness caved in on itself and created a heavy suppression that bore down on Shui Yabai's body. Every movement he made was slowed by this pressure. But as if that wasn't enough, Tianyang proceeded to cast the same ability he had on the weapons before. Shui Yabai felt like he was moving through muddied water. No matter how many steps he took forward, he was unable to move an inch from his spot. Tian, he roared in frustration. Waves of icy mana emanated from his body, immediately repelling the spatial blades that were barraging him. Space shattered with his words. Even though he wasn't a spatial cultivator, he was able to pull off such a move with sheer power. Shui Yabai let out another roar. His mana raged, and an icy hell formed within the void. Behind Shui Yabai's back, a mirage of an ice palace slowly took shape. You're finally taking this seriously, are you? Couldn't afford to hold back anymore. Tianyang's mocking words didn't end. While he spoke, he threw a heavy punch into thin air. Bang! Shui Yabai felt like his internal organs were rearranged with a single hit. The steel body he had trained so hard was no use against Tianyang. His attacks ignored all barriers and physical defense to hit their desired target. His face turned red with rage. The ice palace finally finished taking shape. With this, Shui Yabai was ready to make his counterattack. Outside of the Empyrean Dragon Realm, thousands of kilometers away from the ongoing battle, the crowd attempted to watch in a stupor. After all, one could easily gain life-changing insights from witnessing a clash between laws at such a level. Unfortunately, their clash had moved to a location where the common eye could never see. When they fought in the void, only the occasional sparks and collapsing space in the area remained as proof of their battle. But Damien was different. Even without straining his eyes, he could clearly see into the void. Only, their movements were far too fast. Nevertheless, he still kept his eyes trained on the figures of those two men. He didn't even dare to blink, remembering the words that Tianyang told him before the fight began. Brat, watch closely. That sound transmission had obviously piqued Damien's interest. From the start, he could tell that Tianyang's comprehension of spatial laws was unfathomable. But seeing it in front of his eyes was completely different than just hearing or feeling it. Redirecting attacks back to their sender, mere spatial blades with the same amount of attack power as Damien's most heavy-hitting moves, the strange ability to manipulate distance and ignore barriers. There was so much for Damien to learn that his brain felt like it was on the verge of exploding. But at the same time, his insights on space principles skyrocketed at a blinding pace. Even if Damien had to choose between witnessing the battle between demigods in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range and this one, he'd choose this one without hesitation. An admiration that he had never felt before rose in his heart as he continued to watch Tianyang barrage Shui Yabai. Old man, your mouth is far dirtier than you let on. Such a thought. Perhaps it led to Damien finally and truly recognizing Tianyang as his master. Chapter 455 Fall. The fight between Tianyang and Shui Yabai continued to rage on. As soon as Shui Yabai's ice palace finished forming, he let out a guttural roar. The mana imbued in his voice scattered the ambient mana around him, repelling most of Tianyang's attacks. At the same time, a wave of power emanated from the ice palace. Boom! Thousands of kilometers of the area around the two men were frozen solid. It wasn't just a layer of frost covering it. No, the molecular structure of the material that was frozen was changed into the purest of ice itself. Pillars rose from the earth. A crystalline ceiling formed above their heads, and jagged stalactites dripped down from above as well. Shui Yabai established his territory. All mana other than pure ice elemental essence was driven out. In this kind of situation, any practitioner that didn't use ice as their main form of attack would be severely disadvantaged. After all, they could no longer replenish mana, and they could no longer command ambient mana to do their bidding. This kind of move was essentially crippling all opponents caught in its grasp. Shui Yabai raised his arm into the air as his face twisted into a cold smile. His arm fell rapidly. On his command, the ice surrounding the two men came to life. Frightening tides formed on both sides and entrenched Tianyang, forcing him to defend against them. The stalactites on the ceiling fell in quick succession to prevent him from escaping into the sky. As for the ground, it was frozen so solid that even someone at Tianyang's level would have to put in genuine effort to break it. From what it seemed, Tianyang was left with no option other than to hopelessly defend. Seeing this, Shui Yebai's cold smile became wider. A shimmering crystalline sword mirroring Damien's mirage appeared in his hand. Except this one was entirely made of ice. Tianyang, the ice I have curated over all my years of life, my hallowed Emperor Ice, is ranked at the very peak of ice elements. Shui Yabai took his stance and probed his sword. His mana agglomerated around the blade, forming something akin to a sheath of ice. Since it is you that I'm dealing with, I shall give it my all. Taste my pinnacle sword art. His sword slashed diagonally through the air, leaving a clean line in space that could be seen with the naked eye. The slash of sword intent took form into a massive ice coffin that swallowed Tianyang, entrapping him within. Ha 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 ha! The space around you has long been frozen by my territory. The attacks coming from all sides finally converged. Even a layman could see that if Tianyang truly couldn't defend, he'd be gravely injured, if not killed. Tianyang's voice suddenly rang out from within the ice coffin. Even with all the madness raging around him, it could be clearly heard as if he was roaring at the top of his lungs. But his tone was oddly calm. Shui Yabai, even after so many years that you've spent bitterly preparing to kill me, this is all you amount to? He waved his hand lightly. In that instant, the ice coffin around his body vanished, as if it never existed in the first place. There's a reason spatial cultivators are so feared in society, and a reason why the heavens rarely grant talent and spatial laws unto the beings residing under it. Boom! Tianyang spread his arms to his sides. The two tsunamis of ice that were about to crush him flat were caught in his grasp. An abnormal pulsation occurred in space. The sound of cracks spreading through glass overtook all other sound around the battlefield. And then, space shattered once more. The layers of ice that Shui Yabai used to freeze the spatial layers were cracked in an instant. As for space itself, it coiled in on itself like a spring under Tianyang's command. Boom! The spring burst. The ice tsunamis, the falling stalactites, every attack Shui Yabai had thrown at Tianyang. They all began moving in reverse. It was a strange effect. It didn't look like they were being pushed back. Rather, it looked like time had rewound. But Tianyang didn't use any time elemental essence at all. He had achieved a seemingly impossible feat using spatial laws alone. Tian Yangsko Fet. Perhaps for others, this kind of substance is of utmost importance. He flicked his finger, causing thousands of spatial blades to appear in the air and revolve around his body like a protective halo. Space is omnipresent. Even if you wish to declare your territory, there must be a space for you to occupy. The spatial blades around Tianyang shot out. They teleported all over the place without any sort of predetermined pattern, laying waste to everything Shui Yabai had put effort into building to fight Tianyang. Once again, the two of them were back to square one, at least when it came to their environmental advantages. Tianyang looked at Shui Yabai placidly and spoke. Boom! Space shattered into countless mirror fragments floating in the air. Shui Yabai was inevitably sucked into this new spatial phenomenon with no time to react. Shui Yabai roared. Like a mad beast, he charged recklessly while pushing his mana to the limit. Tianyang Sigit, it seems you still don't understand. Shui Yabai ignored Tianyang's words and kept charging. But the fact that he still hadn't reached his desired location after so much effort suddenly began to nag at the back of his mind. Shui Yabai felt a sudden threat and stopped abruptly. When he looked around, he found himself in a completely random location, standing in front of a spatial rift that would have sliced his body into countless pieces if he had been even a single step too late in stopping. He spread his awareness rapidly in confusion. Only then did he realize something strange. When he started his charge, he was in a direct line to Tianyang. However, now he was thousands of kilometers to the right of him, standing in the sky. Shui Yabai gritted his teeth in denial and tried again. He put up a barrier of mana around his body to stop himself from being influenced by the surroundings, charging at Tianyang. But Tianyang didn't even acknowledge his efforts. He simply stood there and watched Shui Yabai make a fool of himself with a condescending look in his eyes. Shui Yabai continued to madly charge. He would move through space laterally and longitudinally at random, ending up in completely unpredictable locations every time he forced himself to stop. If it was only this, it'd just be shame that he experienced. The problem lay in the fact that countless spatial rifts littered the territory Tianyang had set up, each having the power to kill him if he ran into them. Shui Yabai was vexed to say the least. No matter what he tried, it would only end in him losing face without any gain. He even thought about turning traitor in that moment and embracing the Nox to escape, but he realized that such a choice wasn't available to him. Shui Yabai, your filthy personality has always been something I abhorred, but I allowed you to live because we humans need to preserve as much strength as possible for the coming war. Tianyang raised his hand into the air. For the first time since the fight started, his killing intent leaked from his body. Today, I declare your death. Tianyang dropped his arm. The space in his territory began to shrink and fold in on itself like a blanket. And within the folds of that blanket was the helplessly flailing Shui Yabai. Tianyang, even if you kill me today, I will haunt you for eternity. He roared like a madman. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth gashing maddeningly as he spoke. But his roars held no substance. They were the final wails of a dying man. As space continued to compress with him inside of it, his body was slowly crushed along with it until he became nothing more than a large meatball. Just like that, Shui Yabai, head of the Shui clan, had perished. Chapter 456 Fall. Tianyang sighed and cracked his neck. His fingers danced in the air in front of him. As he did so, space was rapidly repaired until it returned to its normal stability. He looked around at the destruction that was caused. Although thousands of kilometers had been raised by the two of them, it was surprisingly less damage than expected. But that was a given. Minimizing environmental damage was another benefit of being a spatial cultivator, since they had the ability to shatter space and bring their battles into the void. Damien also used this strategy often. Though he never cared about environmental damage, he just did it because a large majority of his destructive spells constituted shattering space. Tianyang patted his hands clean and flashed away, appearing in front of Damien and Ruyue, who were still looking at the battlefield in awe. So, what did you think? Damien snapped out of his trance in an instant and rolled his eyes. Tianyang's bro twitchet. He grabbed Damien's ear and pinched hard. Is that how you should welcome back your master, who just fought a hard battle for your sake? Damien winced in pain and tried to teleport away, but Tianyang locked space and forced him to stay, pulling his ear even harder as punishment. Damien raged. Damn it, you old bastard. Let go of me. If you want to make me believe you struggled, then at least play the part. Look at you, completely uninjured and spreading your aura wantonly like you have mana for days. Tianyang looked around and noticed the crowd around him sweating profusely. It was only after Damien's words that he realized how he was still flaring his aura. He coughed awkwardly and let go of Damien's ear. Damien clicked his tongue. Whether in terms of strength or shamelessness, he completely lost to the old man. In this situation, it was better to just back down. Ryue, you need to help me get back at this old man in the future. Damien spoke indignantly, but Ryue wasn't paying any attention at all. Her eyes were still glued to the battlefield. Everything else around her faded away. Just a few moments ago, she was stunned into a stupor. Even though she couldn't watch the entire fight clearly, she could at least somewhat understand what was happening by using the abilities of her eyes. But the reality of it all didn't set in until she saw the crumpled pile of meat that used to be Shui Yebai laying on the cracked ground. Silent tears threatened to fall from her eyes. A feeling of relief spread through her cold boy, giving her an unprecedented sense of comfort. How many years had she been waiting for this day to come? How many years was her hatred forced to seethe and marinate because she didn't have the strength to fight back? She had been dreaming of the day when Shui Yebai died for so long, but when it finally appeared before her, it was too surreal for her to accept right away. Her revenge was completed. The Shui clan would be removed from the 4 great clans from this day forth. Even though she didn't achieve revenge with her own hands, it felt like she had done exactly that. After all, it wasn't a stranger that killed Shui Yabai. It wasn't a stranger that helped her get rid of all the elders. Those were the master that had taken her in and provided her safety and warmth at her lowest point, and the man who taught her how to feel again. They were the 2 most important people in her life. So even though the majority of the work was done by them and those affiliated with them, Ryue didn't feel the slightest sense of loss at not having contributed enough. The tears that were threatening to spill from her eyes could no longer be controlled. Seeing her state, Damien and Tianyang stopped their argument. As if they had agreed on it beforehand, they teleported away to a secluded location, and Ryue burst out crying. She cried like a little girl for the 2nd time in the span of the past few years, which was more than she had ever done prior. Damien and Tianyang smiled warmly as they watched her, because they knew these were tears of joy, tears of fulfillment. They couldn't be happier seeing that Ryue was finally able to release the tears she had been holding back for 20-something years. Damien sent a sound transmission so as to not disturb Ryue. Tianyang rolled his eyes. Brat, I've been taking care of her for way longer than you have. Just because you looked after her for longer doesn't mean you're better than me. I've always treated her like my own granddaughter. You're just saying that because you're a lonely old man without a wife of your own. She was so cold when I first met her. It was only after meeting me that her shell finally cracked. TCH, as if I'd ever admit it. Brat, since little Yuer is like my own granddaughter, that makes you my grandson-in-law. You're saying this now. What? TCH, a little victory over a bitch like Shui Yebai must have made you conceited. Brat, you speak as if you aren't leagues weaker than me. Oh, but you wouldn't dare to hurt your precious granddaughter's husband, would you? The 2 might have been arguing soundlessly, but the way they were postured begged to differ. Their auras silently clashed in the air between them, their fiery gazes locked as if battle would break out any second. That is, until Ryue's voice cleanly cut through the atmosphere they created. She asked naively. 1 second she had been crying immersed in old memories. The next, she felt fierce battle intent filling the air around her. She really had no clue what had happened in the past few minutes for there to be a drastic change. As if on cue, Damien and Tianyang turned in different directions and coughed awkwardly. M.W., what are you talking about? Why, Lily Ware, no need to be mad. Ryue tilted her head, glaring at Tianyang in suspicion. Cough, cough. Tianyang replied hurriedly. His figure flashed, disappearing from the empty meadow where they stood. Damien's brow twitched in annoyance. Damn old man, how dare you snitch and then abandon me? Damien's figure disappeared as well. The 2 of them flashed around the meadow, reappearing occasionally in various comedic poses as they fought like children without mana. Watching their antics, Ryue burst into a fit of giggles. Soon, Her giggles turned into a full-on bout of uncontrollable laughter. That's right. From now on, she would be able to experience warmth like this unhindered. This fact alone was enough to keep her content for eternity. Chapter 457 Break. With the death of Shui Yabai, the Empyrean Dragon Realm expedition, and all the unexpected events that took place around it finally came to a conclusion. The event wasn't private by any means. Countless major powers and rogue cultivators from all over the Cloud Plane had come to participate in it. As such, news about what happened couldn't be hidden for long. The Shui clan and the Wang clan were both annihilated. Traitors of the human race had appeared on the Cloud Plane, and new geniuses emerged in waves, as if in response to the tumultuous times ahead. Of course, news about Damien didn't escape this effect. Whether it be the central continent where he resided or any of the 4 surrounding continents, the name Damien Void became a heated subject for all those in the Cloud Plane. His feats in the secret realm weren't mentioned anywhere, as nobody had seen him within, but that didn't matter much in the grand scheme of things. After all, he made his grand entrance on the scene by destroying a major clan before entering the secret realm, and as if that wasn't enough, he did it once more after he exited. Nobody could tell whether the advent of such a genius was a signal for prosperity or calamity, but anyone with a little bit of strength could tell. A storm was brewing not only in the Cloud Plane, but in the universe as a whole. And just like that, a week passed swiftly. The Celestial Star Palace had been in an uproar for the past week. An unknown genius in their sect had become a rising star in an instant, while the more famous Long Chun became the inheritor of the Empyrean Dragon Sword. From the looks of it, their sect would surpass the Jade Heavenly Palace with just a bit more time and effort. Actually, many people were rushing around the Celestial Star Palace in hopes of catching a glimpse of the renowned geniuses of their sect, but both of them seemed to have vanished in a thin air after returning from the secret realm. The frenzied disciples even bombarded Elder Xiao Sun, Long Chen's master, to the point where she was forced to move from her residence to a higher location on Celestial Mountain, which normal disciples couldn't easily reach. The pandemonium continued on, but with the lack of response from the people in question, the commotion soon died down, allowing those involved to finally find a bit of peace. In a certain courtyard near Tian Yang's residence at the peak of the Celestial Mountain, 2 men sat across from each other at a table. Fuck. This is why I always try to keep a low profile. A man in black robes lamented, but betraying his tone of voice, his eyes carried a barely hidden twinkle of pleasure. You? Low profile? The man across from him rolled his eyes and replied. Naturally, these 2 were Damien and Long Chun. With the fame they had within the sect at the moment, hiding in Tian Yang's residence was the only course of action they could take. Not that either of them minded. With how much they had been through in recent times, it was nice to take a short break before delving into the chaos once more. Say, what happened with Xiao Sun? Don't mention it. Long Chun sighed. Having a so-called forbidden relationship like this one was truly troublesome. Damien scoffed at his words. How sad for you. Long Chun growled in annoyance. Do you think I was actively trying to seduce her? Damien rolled his eyes. Stop bragging. TCH, the Shui clan princess. Oi, don't be insulting my Ryu. Let me give you some sage advice as a man with far more experience than you. Long Chun squinted his eyes in suspicion. Since when did you have more experience than me? Last I checked, you only lost your innocence. Long Chen's words were suddenly cut off as he was forced to abruptly dodge to the right. A boulder appeared in the space above where he was seated, crushing his chair bits. Brat, don't get cheeky with me. Damien growled, hiding his reddened cheeks. In fact, Long Chun had become a man far earlier than Damien had. In the romantic department, at least, Long Chun had a clear advantage. Long Chun shuddered lightly at Damien's threat. Remembering their spar from a few days ago, he shut his mouth instead of trying to provoke the latter further. Even if his mind didn't want to admit defeat, his body remembered the pain. The fact that he was forced to call this bastard boss from now on was still too infuriating. Seeing Long Chen's frustrated expression, Damien grinned. He took a new chair out of his subspace and placed it down for Long Chun to sit. Well, it's whatever. As for that Xiao Sun, if you want to bring her, just do it. Long Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Damien looked at him with a dumb expression on his face. Don't tell me you actually thought you were hiding it well? Bro, the old man is probably at the peak of 4th class and uses divination techniques frequently. Shut up. Long Chen smiled. The peaceful days had indeed been a good stress relief for him, but he always felt something was missing. If his Sunner was allowed to accompany him in his retreat, there'd be nothing better in the world. Long Chen said sincerely. Even if it annoyed him that Damien got to be the oldest brother, he was still grateful to have a considerate friend like him. It wasn't something Long Chen was used to, being a child from a major clan where betrayal was the norm. But when he looked up, he saw Damien looking at him with disgust. Long Chen's brow twitched endlessly. What? Damien didn't answer. Instead, he glared at Long Chen suspiciously for many moments before speaking. You know, it's kind of gross when you act so sincere. Long Chen's face turned red with shame. Fuck. Yeah. You're Long Chen, the classic cultivation novel protagonist. You clearly delineate gratitude and grudge. Damien replied sarcastically. Long Chen gritted his teeth. This isn't the first time you've said something about these cultivation novels. Long Chen stood up and flared his aura. Come to the training area right now. Damien raised his brow. Oh, are you sure you want to do that? Fuck. Long Chen thrust his hand to the side. The Empyrean dragon sword manifested in his grasp. As he did so, Damien stood up as well. Mirage appeared as if responding to Long Chen's provocation. But just as it looked like a fight would break out, a man appeared between them. You two, do you ever stop fighting? Put the swords down for now. Chapter 458 Break. The man who appeared had striking white hair and blue eyes. Unexpectedly, Xue Feng was residing in the Celestial Star Palace. Since the Xue clan was no more, both he and Xue Yu, who had received Ryu as mercy, were allowed to stay in the sect until they found somewhere better. Though, it didn't look like the duo had any plans of leaving. Xue Feng, tell that old man I'll come later. Damien said. Brother Xue, don't mind his crass speech. Long Chen said almost immediately after. Xue Feng rubbed his temples in frustration. Why are the two of you like this every time you get together? Brother Long, I don't wish to be the one to tell you, but you're not a match for him right now. The competitive atmosphere immediately deflated. Long Chen lamented inwardly at the truth of Xue Feng's words. As for Damien, he flashed away the instant he heard the last sentence. Long Chen sighed. Xue Feng smiled lightly. Thank you for your consideration, Brother Long. Long Chen looked up and grinned. Good. Xue Feng took out his sword and did the same. Bang! The sound of their collision was so loud that even Damien heard it from many kilometers away. When he did, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn old man. Can't even let me have my fun. He took out his disciple token and poured mana into it. A small holographic display appeared, showing him the location where Tianyang had summoned him. TCH, and he's not even home right now. As Damien moved closer and closer to the very peak of Celestial Mountain, he thought back to the events of the past week. Even though he was outwardly relaxing, he had been extremely busy. For one, there was a need to eradicate the remaining forces of the Wang clan and the Xue clan. Although his help wasn't needed in the battles, his ability to distinguish devil worshippers from normal people was necessary at times, so he was forced to move back and forth through the central continent many times to provide his help. Fortunately, his teleportation was no longer restrained. As such, the hassle was minimized to a manageable level. As for his personal affairs, the last week had been spent stabilizing the situation in the sanctuary. In reality, although he had taken in those millions of people from the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, he only really interacted with their leaders. Subordinating entire races through just this much was impossible. While the elves had undying loyalty towards him due to the ancestral seal, it wasn't the same for the dragons and phoenixes. So, within the sanctuary, there were two main things he was focused on. Firstly, helping with the creation of infrastructure and providing food, and secondly, battle. That's right. He had been earnestly battling with the dragon troop from the White Dragon Grotto for the past week to gain their submission. Considering how the White Dragon King raised them, this method was the natural course of action. As for the phoenixes, they were far more difficult to deal with. In fact, he had no idea how he was going to tame them. But for now, it wasn't necessary. He could worry about it after dealing with the White Dragon Grotto. Other than those kinds of troublesome tasks, the rest of his time had been solely dedicated to little Schwerer and the Lily/May duo. Since those kids had been bugging him for a while about how negligent he was forced to entertain them for hours on end. In short, he was busy to the point where he couldn't even have his talks with Rose and Elena, who had also returned to the Celestial Star Palace with him. Damien sighed inwardly. After wrapping up the ordeals of the Empyrean Dragon Realm, the first thing he did was make sure to make his intentions clear to the two of them. The fact that he wanted to have serious conversations with them had been privately conveyed to both for a while now, but he never got the time to actually carry out on his promise. But neither Rose nor Elena complained. Instead, they told him they were willing to wait until he had the time. For this, he was endlessly grateful. Today is a good day. Damien finally arrived at the location specified on his disciple token. Unexpectedly, he found himself in front of a massive black palace. Damien's eyes widened. But before he could think about it for too long, Tian Yang's voice rang out in his ear. "Brat, you finally arrived. Come around to the back." Damien raised his brow and spread his awareness, finding the courtyard behind the palace. Without waiting any longer, he teleported over. When his figure reappeared, he was immediately assaulted with a wave of suffocating aura. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the lineup in front of him. Tian Yang sat nearest to where he was, at the foot of a long table. Other than him, there were only two figures present. One was Shang Guanyu, the sect master of the Jade Heavenly Palace, and the other, a beautiful woman with a razor-sharp presence. The cold and detached look in her eyes made it clear that she wasn't someone who could be trifled with. As for her identity, she was Bai Xiren, the sect master of the Celestial Star Palace. Even though the three of them weren't consciously releasing their auras, just their passive presences alone combined into a fierce force that would cause most people to bow their heads in submission. But Damien refused to do so. Ignoring the other two, he looked at Tian Yang defiantly and spoke as he usually did. "Old man, you should know how busy I am." Tian Yang grinned. Shang Guanyu smiled imperceptibly, and Bai Xiren's eyes narrowed. Tian Yang spoke first. Damien glanced over at Bai Xiren before turning his attention back to Tian Yang and rolling his eyes. "Knowing you, these two have already been informed about my personality before I got here. Although I would pay my respects to the sect master during a public occasion, this is a private meeting of big shots, so I doubt something like that matters." Tian Yang's grin widened. "Looks like you finally learned how to use that brain of yours in the past year." "Indeed, formalities don't mean anything at the moment." Damien raised his brow in interest. Although it was true that he was being arrogant because of his nature, he was also testing the waters a bit. He wanted to know how much leeway his status as Star Master would grant him in front of these experts. But to be regarded as their equal, that kind of thing far surpassed his expectations. Tian Yang didn't give him much time to be shocked, though. After the useless talk was out of the way, he cut straight to the point. "All right, Chapter 459 break." "All right." Damien's gaze sharpened. He knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. He sighed inwardly. Regardless of his lamentation, he still did as Tian Yang said and gave a rough description of what happened between him and the World Core. Of course, the fact that the World Core had sentience was enough to shock both Shang Guanyu and Bai Xiren. After all, this wasn't a fact that was so easily known. But the main point of conversation naturally revolved around what happened after. From the Nox corruption on the World Core to the number of traitors that were residing in the Cloud Plane, Damien didn't leave out even a speck of information about it. Shang Guanyu furrowed his brows. "Even if I somewhat expected it, it's still a shock when it's verified." Bai Xiren nodded in agreement. "We must begin our extermination plan as soon as possible." Damien agreed with her inwardly. Although the Wang clan and Shui clan were both implicated and slaughtered under the premise of betraying humanity, the fact that their side had information about the traitors was still not known to the enemy. Since Wang Chun and Shui Bai were both slain in public without getting taken in for interrogation. The other traitors in the central continent wouldn't suspect that they had been revealed quite yet. It was even more for those on the other continents, since the leaders of the two major clans might not have even known their identities to begin with. With our current upper hand, it is indeed best to move secretly. That way, we can cut the grass and pull the roots without alerting the remaining traitors. Damien grinned. There was no need to worry about the success or failure of the extermination plan with his ability. For those who betrayed humanity, the only option was death. As Damien was thinking, the three experts around him continued their conversation and devised strategies for how to move. However, he soon noticed a flaw. All right, since there are so many names, I totally forgot to give you guys the full list of traitors. Damien took out a storage ring filled with jade slips and emptied it onto the table. As he spoke, he began organizing the jade slips into separate sections. Here's accurate information on both the identities and strengths of the traitors. It's currently organized by sex and families, from most powerful to least. Damien finished arranging the jade slips and looked up, immediately being confronted by the shocked gazes of the three experts. What? Tianyang shook his head wryly. It's nothing. Damien shrugged nonchalantly. I mean, ever since I told you what I knew before we confronted the Shui clan, I was expecting this day to come. Yes. Tianyang replied matter-of-factly, earning him a death glare from Damien. Tianyang coughed awkwardly and picked up a random jade slip to read from. The second he did so, his shock heightened to another level. Oh ho, this is far worse than what I was expecting. Shang Guanyu's eyes hardened when he heard Tianyang's words. Although he was itching to see the jade slip himself, he knew he would get his turn eventually. Instead, he turned his attention to the other slips on the table. The Peng family, Yu family, Twisted Mountain sect, even the Empire's religion has been influenced by these demons. Shang Guanyu gritted his teeth in anger. To think they dare to act out while knowing full well about our power. Or do they think we won't do anything just because of our status? His tone was extremely cold, but nobody could blame him for his anger. After all, they were all feeling the same, especially Bai Shiren. The second she saw the list of names from the Celestial Star Palace, she wanted to move and slaughter them all. But for the sake of the greater plan, she forced herself to calm down. Damien's tone became abnormally serious as he began speaking once more. Even though this number might look drastic, it's actually the Cloud Plane's good fate that there are so few traitors. When compared to the total population of the world, a mere 10 million is nothing. There are worlds out there in the universe that have been completely corrupted. Worlds where billions upon billions of Nox worshippers lie in wait for the day of war to come. Although I'm aware that all three of you have lived far longer than I have and have experienced far more, I feel the need to inform you of this. Never underestimate the temptation that the Nox bring to ordinary people. No matter how humble any of us try to be, the fact that we have the power to sit here and decide the fates of others so easily is because we have both talent and strength. Look at the elders of the Shui clan, for example. Even though they had some strength, they were lacking in talent and were killed off by someone on a far lower level than them. The universe is fair if you look at it from above, but as someone living within it, its unfairness is as clear as day. For those who have toiled away endlessly but were never able to see the boundary of fourth class due to their lacking talent, the devil's whispers of the Nox are like words of God. It's even more so for those who have tasted the bitterness and unfairness of life. Although I've spoken so much, my meaning remains simple. The rallying power that the Nox possess is insane. In the coming war, rather than facing a horde of Nox, we should expect to face our own people until our spirits become dull from betrayal. The courtyard was enveloped in a cold silence after Damien's words finished. Even though everyone present was already aware of this fact, hearing it said so explicitly still forced reality to sink in. But none of the four were weak-willed people. Three of them had faced themselves and even the universe itself to achieve acknowledgement. It was impossible for them to falter here. Damien nodded in satisfaction after seeing their response. Although I am far weaker than you at the moment, I have no doubt that I'll reach your level if I'm given time. Therefore, I hope you can forgive me for being presumptuous. On the battlefield, we will all be comrades, so I have no plans of being tied down to unimportant things like status. Even if you're the sect masters of the most powerful sects in the cloud plane, in the future, you'll just be part of the many fourth-class existences that participate in the war. So from now on, please include me in future meetings about these kinds of important topics. Chapter 460 Break. Tiyan yang grinet in satisfaction. Damien's final words and overall attitude were extremely arrogant considering who he was facing, but with his current position, this kind of arrogance was necessary if he didn't want to become a tool in the future. Belief in his own strength and potential, problem-solving ability that wasn't perfect but growing at a steady pace, and a cool head that could view the situation objectively, Damien was slowly beginning to embody the traits that an expert should have. Tianyang thought to himself, "Brat, your final demand might sound reasonable, but words don't mean anything if there's no substance behind them. Although I can acknowledge you like this, for others, you must prove your value through strength. Your contributions thus far cannot be spread, because if the fact that you are a Star Master were to become public knowledge, you'd be walking with a target on your back at all times." Damien nodded. He expected this much. He didn't want to use a meeting like this, where more important matters were being discussed, to secure personal benefit, but he didn't have a choice. It wasn't a common thing for him to be in the presence of so many world leaders. Until now, his journey had been incredibly smooth because he was never on the Nox's radar. After all, he was far too weak for them to take notice of him. However, it was mainly because he hadn't encountered many true-blooded Nox before. The two that he had met were both dead. Therefore, his information wouldn't spread. It would be terrible if they had some sort of mental link skill that allowed them to glean information from their fallen soldiers. But even then I should be fine. Since third-class Nox have limited sentience, the one I killed shouldn't apply to that kind of skill. Damien's thoughts suddenly drifted toward a certain sibling duo. Although I'm aware that they aren't working for the Nox out of their own free will, that's what makes it more dangerous. There's no way a conniving race like the Nox would only use hostages to guarantee the submission of those they use. If there's some sort of technique to forcefully extract information from the two, he might have already become a target unknowingly. Even if he didn't play a pivotal role in what happened in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, his role was still an important one. On the cloud plane, I'm safe, but I don't know what kind of dangers await me in the wider universe. From now on, I can no longer move with the goal of adventuring. Damien furrowed his brows as he fell into thought. But before he could think too deeply, he was interrupted by Tian Yang's voice. With the extermination plan coming into effect, it seems the other plan must be put on hold for a bit. Sharon nodded. 6 months should be enough to finish off the traitors without alerting too much suspicion. What matters is how we deal with the situation once we finish. According to the information, there are 2 fourth-class Nox beings currently residing here. One is on the central continent, while the other is on the western continent. Shang Guanyu continued. Even then, killing them might alert the Nox that we are aware of their plans. Sharon questioned. Tian Yang shook his head. Even if it is so, we don't have another choice. Interference from their side is becoming more and more frequent. The large number of Nox worshippers in the world is most likely due to their involvement as well. Shang Guanyu rubbed his chin and thought, how have our communications with other worlds been? There have been both positive and negative responses. From what we've gathered so far, it doesn't look like a conclusion will be reached anytime soon. An assembly will be called sometime within the next 2 years for all of our powers to meet in person and speak of these important matters. Damien felt like his brain would melt from all the information he was second-handedly receiving. As it turned out, his extended help was unnecessary. He smiled wryly. Perhaps I was looking down on them too much. After all, they are the leaders of the cloud plane as a whole, along with being prominent sect masters. The fact that an alliance was forming interested him the most. He had already experienced the alliance of races during the Forgotten War, so he was somewhat aware of their structure. From what he gathered based on the tidbits of information that seeped through the conversation of the other 3, talks of the alliance were most likely being stalled due to politics between these world leaders. Damien sighed inwardly. He shook his head. There was a reason he stayed away from leadership positions and political matters. He abhorred the whole idea of it, even though he knew it was necessary. Because politics without corruption was such a rare concept that it wasn't even ironic anymore. Still, I must attend the assembly they were speaking about. Being present for the donation of the Alliance is of incredible importance. Damien shifted his attention away from the Alliance after having this thought. He had at least the next 6 months to secure himself a spot in that assembly. For now, he should focus on the more pressing matters. And after he finished thinking about the Alliance, his attention shifted to the other matter that the 3 experts were speaking about. He questioned, since they were on equal standing at the moment, there was no reason for information to be hidden from him. And as he expected, Tianyang readily answered his question. "Oh, you're curious, are you?" Tianyang looked toward the other 2 leaders for confirmation. Only after receiving their consent did he continue. Chapter 461 Break. Hearing Tianyang's sudden question, Damien's eyes widened. Nibelheim, with everything that happened in the past few years, he almost forgot about them. Hearing them brought up now was an immense surprise. An organization that called itself Nibelheim was attempting something with the world core of my homeworld a few years ago. Damien answered. Tianyang shook his head. No, it is most likely the same force. In fact, Nibelheim has been in conflict with our cloud plane for a few decades already. Damien's eyes hardened. Although he didn't know much about Nibelheim, he understood the significance of their position. Basically, Nibelheim was a cornerstone of the Nox's plans. But Damien decided to ask a different question first. For him to better understand the big picture, he couldn't be ignorant about information that others considered common knowledge. Suctos. Well, it's not very difficult to understand. With how vast the universe is, it's only natural for it to be split into sectors. As for the total number of known sectors, there are 9. Each sector is home to hundreds or thousands of worlds. However, most of these are simple beginner worlds like the Earth that you have mentioned before. For a world to promote its level is not a simple task. Middle worlds like our cloud plane only number in the thousands, even when considering the universe as a whole. The 9 sectors were never given specified names, and even if they were, there is too little contact between sectors for it to matter. For convenience, we tend to call the sectors simply by the numbers 1 to 9 based on their ranking. Each sector has a different ruling race that is more prominent than other races in the same area. Damien furrowed his brow. The information Tianyang gave was indeed simple, but it once again drilled into Damien's mind the true vastness of the universe. Apart from the 9 sectors you mentioned, what about the rest of the universe? Tianyang smiled. The universe is infinitely expanding. How can we mere creations dare claim we know the true depths of it? Even demigods might not be able to comprehend that much. The universe outside of the 9 sectors is often called the void, the abyss, or many other names along the same lines. It's a dangerous place where time doesn't flow linearly like we're used to, where dead zones filled with destroyed stars and rampant energy are common. The reason why the 9 sectors are considered the known universe is because these 9 sectors are the only places where true order exists. The time flow within the 9 sectors is consistent, and they are widely inhabitable by living beings. Damien's eyes were slowly filled with hunger as he continued listening to Tianyang's information. His love of adventure was sparked aflame once more, but he quelled his excitement soon enough. As he thought more about what Tianyang said, he became a little worried. How about the Nox? Hasn't their main world gone undiscovered even to this day? Doesn't that mean it exists within the abyss? And doesn't that mean the Nox can traverse the abyss safely? Tianyang accepted Damien's barrage of questions without complaint. After all, it was completely normal for him to question these things that all before him had questioned as well. Tianyang let out a tired sigh. Are you beginning to understand the true danger that the Nox bring? Of course, many have had the same thoughts as you, but that wasn't able to change anything. Damien pursed his lips. He was most definitely underestimating the danger of the abyss since he had never personally witnessed it. But that didn't change his thought process at all. I want to go there. The abyss was a sea of horrors for others. This much he understood. But, as a star master, as a celestial, wasn't the starry sky his territory? Would something like chaotic space really be able to stop him? Smack! A sudden smack to his head cleared Damien's mind. Idiot disciple, don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Even I can traverse the chaotic space without worry, but that doesn't mean I am able to safely traverse the abyss. The scariest part of the abyss isn't the chaotic space, or even the terrifying cosmic beasts that reside within. The scariest part has to be time. Time within the abyss isn't constant. In some places, it could flow extremely fast, while sometimes it crawls to a snail's pace. Dead zones are places where all essence, including mana itself, are void. In those spaces, time doesn't flow at all. A single day's journey could suddenly last for 1,000,000 years. And once you enter that terrifying cycle, it is almost impossible to remove yourself. The reason why the abyss is unexplored, even with the large number of powerful practitioners in the 9 sectors, is because nobody has been able to escape this vortex of time with their sanity intact. It's the same even for those who specialize in time loss. Damien fell into thought once more. Indeed, the gnawing loneliness and silence of the vacuum weren't things that ordinary people could endure. When the time span was increased to years numbering in the thousands, even fourth-class existences would fold. But even knowing this, Damien's resolve to one day visit that place didn't waver. There were multiple reasons for this. For one, the Nox. Their main world was most likely deep in the abyss. Therefore, to root out the threat, going there was necessary. Secondly, his class as a celestial. The whole universe was his to conquer. Perhaps it was an arrogant way to think, but Damien was sure that this was his path as a celestial. If he couldn't even be this arrogant, he had no right to pursue such a wild dream. And lastly, it was to satisfy his curiosity. He felt a strange pull to the abyss, something like a calling. He couldn't pinpoint exactly where this feeling came from, since it was different from the intuition that allowed him to meet Zara, but he wanted to pursue it and find out. Regardless of the reason, going to the abyss became one of Damien's top priorities. But the war still came first. All right, since I've gotten a better grasp on the scale of things, let's get back to the main point. Chapter 462 break. Tianyang nodded and continued his previous topic. As you've mentioned, the Nox's main world is not located within our 9 sectors. We've been searching for the past 10,000 years and more, ever since the last war, but we haven't found a single trace. What we have found, however, are the 9 subsidiary forces that carry out the Nox's will within our universe. Within our sector, this is Niflheim. If it was simply a matter of traders alone, there wouldn't be any problem with eradicating these forces outright. The problem is, each subsidiary is overseen by a Nox demigod. Tens or hundreds of fourth-class Nox are also present under that demigod as supervisors. Only after these true-blooded Nox can we mention the countless traders that serve them. Silence enveloped the courtyard as Tianyang's overview finished. The 2 sect masters quietly sipped their tea as they waited for Damien to process the information he was given. Eradicate? If it was so easy, wouldn't it have been done already? Not to mention, there's a genuine demigod at the head of that organization. Damien rubbed his temples. If there wasn't a demigod involved, he wouldn't doubt the chances of this plan's success. But he had personally witnessed it in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. The presence of a demigod changed everything. He immediately voiced his concerns. Tianyang said that he would be included in this operation, but if there were no contingencies made against that demigod, Damien had no plans of joining them in their suicide mission. Tianyang smiled warily. Calling it a suicide mission is a bit... well, it's just like you to say that. However, you are worrying needlessly. Did you really think that I, your master, was such a conceited person? Damien's eyes widened. You're saying, correct, our ancestor of the Jade Heavenly Palace is participating in this mission. Shangguan Yu butted in. Damien exclaimed in shock. Shangguan Yu shrugged, as if this was a completely normal thing. Of course we do. As a matter of fact, doesn't your celestial star palace also have one? Even the Supreme Fairy Paradise and Divine Dragon Temple have a demigod ancestor. Damien's mind went blank. It was truly a Shangguan Yu-like thing to do, dropping this kind of important information casually. To think the Cloud Plane was a place with so many demigods. If the 5 great sects truly went to war with each other, the planet would be razed. It wasn't that there weren't power-hungry people among them. It was just that the threat of a demigod wasn't something that could be overcome. Damien was still a bit worried after hearing that the Jade Heavenly Palace's ancestor would be joining them. But hearing that there were other demigods present to guard the world, Damien's worry dissipated. Even if that ancestor dies, the Cloud Plane itself will still be protected. Wait, I can just ask you in for minor details like this. Damien sunk into his spiritual world as Shangguan Yu began bragging about the Jade Heavenly Palace ancestor. Using the time he gained while the latter spoke about useless things, Damien connected his consciousness with Yun's. Yeah, what's up? Anyway, there's no time for formalities. Affirmative. Commencing search. Search completed. Damien gasped. According to what Shangguan Yu said earlier, the Red Lotus sect's ancestor already perished in the last war. Considering this, there should only be 4 demigods in the Cloud Plane. Affirmative. You're already in possession of information about 4 of the aforementioned beings. A stream of information flowed into Damien's spiritual world. He closed his eyes and concentrated on it. His vision expanded suddenly. He found himself floating in the sky above the central continent. His eyes widened into saucers at what he saw. Hidden in the never-ending cloud layer above the continent, there was a medium-sized floating island. His vision zoomed in on that island. But, unexpectedly, there was nothing of note to see. It was just a normal island. Lush green grasses and flower beds strewn about, a small forest to one side, and a lake in the middle. The only real special factor of the island was the fact that it was airborne. Damien's attention was suddenly pulled to the lake. Reflecting off its surface, he saw the outline of something man-made. His vision zoomed again, arriving at the lake. I wasn't hallucinating. The strangeness of the situation seemed to have impacted Damien, as he all but forgot the reason why his consciousness was pulled to this island. As he stared at the cabin, he tried to will his consciousness forward to enter it, but he found himself blocked. Splash! The sound of water splashing resounded from the lake behind Damien, giving him a light scare. And following his natural human instinct, he turned around, and almost immediately got a nosebleed. There, in the water, was a woman whose midnight black hair flowed down her snow-white back, creating a sparkling contrast that immediately drew Damien's eyes. He traced her figure upward, especially focusing on the outline of her curves that reflected off the water. Unfortunately, the woman had her back to him, so he wasn't able to see anything more than that outline. But it was enough to leave a deep impression in his mind. A sudden snort rang out from behind him. Damien felt a fierce impact on the back of his head. The voice was that of a woman, and a young one at that. Hearing it, Damien turned once again. He questioned in surprise. Of course I can. The woman responded coldly. Damien abruptly remembered his original purpose for coming here. So it's you. The woman snorted. Yeah, and it's you, the newly crowned Star Master. Damien hastily waved his hands. Senior, don't be mistaken. I came here because I was curious about you, a demigod who even Shangguan Yu is clueless about. You can't blame me for being distracted. As he spoke, he tried to quietly withdraw his consciousness and flee the island. The first impression he left on this unknown demigod was too shabby, so it was better to try to make contact again later. But the woman rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Immediately, Damien was pulled back, unable to leave the island. And as if nothing happened, she continued on her previous words. Oh, so it was just basic human instinct? Are you telling me that you weren't taken with my cute disciple just now? Hey, I'm a married man, you know? Granted, I'm married to Minnie, but I'm still a loyal person. So you really did fall in love with her? Ah, stupid brat. Damien didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't he just say the complete opposite of that? Why did this demigod have such an eccentric personality? You're thinking something nasty, aren't you? Hold on, don't be hasty, we can talk this out. Anyway, peeping on your disciple was a complete accident. So you're saying that I wanted you to peep on my disciple? You're saying that since my disciple has been living here in seclusion her whole life, it would be good for her to meet new people and grow more? Now, Damien truly wanted to cry. Aren't you the one saying those things, though? The woman raised her brow contemptuously. Oomph. It seems that I, an exalted demigod, am worth less than a few bugs. Damien exclaimed inwardly. Even if the woman in the lake had an extraordinary figure, he didn't want to have to deal with yet another woman when he hadn't consolidated his current relationships yet. Senior, how about this? When I finish my business, I will come here with my main body, and we can speak in depth about many things. The woman narrowed her eyes. And how can I be so certain you'll come back? Mortals are untrustworthy after all. Besides, who said I wanted you to come back at all? Damien almost screamed in frustration. He really couldn't deal with this woman at all. She just implied that she wanted him to return, but in the next sentence contradicted herself so naturally. No matter how he answered, he'd lose. I'm just going to leave. Damien retracted his consciousness from his spiritual world, and his vision of the sky island vanished at the same time. He sighed in relief. Good thing she didn't pill me back this time. Damien shook his head wryly. Well, that took up more time than I wished for it to. Chapter 463 Conversations. Damien sighed to himself as he left the courtyard where the three experts were staying at the moment. After his run-in with the fifth demigod, whom he still didn't know the name of, he returned to his body and conversed with them a bit longer about their plans for Nibelheim. Unfortunately, there wasn't much they could tell him. As I said before, the overarching goal was to destroy Nibelheim to the point where it could never resurge. As for information, they didn't know much besides the strength of the true-blooded Nox in the organization. But there were a few interesting points Damien learned from them. For one, Nibelheim was not the name of a world, but only an organization. This went against what he originally thought of them, but after understanding their purpose in residing in Sector 3, it was easier to rationalize. Secondly, Nibelheim hadn't managed to completely take control of the world they resided in quite yet. This was the reason why the forces of the Cloud Plane still had a chance to take them down. There was a resistance in that unnamed world that, whether by coincidence or not, took up the name Asgard and opposed the Nox's reign. As for how they were able to rebel at all against the strength of the Nox, the reasoning was simple. So simple that Damien almost wanted to facepalm when he heard it. It was a simple matter of arrogance. The Nox were beings that looked down on all other races as inferior. The attitude of law of the jungle was far more prevalent in their race than any other. In the same vein, the resistance forces of a few humans didn't catch the eye of those Nox. Instead, they just made their vassals do the work for them and fight. As such, the fight in that unnamed world had become one of human against human. Luckily, this allowed the resistance to survive and build strength. Under the noses of those arrogant Nox, Asgard had become extremely powerful, possessing numerous fourth-class existences and even more third-class and below. They are our key to infiltrating that world, and they're the key to fighting against Nibelheim. Unfortunately, communication between worlds wasn't yet something that could be done on a regular basis. This was also why Asgard wasn't able to provide sufficient information to the Cloud Plane forces yet. The 6 months gained due to the extermination plan would actually be majorly beneficial in the Nibelheim plan as well. Well, that's that. Sadly, they won't tell me any of the crucial details until it's time for us to embark on the mission. I guess information control is this strict because of the nature of the mission. Even though Damien was heavily confident in the fact that nobody under the demigod level would be able to pry information out of him forcefully due to his void physique, that wasn't something he could just tell people. Therefore, he accepted their secrecy without much of a fuss. Starting next week is the Purge. I'll have to go along with them too, so that I can identify devil worshippers for them. But that's not a bad thing at all. Even though it's been so long, there isn't a chance in hell that I would forget. The Eclipsing Shadow sect that humiliated him and Ryue in the past, forcing them to flee into the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. As a force that was competing for the Death Seed back then, it was natural that they found their way onto the kill list. Damien clenched his fists, a ferocious grin spreading across his face. Just you wait, you shadow bastards. His killing intent flared with so much force that it caved in the ground below him. Seeing the damage he unconsciously caused, Damien quickly recalled his aura. Phew, since I have Yun's help, there's nobody in the cloud plane that can hide from me. Damien was feeling conflicted about arbitrarily giving the world core a gender, but since it made it more convenient for him when referring to it, he just went with it. Instead of focusing on nonsensical things like that, he turned his attention elsewhere. Although I need to participate in the purge, it shouldn't take up all my time. Soon I'll warp back to Apiron and bind the world core over there as well. Earth was still there as well, but Damien didn't know if a full-scale purge was necessary there. Last time he visited, he already exterminated the Nox's forces and the worshippers they created. However, you can never be too careful. Those Nox bastards proliferate too fast for me to get complacent. Damien rubbed his temples. He seemed to have developed a habit of doing so recently. It couldn't be helped, though, since his plate kept getting filled with more and more tasks ever since he left the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. TCH, forget it. For now, I'll drop everything else. Damien's figure flashed away. As for his destination, it was the residence of a certain pink-haired beauty who he still held unreconciled longing for. Where there were seas, there was land. Where there were mountains, there were valleys, and where there was light, there was darkness. If the 3,000 Beast Mountain range was the mountain of the central continent's 5 forbidden zones, the shadowless forest was the valley. It was a land of darkness where no living being could reside peacefully. It was a place filled with the stench of death and insanity. Even the beasts that resided in this place could hardly be called living. Instead, they were commonly of the undead and spirit variety, races with low sentience who didn't need the light to survive. Deep within the shadowless forest, there was an unassuming cave mansion. However, if one entered inside, they would hardly be able to call it unassuming. A vast throne room, many auxiliary areas, and more, it was the typical setup that a medium-sized sect would have. But even though the number of personnel made them seem like a medium-sized sect, their average strength didn't lose out to many high-ranking clans and sects. Within the throne room of this cave mansion, a man sat placidly on the throne. His eyes were closed, as if there was a difference between having them open or closed within the shadowless forest. Whoosh! A shadow conglomerate on the floor in front of him, forming into the figure of a man prostrating himself. First Shadow, it is rare for you to report something yourself. First Shadow bowed his head deeper. Yes, my lord. Although it is not confirmed, it looks like the man who stole the Death Seed has returned from the 3,000 Beast Mountain range alive. The Lord opened his eyes and looked down at First Shadow. Even though he didn't speak, the formless pressure coming from his presence was enough to cause a cold sweat to run down First Shadow's back. Seeing that the Lord didn't speak, First Shadow hurriedly continued. A man and woman pair made their debut at the Empyrean Dragon Realm opening 1 week ago. The Eclipsing Shadow sect master indifferently gazed at First Shadow. And my apologies, Lord. 5th through 12th Shadow have already been dispatched to confirm the information and assassinate the target. The Eclipsing Shadow sect master made a sound of acknowledgement. Hearing it, First Shadow's figure melted away from the room, leaving the sect master alone with his thoughts once more. The Death Seed, a brat who managed to escape my clutches. The sect master called out, suddenly remembering something. As First Shadow's figure reappeared, the sect master posed his question. First Shadow furrowed his brows in confusion, but soon understood his lord's question. How did they manage to escape the 3,000 Beast Mountain range that nobody has ever escaped before? The sweat trailing down First Shadow's back intensified. As he thought of the outrageous scene he witnessed while gathering information, he felt intuitively that it would have been better to not pry at all. But his lord's words were absolute, so he couldn't stop himself from answering. The 3,000 Beast Mountain range no longer exists. Chapter 464 Conversations. Damien closed his eyes and relished in the warmth he was currently feeling. With his body sprawled out on the soft bed with Rose pressed closely against him, this kind of nostalgic feeling really calmed his mind. Although he came here to have a serious conversation with her, he didn't end up doing so immediately. His mind was too clouded with other thoughts for him to properly convey what he wanted to convey. It was his fate as someone heavily invested in the coming war. Even though it didn't seem like it, every day since he left the 3,000 Beast Mountain range was part of the gradual countdown to war. He realized it after everything he went through in the primordial undying realm. The rest and relaxation he could experience now might be the last for a very long time. So he closed his eyes. He desperately wanted to drift off to sleep and clear his fatigue, but he wouldn't allow himself to do so. At least, not until he finished what he came here to do. With his eyes still closed, he sunk his consciousness into his spiritual world. As he did so, he replayed the memories he built with Rose over the short few years they had known each other. She took a sidekick role for me because of my inability. It was her unwavering attitude that made him unsure about how to proceed. Because even if she was mad at him, she would still unconditionally support him. It was a great trait to have, and Damien truly appreciated that side of her. But it also made it harder for him to come out and problem solve with her. Fuck that. Am I going to give in to my fear and return to being who I was before? Damien steeled his heart. He still didn't know what he was going to say, but he would start talking anyway. If he couldn't even manage to start the conversation, why would it matter if he didn't know what to say? Rose. His voice was quiet. Perhaps it was because of his fatigue, or perhaps it was his indecision leaking through. He sounded especially powerless at the moment. But Rose didn't point it out. She stayed silent and waited for him to continue speaking. And so he did. Back when you met me, I was at arguably the worst point in my life, at least mentally. Somehow, you managed to befriend that mentally unstable me and bring a dose of humanity into my life. I've always been thankful for that, because back then, I didn't need anything like love or affection. No, even if I received those, I probably would have shunned them immediately. What I needed was humanity. Your normal, lively, and playful self that ignored my personal boundaries and forced your way into my life. Ow, don't pinch me while I'm being sentimental. Anyway, the you from back then was the perfect flavor I needed to become a human again. The problem was that along with my humanity, the scars in my heart returned as well. Those were scars that I didn't have the emotional capacity to deal with. Even that day when I told you my worries up front, I still wasn't ready to deal with them. In fact, if you had decided to give me advice back then, I probably would have ignored it. Luckily for me, you were quite understanding. You even told me your own story to comfort me. When I think back to how I left you and Elena when we first stepped on the Central Continent, it makes me want to die. We were both heading toward the same area, so why did I need to leave you so early? What would have happened if you were injured or worse after we separated in this unknown land? Those kinds of thoughts didn't flash through my head at all. I was just selfishly thinking about running away and being alone again so I could be comfortable. Damien paused to organize his thoughts. His words were flowing like a river. He didn't even know what he was saying. He just talked for the sake of talking. Saying I'm not good with relationships is an understatement. This kind of sincerely apologizing and laying my feelings bare isn't something I could do properly, so I hope you can forgive me if I sound stupid and talk pointlessly right now. To be honest, I've been feeling guilty ever since I entered the Celestial Star Palace and had a chance to think about what I'd done. Perhaps this apology is also a selfish attempt at assuaging that guilt. Regardless of the reason, it's true that I've been waiting for the day of our reunion for years. Damien sighed. He began to tell Rose about what he experienced in the primordial undying realm, specifically the trial of self. Ever since I realized why I'd been neglecting Elena like I was, the guilt I felt toward her took over my emotions. It was like a wave of guilt that was previously hidden in my subconscious came flooding out. But that isn't an excuse. I don't really know how things turned out the way they did. From the start, I was practicing abstinence for your sake. It was something I stuck to with conviction. As for how my conviction crumbled so easily, Damien shook his head. The more he continued talking, the more he found himself trying to make excuses to justify his actions. It was an ugly habit that he didn't want to appear during this conversation. So he stopped talking superfluously. There was really only one thing he was trying to say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for breaking your trust in me. I'm sorry for making you feel abandoned. I'm sorry for making you feel like I don't trust you. There are probably a million other things I need to apologize for, but I don't have the mental capacity to list them all out. So, all I can really say is that I'm sorry. Damien couldn't help but cringe. It was really a shitty apology, but he did what he could. Even if the words themselves were dog's hit, he poured his emotions into them in hopes that they would be properly conveyed. Damien sat in silence. Rose did the same, not moving from her position once during his monologue. And Damien didn't dare spread his awareness to see what kind of expression she was making right now. He was terrified of seeing indifference on her face. But as if to mock his fear, a hot and wet feeling dripped onto his torso. Unfortunately, it took him a while to understand what that feeling was. Tears. He didn't know whether they were happy tears or sad tears, but it was a fact that Rose was crying. Damien looked down at her hesitantly, and slowly, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. The silence in the room felt especially glaring when their gazes met. The only solace they could find was in the heat of their bodies pressed against each other. And as Damien waited anxiously, Rose opened her mouth and spoke for the first time. Chapter 465 Conversations. Truth be told, from the moment Damien came to visit her, Rose was elated. It had been so long since the two of them were able to spend quality time together. But when he started talking, her joyful feeling slowly faded. She already knew he was coming to have a serious talk with her. She just didn't know that it would come so suddenly. And as he continued talking, Rose was slowly forced to remember the feelings she was trying to bury. Was she angry? Yes. Did she know why she was angry? Very clearly. The problem was a great deal of her anger cleared up the second Damien brought himself to apologize. Because knowing him, doing so and laying his feelings bare was probably one of the greatest challenges he could face. His decision to break that barrier for her was extremely endearing. But at the same time, she couldn't just accept his apology as it was. It was strange. Rose didn't really know how to feel at all. There were two sides of her furiously struggling within. On one side was her understanding and unconditionally supportive personality. The part of her that wanted her to accept his apology immediately and embrace him. This side of her wasn't driven as much by emotions. Rather, it was a side she developed after Damien told her about Elena. She had a thought. She was the first wife, so she should uphold the dignity of the first wife position. From then on, she began doing many things for Damien's sake, prioritizing his well-being over her own feelings. The understanding first wife within her wanted to drop this whole matter and return to being lovey-dovey, but Rose understood that doing so would just be avoiding the problem. Letting her inner heart seethe in turmoil without being addressed wouldn't bring even a single good result. And then there's the other side of her. At the end of the day, Rose was still a woman. The first wife persona that she tried to enforce upon herself couldn't suppress the feelings she felt due to Damien's negligence. The resentment and sorrow in her heart refused to be quelled with something so simple as a verbal apology. Even when knowing that hearing this kind of apology from someone like Damien was a rare thing in and of itself, Damien was right. She really did feel abandoned when he left her alone on the central continent. And even though Elena was there to accompany her, there was a large rift between them back then due to their shared feelings for Damien. That rift, of course, closed with time, bringing her closer to Elena than she was to her own sisters. But that didn't change the fact that she felt abandoned and lonely constantly, forcing herself to cultivate nonstop, take missions whenever she could, and overall keep so busy that she couldn't think about anything else was the only way she could get rid of her negative emotions at the beginning. It hurt. And because it hurt so much, she felt even more unresigned at the fact that it took Damien so much effort to squeeze out a simple apology. But she could feel the feelings behind that apology, feelings far deeper than his words conveyed. Perhaps it was a benefit of mana, or perhaps it was due to her special eyes. Regardless of the reason, she could clearly feel it. The worst part of it all was that neither side of her was necessarily correct. She just couldn't find the middle ground where she could settle herself. And so, she was incredibly conflicted on how to act and what to say. Without her realizing it, tears began to trickle down her face. When she raised her head and looked into that strange pair of pupils, her mouth opened on its own. She couldn't come to a decision, so she decided not to bother about it. Just like Damien had done, she chose to speak whatever came to her mind, while hoping to convey her earnest emotions as she spoke. I don't quite understand how I'm feeling at all, and I don't know how to respond to your apology. On one hand, I don't think there's anything for you to apologize for, and on the other, I feel like a simple apology doesn't mean anything in this situation. It's not like my feelings for. You have changed. Perhaps it's because of how deeply my feelings have rooted themselves in my heart that I feel so conflicted about what to do now. It wasn't just about what happened back then. As Damien said before, he ruined their reunion by going and sleeping with Elena behind her back. Rose felt a feeling she didn't think she would ever feel. It was the feeling that she created her first wife persona to avoid. Jealousy. Ugly and deceitful jealousy that tried to take control of her heart. Even she didn't realize how possessive she was until this incident. We are both too new to being in relationships, and we both have scars related to trusting people and putting our feelings on the table. With this kind of setup, it's only natural that a problem like this would arise at some point. Right now, I can't decide which opinion of mine is right. I think the best thing for us to do is just continue like we usually are. Rose sat up and looked down at Damien. Rose shifted her position, turning her body and mounting Damien like a horse. Looking down at him from above, Rose flashed a sly grin. Elena is my precious little sister. Damien's eyes widened. Only when he felt Rose's hands snaking across his abs and lifting his shirt did he realize what was happening. He fretted inwardly. Although he didn't want to do it with Rose soon, he didn't think now was the opportune time. Hey, calm down now. Whatever happened to romance? Rose raised her brow. What mood? Damien cringed. Come on. I'm serious about this. Rose rolled her eyes. No matter how domineering he was on the battlefield, as expected, her man was still so indecisive about the important things. Seeing his hesitation, she shrugged and got off of his stomach. But just as Damien was about to sigh in relief, Rose stood up in front of him and started slowly undoing her top. Her arm moved gracefully across her body, reaching the opposite shoulder and sliding down the cloth covering it. Rose smiled sensually. Chapter 466 Conversations. Goddamn. Damien sighed in praise as he watched the scene in front of him. Rose's robe slowly dropped from her shoulder, latching at her elbow and exposing a large portion of skin, including a peek at the wondrous cleavage hidden within. And as if to accompany the gorgeous view that she was slowly revealing, the look in Rose's eyes completely changed. From a normal, playful Rose that he always knew to a fox hunting her prey, her expression practically devoured Damien whole. But this was just the start of her tease. The other side of her robe dropped, her top only being held from falling completely by her arms crossed in front of her chest. But just as her spring scenery was going to be revealed, she turned around, hiding the view. Damien clicked his tongue inadvertently, causing Rose to giggle. She teased lightly. Her arms dropped to her sides, letting her robe drop with them. She then moved on to the next step, essentially playing with the clip of her bra as if struggling to get it undone. Click! And by the time that faded clicking sound rang out, Damien was practically drooling. If her goal was to make him impatient to ravage her, she had completed it to perfection. Truthfully, it was completely and utterly wrong to say that Damien didn't want to do it. His and Rose's physical intimacy levels had always been high, and he had felt her assets rubbing against him over his clothes so many times. It was to the point where he could practically envision the shape of her body if he tried hard enough. But imagining it and seeing it in person were two different scenes. Even though he knew her body so well, he had never truly seen it, which added another layer of burning desire to the lust he was already feeling. As things stood, Damien was ready to pounce. The only thing stopping him was his desire to see more of the show that was being put on for him. Seeing the expression on his face, Rose's smile deepened. With her back facing him and her arm covering her breasts, she slowly undid the rest of her robe, letting it fall to the floor. The view of her pliant cheeks, covered by panties, assaulted Damien's eyes. But before he could even recover from that stimulation, Rose turned around. Hiss! Damien drew in a cold breath to calm himself down. Then, he took an extra second to admire her breasts. Size-wise, they were similar to Elena's, but their shape was totally different. If he had to say, Rose's were much perkier. Rose slowly walked to the bed where Damien sat. Her grip on her breasts loosened, allowing Damien to see the slight jiggle they produced with her steps. Suddenly, formless mana covered her body and she vanished. This! Damien's eyes widened in curiosity. He, naturally, could choose to see through her illusion if he felt like it. But why would he want to do so? It was obvious that Rose was planning something fun. As he contemplated, he suddenly felt a sensation on his back, as if two soft mounds were firmly pressed against him. At the same time, invisible hands started to snake across his body, feeling every nook and cranny he had to offer. What a strange feeling. He knew Rose was there, but he couldn't see her. He could feel her touch, but he didn't know if she was actually touching him or just using illusions. After all, there were far too many hands on his body at the moment for all of them to come from Rose. This feeling of being blindfolded, even though his vision was clear, was oddly exciting. The desire to catch the real Rose and pin her down grew at a rapid pace. Damien closed his eyes and enjoyed her treatment, especially focusing on the pair of hands that snuck into his pants and took hold of his member. He said with a smile, "What can I do?" A response came from the void. Damien grinned. "Passive? What else could it be? I see how it is." Damien released a few strings of mana and had them circle his body, amplifying the feeling of touch he got from the hands that were feeling him up. Within seconds, he reached out and grabbed the air. Unexpectedly, though, his hand didn't clench, completely as if something was caught in his grasp. He grinned slyly. He immediately flipped his body, grabbing the other hand in the pair and switching their position. In that instant, he activated his all-seeing eyes. "Cook," he said through heavy breaths as he looked down at Rose's face. The heavy blush on her cheeks that matched the color of her hair, the way her eyes kept darting around without knowing where to look, it was so cute he could die. "So this is your true face. I guess the vixen thing from before was just an act. HM? Well, not that I mind." Rose muttered shyly. She desperately wanted to cover her face with her hands so he couldn't see her, but since they were pinned by Damien, she couldn't do so. Damien grinned at her words. "Cheating?" Damien lowered his head, stopping mere inches in front of Rose's breasts. Now that her hands were out of the way, he could finally see them clearly. "Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten in a couple of years." He took the final plunge, burying his face in her breasts. As he played with her breasts, he let go of her hands and began running his hands along her body. Rose wanted to die from embarrassment as he did so. If it wasn't for the immense pleasure she felt as he played with her, and the joy she felt from finally being able to fulfill this dream of hers, she would have run away because of the sheer shame she felt. But at the same time, it wasn't shameful at all. The more he touched her, the more she desired his touch. And as his hand crawled into her sacred cave, "I can't take this anymore," Rose muttered through ragged breaths. Her body turned into mist and reappeared above Damien, flipping him around and pushing him down onto the bed. Without a hint of hesitation, Rose dropped her head and planted a furious kiss on Damien's lips. At the same time, her hand reached down into his pants, and her panties vanished from her body without a trace. It was at that moment that Damien knew he was in for a much wilder ride than he was expecting. Chapter 467 Conversations. Dawn arrived to usher in a new day, but the sunlight was unable to find its way through the dense cloud layer and shine upon the earth below. Unexpectedly, it was raining heavily in the area around the Celestial Star Palace. Although the sect was covered in a protective formation that could easily block the rain, it wasn't used for such a purpose. After all, rain wasn't a bad thing. Considering how the weather in the central continent was usually steady, experiencing rain was something welcomed rather than shunned. Currently, Damien sat on the roof of Rose's residence and looked up into the clouds above, not minding the fact that he was getting soaked in the process. It had been years since he last experienced rain. Through some miracle, he'd avoided anything other than normal sunny weather ever since he fell into the dungeon. But he was always an enjoyer of rainy days. The naturally gloomy atmosphere brought about by rain, the quiet pitter-patter of water impacting the ground, and the chill of raindrops hitting his skin, it all created an ambience that truly allowed him to sort out his thoughts more peacefully. Rumble. Damien closed his eyes as thunder rang out above. With his entire body relaxed, he lay down on the roof and focused his senses on the rain falling on his skin. Damien thought with a smirk. Last night was indeed a wild ride he wasn't expecting. From the second Rose took control of the situation, their pace rapidly changed. Gone was the copious amount of time spent on foreplay, the only thing remaining being hot passion as their bodies intertwined. Rose was far more active in this regard than Elena was. But at the same time, her shy look couldn't be faked. Even though her desires were bold and ambitious, she didn't have the confidence to carry them out so brazenly. It was only after Damien helped her along that her talent in the art of seduction truly showed itself. Damien smiled wryly. But I didn't expect her to suck me dry in a single night. After all, his first time with Elena was as vanilla as it could be. They switched positions many times, but they weren't overly ambitious since they were well aware of their own inexperience. But Rose had no such reservation. In fact, her mana was in full use the entire night. Damien was able to personally witness the wonders of illusions. This time, she only stimulated my sense of touch, but with her capabilities, wouldn't it be possible to have multiple Roses at the same time doing? He shook his head as if that would shake off his stray thoughts. Having bedded 2 of his wives within a week of each other, his suppressed libido seemed to be acting up. He was even in the mind to go find Ryue and do her too, but as Rose had learned last night, Damien was oddly a stickler for old rules. He wanted his first time with every wife to be a special moment for the 2 of them. He didn't want sex to become meaningless. It wasn't a bad thing, but it did mean that he was usually more passive than he would like to be. But that was something to be improved at a later date. For now, if it was just the cloud plane, he wouldn't complain. But realizing that he needed to purge both Apiron and Earth as well in the same span of time made him feel like his hair was actively graying by the second. Logically speaking, I should have enough forces to purge Earth and Apiron without worry. If I team up with Malcolm and the Adelaire Emperor, it'll be much easier. If the enemies in those worlds were at the same level as the ones in the cloud plane, taking care of them with just the forces available in those worlds would be problematic. Of course, he could easily use the strength of the 4th classes under him to wipe out all the enemies, but he didn't want to do that. Just like the old saying went, teaching a man how to fish was far better than simply giving him a fish. Both Apiron and Earth were problems bigger than the cloud plane for different reasons. For one, Earth's world core hadn't lived long enough to gain sentience. As such, easily getting a list of traitors to execute like he did from Yin wasn't an applicable solution. He'd have to personally scour the planet to root out the traitors. Apiron's problem was different. Even if the number was incredibly low, they at least had a few 4th-class existences. And considering how there might be hidden experts that Damien wasn't aware of, the number could be larger than he expected it to be. The problem with Apiron was something Damien only hypothesized about, and that was its world core. The history of Apiron was far more brutal than that of the cloud plane, even though the latter was a more brutal place. The population of Apiron was almost driven to extinction during the previous war. And due to that, Damien began to have a suspicion. What if Apiron's world core was in a situation similar to Yun's? What if it had also been corroded by Nox mana over a long period of time? Considering the damage Apiron took in the previous Great War, it was best to assume that the degree of corruption was far worse than Yun's. In the worst case, the world core was already fully corrupted. I'm itching to go as soon as possible, but I at least have to stay here until the purge officially starts. According to the plan, the purge would begin with the other 4 continents, since the largest congregation of devil worshippers was actually in the central continent. Damien just needed to return by the time the purge reached its final month, so he could personally pay a visit to the eclipsing Shadow sect. It was a plausible explanation. After all, he finally learned about the grand scale of the universe and acquired a calling to the abyss. It was natural for the sheer level of information to overwhelm him. But Damien shook his head. He wasn't one to obsess about things like that. When the time came for him to step into a bigger stage, he'd do so naturally. Besides, his strength was already enough for him to claim himself the peak of the younger generation, or at least close to it. Therefore, his worries must have come from somewhere else. And that place could only be Nibelheim. Chapter 468 Conversations. The total lack of information about Nibelheim bothered him, and although the reasoning was justified, Asgard's limited cooperation did the same. He found it difficult to believe that a resistance force could survive under the tyrannical regime of the Nox without being snubbed out, even if the Nox's arrogance took hold of them. Still, as an outsider, these weren't matters he could carelessly speculate about. His worries would only be quelled once he stepped foot in that world himself. Actually, this is a perfect opportunity, now that I think about it. If the world was taken over by Nox, the world core must have been completely corrupted. Damien grinned at his own wild imagination. Even if it was just the core, it wasn't a stretch to say he was thinking of devouring an entire world. But that was yet another factor that would depend on the situation. Damien opened his eyes, immediately being forced to shield them with mana as the rain tried to land in them. He stood up quickly and pretended as if he didn't just embarrass himself, jumping off the rooftop. There was only one thing left on the agenda, and that was to have another serious emotional conversation. Thinking about it, Damien almost wanted to run away again. Pouring out his feelings to Rose was incredibly embarrassing, especially since it didn't achieve the desired effect. Perhaps it was too naive of him to expect forgiveness right away. Due to Rose's nature, he was somewhat expecting her to be incredibly lenient with him. But that was a misconception. Even if she was understanding, even if she wanted to support him unconditionally, that wasn't something for her to do while ignoring her own feelings. If that was the case, then she wasn't his wife any longer. She was just a slave obeying her master's orders. So, even though he was a bit depressed about the fact that he wasn't forgiven, he was also happy. The fact that Rose was able to earnestly admit that she didn't know how to feel was a sign of growth. Damien sighed. He knew from the start that Rose's upbringing would lead to problems relating to how she viewed the world. No matter how fine she seemed on the outside, she was also a person with heavy emotional scars. It was only today that Damien found about Rose's contrasting personalities, or rather, about the false personality she created while believing it to be in his best interest. It was a blessing in the sense that it allowed her to form her own personality and sense of freedom due to the sheer amount of oppression she faced. It also gave her a prime example of what a relationship shouldn't be, so she could actively work towards avoiding a future like that one. But conversely, the effects that environment had on her morals weren't all for the better. Even though Rose knew what to avoid, it seemed like she was overcorrecting in order to avoid it at all costs. The worst part was, her trauma ran so deep that she didn't even notice. Damien began walking aimlessly as he sunk into his thoughts. I can't help her this time. Any intervention from me would just fuel her false personality instead of helping her form her own views about how to act. Just as he had undone his heart knots through his own willpower, Rose needed to do the same. Even if self-realization was far slower, it was also the method that brought the most results. Damien cleared his mind of all thoughts. The fact that he was useless in helping Rose's growth irked him to no end, but it wasn't something he could change. Since he had experienced something similar himself, he couldn't find any justifiable excuse to butt into the matter. His eyes closed on their own as he focused on the rhythm of his steps. Nothing else seemed to matter anymore. Top, top, top. The sound of his feet hitting the ground began to meld with that of the rain. That light pitter-patter crescendoed exponentially until the clouds above were producing a torrential downpour. Crackle. Lightning danced through the clouds, accompanied by the rumbles of thunder. As the sound entered Damien's ears, his steps began to mimic. It Rapid like the crackle of lightning and powerful like the roaring thunder, he moved without direction through the mountain path before him. At some point, his feet stepped into the air as he continued his walk. Boom! 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 His every step created a rumble as air combusted below his feet. He moved hundreds of kilometers with each push of his heel, as if he was an immortal descended onto the secular world. And as he did so, the storm raged even more violently. Damien entered a trance-like state. He danced through the air while becoming the storm itself. At some point, it was no longer him mirroring the storm. No, it was the storm mirroring him. As his steps became fiercer, the storm raged even more furiously. It got to the point where the sect's defensive formation activated on its own to protect the disciples from stray lightning. But Damien was already too far in the sky for such detail to bother him. He was practically submerged in the cloud layer. As he walked, his steps soon took him away from the celestial star palace, the storm following after him with ease. Finally, the disciples were able to regain a semblance of peace. Confusion spread through the sect. What was that storm? Why did it suddenly become so strong? Any random bolt of lightning held the power to incinerate a normal third-class disciple. For such a storm to appear naturally was incredibly rare. But there were a few within the crowd of disciples that realized there was no way for that sudden increase in strength to be natural. Someone caused the storm to rage, but who exactly was it? The answer was unknown to all but a few. But even those few who knew the truth of the matter still didn't understand what was going on. Tianyang looked up at the sky with a complicated expression on his face. His gaze followed the retreating storm that was headed in the direction of the Jade Heavenly Palace. What a troublesome disciple. Tianyang shook his head in regret. Even though the storm is powerful, it can't rage on forever. Without another word, Tianyang turned around and returned to his small pagoda at the peak of the mountain. This avenue of Damien's growth wasn't something he could meddle in. If his disciple figured things out, it would be great, but if he couldn't do so, Tianyang was forced to resolve himself to take responsibility for the aftermath. Chapter 469 Purge. Even as curiosity surrounding the spontaneous thunderstorm exploded, Damien continued moving without a single thought in his mind. In his current state, it was impossible for him to even consider thinking in the first place. A strange thing occurred. While Damien immersed himself in his thoughts, drifting aimlessly in the rain, he was submerging himself deeper and deeper into the atmosphere. In the gloom and peace that a rainy day brought, his feelings began to mirror the weather around him. He melded with the season, and as he started erasing thoughts from his mind and temporarily letting go of his worries, his immersion only deepened. His steps mirrored the raindrops, his body becoming lightning. He and the atmosphere slowly became one. As he rose to the air and subconsciously walked through the sky, the raging thunderstorm around him began to change. Damien was the storm, therefore, the storm was Damien. His attributes were being mirrored by the heavens themselves. And at the same time, Damien mirrored the storm. The lightning of the sky became the lightning of his body, the thunder becoming the howls of his footsteps. Black lightning crackled through the sky, laced with golden-black flickers of flame. The phenomenon slowly grew in size as the parallel between the two thinned. By the time their paths became one, thousands of kilometers had been submerged into the darkness of the storm. Boom! A crackle of black lightning fell from the sky, impacting the ground in an instant and creating a crater tens of kilometers in diameter. Traces of reddish-black mana lingered in the air where the collision took place. But there wasn't just a single bolt of lightning. No, the area in Damien's immediate surroundings was transforming into a lightning storm. But only a few stray bolts actually crashed to the ground. The target of these lightning bolts wasn't the earth at all. No, it was Damien himself. As the disaster around him grew more terrifying, heavier and denser bolts of lightning crashed against Damien's skin. Boom! The color of the lightning was no longer the regular black that his lightning usually was. At the moment, this lightning had a striking white color, and every time another bolt struck him, that color became closer and closer to silver. Meanwhile, Damien was barely conscious to even register the pain in his body. His senses were inadvertently spread to the surroundings, taking in the sensation of the surrounding storm. Damien's mind was becoming clearer and clearer. The more he observed the storm, the impact its ferocity had on the environment below, the interactions between elements as the storm raged on, he felt infinitely close to realizing something new. Bang! A pure silver bolt of lightning finally descended from the clouds above. The second it made contact with Damien's body, his skin was seared off entirely. His muscles began to char, suffocating him and causing immense pain, but transcendent regeneration kicked in immediately to offset the damage. Waves upon waves of lightning mana entered his body, trying to crush him from the inside, but his void physique sprung into action and devoured everything that came. Unknowingly and ironically, a heavily offensive combatant like Damien, who rarely prioritized defense, developed something akin to an absolute defense before his attacking capabilities could catch up. But due to this defense protecting his body, the silver lighting that should have been deadly wasn't able to wound him enough for it to matter. Therefore, Damien's consciousness was never disturbed from its trance-like state. As Damien continued to subconsciously observe the scenes around him, the lightning striking his body slowly changed from silver to gold. The damage he was taking was becoming extreme, to the point where it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had died and returned multiple times already. And although transcendent regeneration was able to help him survive until now, it was still a skill that relied on mana. With the amount of work his regeneration was being forced to do, it was only natural for his mana capacity to run dry rapidly. After all, it wasn't any normal lighting that he was being struck with. Unfortunately, Damien couldn't sense the condition of his body at all. Even as he inched closer to death, his mind was enamored by the new sensation he was feeling. And unknowingly, he traveled thousands of kilometers away from the Celestial Star Palace, heading towards the very center of the continent. But that journey was cut short before it could be completed. The figure of a woman appeared beside Damien, without a single hint of how it got there. The woman looked at the scene around her and scoffed. The woman rolled her eyes and held out her hand. Her finger curled gently, and before a single instant could pass, Damien's eyes rolled back in his head, and he passed out. The woman waved her hand, catching Damien's limp body with her mana before he could fall out of the sky. At the same time, her other hand waved toward the sky. "Oi, he's already passed out, so there's no more need for you to be here." And as if heeding her words, the thunderclouds that were wreaking terrible destruction only moments prior vanished into thin air without a trace. The woman clicked her tongue and looked back over at Damien. "Tisish, I can't let him go in this state." The woman's figure disappeared from the sky, taking Damien's figure with her. The seemingly apocalyptic storm that those in the central continent were forced to experience finally came to an end. And unknowingly, Damien created another legend within the cloud plane. Rumors of that storm, of the insane damage it caused, spread rapidly. Tens of thousands of kilometers were scorched and destroyed, left borderline uninhabitable for many years to come. And as rumors continue to spread, cultivators flocked to the scene to confirm the news with their own eyes. And once they did, another shocking revelation spread through the world. This storm wasn't a natural disaster. It was something caused by a passing expert. It was at that moment when people went wild. They no longer cared for the destruction and tragedy of the event. After all, this world worshipped the strong. The fact that a hidden master appeared in the secular world again spoke to major changes. It meant that maybe some heaven-shaking battles would take place, battles that many were dying to see happen. A trend started taking shape as excitement grew. Whether it be the common man or an experienced cultivator, everyone with even an ounce of determination began pushing their limits to become stronger. It was a sensation so immense that it was curious how it originated from a single storm. But it was naive to think it was just that. The denizens of the cloud plane, no matter how much decorum they possessed, were a warmongering people. Battle was their way of life. Perhaps the storm wasn't actually an event that should have held as much importance as it did, but it appeared at an opportune time, a time when the proverbial pot was already on the verge of boiling over. And as for the mysterious man who caused the pot to finally tip, even though his strength was unknown, his actions granted him a title among the people, Heaven's Wrath. And like that, an entire month went by. Chapter 470 Purge. Even after an entire month, there was no news of Damien's whereabouts. It was as if he vanished along with the storm that he wrought. But even without him, people were forced to continue moving. Since Damien already provided the list of all traitors on the Cloud Plane, the purge began only a week after his disappearance, starting from the southern continent. And at the forefront of that purge were 3 women whose level didn't match their true strength at all. Naturally, they were Rose, Ryue, and Elena. Currently, the trio was in the Sacred Mountain province of the southern continent. As its grand name suggested, it was the central province of the continent and the home of the ruling Yi clan. But that clan was no more. For their sin of colluding with the Nox, they and many other big and small clans all along the continent had been exterminated. The Yi clan was the final target on the southern continent. But surprisingly, no news of the southern continent's events spread to the other 4 continents. The purge took place in secrecy, just as planned. All spies and informants were killed. In fact, anyone who tried to leave the southern continent was killed without mercy. Even when sect after sect was extinguished, there wasn't even a hint of communication with the outside. It was, of course, the work of Shang Wanyu. It wasn't by coincidence that he was known as a formation emperor. As long as he was present, he could turn any area into an inescapable death trap. With his formations and Tian Yang's seemingly omnipresent eyes, it was impossible for anyone to escape their wrath. The number of deaths piled up until close to 2 million traitors were put to death. And at the same time, thousands of cultivators who fought against them died as well. Rose, Ryue, and Elena stood at the forefront of the forces fighting against the traitors. Of those millions who were executed, at least 10,000 met their deaths to this trio alone. Their fighting power was astonishing, especially when they worked together. There were even some pseudo-4th-class experts, similar to the 11th elder of the Shui clan, who fell by their hands. Now that the small war was over, the 3 were taking the time to relax in a house that was designated just for them. Phew! Rose wiped the sweat off her brow with a towel and sat down on the sofa behind her. The southern continent sucks when you compare it to the central continent. Ryue walked out of the nearby bathroom with a towel covering her body. Perhaps the only curious things about her current appearance were the ice crystals floating around her at all times. You're at least lucky to practice more neutral elements. I'm completely E-natured, and my body mirrors that. Elena shook her head from the side. I don't get it. It's not even that hot here. Ryue shot Elena a glare. This heat is being stimulated and exponentially increased by the ambient mana of the continent. Rose nodded in agreement. The heat is really sweltering. If a normal person from Earth was dropped here, they'd most likely melt on the spot. Even the common people of the southern continent are born with monstrous levels of heat resistance to cope. Elena turned her head away with a blush. Well, considering how she had affinities for light and life, Elena's natural body functions far exceeded that of any other person at her level. Regulating her body temperature to something comfortable could almost be done passively. If Elena said this out loud, there was no doubt that Ryue and Rose would call her a monster. Fortunately or unfortunately, she couldn't be bothered to do so. Rose suddenly mentioned, Elena nodded heavily. Their geniuses were surprisingly good. Ryue scoffed in response. What would it change if they went? Elena blushed fiercely at Ryue's jab and replied quietly, Still, I could have met them afterwards. Rose and Ryue burst into giggles at Elena's poor attempt to make excuses. The atmosphere between the 3 became extremely harmonious as they spent time fighting side by side. But just as the 3 of them relaxed after such a long conquest, Ryue suddenly asked the one question that could immediately dampen their mood. She muttered under her breath. Until this moment, talking about it was something none of them wanted to do, lest their concentration be disrupted because of their worry. But now that they had a few weeks to rest before moving to the next continent, Ryue could no longer hold back the question. Rose sighed. Of course, he's okay. Aren't you the one who knows best? Ryue looked down at the floor. The answer was the same as every other time she had been asked the question. His vitals were stable, as if he was peacefully sleeping. But it was that stability that worried Ryue. If he was doing anything, his vitals would at least show some fluctuation. For him to have such a steady pulse after so long, she was afraid for the worst. But even though the three of them knew there was a problem, there was nothing they could do to help. Even Tian Yang, as powerful as he is, couldn't divine Damien's location. So the only thing they could do was wait. Wait and use the blood of traitors to assuage their negative emotions. And pray for his safety. Elena sighed to herself. The current situation was the one she hated the most. Just like it was back then, when Damien was pushed into the dungeon, she was powerless to help him in any way. They were forced to separate just as their relationship was being repaired, and Elena blamed herself for not being strong enough. Resolve grew in her eyes. She didn't want to be weak anymore. Even though she was arguably at the peak of the younger generation in the Cloud Plane, that wasn't enough. Because Damien already surpassed that peak. He was already stepping into the ranks of experts. She needed to start seeing those heavenly geniuses as average stepping stones in her path. She needed to set her goal as the peak genius in her heart, the one who would always surpass those around him. And she needed the strength to do so with dignity. She could no longer stay hesitant about leaving. Due to this situation, her decision was made. After this purge is finished, I will leave. I will leave and then come back stronger than ever before. At that time, I will stand by your side with confidence. Her thoughts were only known to her, but her sentiments seemed to catch the sympathy of the surrounding mana. Her strong emotions, perhaps they would truly be able to reach the one they were intended for. Chapter 471 Partial. On a small island submerged within a sea of clouds, there stood a small cabin with humble origins. And within that cabin, a man sat cross-legged, submerged in deep concentration. This isn't right. Where's that feeling? His thoughts raced constantly, unable to slow down for even a second. That feeling used to be so vague, but after a month of tireless effort, he was getting closer and closer to realizing it. The man's eyes slowly opened, revealing a mix of amethyst and red as he sighed in frustration. Failed this time as well, but I'm close. He shook off his thoughts and stood up, exiting the cabin and going to sit at the shore of the small lake outside. As he did so, he stared past the trees, blocking his vision into the cloud layer outside. Phew, to think it's been an entire month. Damien sighed again. Truthfully, he woke up not even a full day after the catastrophe he caused. After all, the reason he fainted was only that demigod woman knocked him out. The problem stemmed from the woman in question. No matter what he tried, she wouldn't let him leave the island. Instead, she would come back every day to ask him the same question. The water in front of him twisted into the face of a woman and spoke. However, at this point, Damien wasn't even scared anymore. This woman would always pop up in the most random ways, so he had long gotten used to it. Damien rolled his eyes in response to the question. I don't understand why you're so obsessed with this. The woman scoffed. A little spark of insight. Do you even understand how arrogant you sound? So that's what it was. Damien questioned back. The woman looked at him with a deadpan look in her eyes. Damien smirked at her words. It wasn't like she was wrong. He always had an inkling about what he did. But getting confirmation from a demigod was the best way to affirm his thoughts. So that lightning was a heavenly tribulation. I guess the universe didn't like that I was overstepping my bounds? Damien flicked his fingers, summoning a black and white streak of lightning. The instant it appeared in the world, space collapsed and Damien's hand was burnt to ashes. As transcendent regeneration did its job, growing his hand back, Damien turned his attention back to the shocked face of the female demigod. What? He said gloatingly. The female demigod didn't reply immediately. She stared at his regrowing hand and stammered to get her words out. She finally managed to roar, the panic in her voice evident. Not only were you blasphemous enough to try and control laws using your own power as a third class, you even stole the tribulation lightning that came to kill you. Wait, in the first place, how did you manage to steal lightning belonging to the heavens? Damien looked away, bored. Although he hasn't heard this speech before, he had been anticipating it for a long while already. The second he realized the identity of the lightning residing in his mana heart next to his void flames, he knew this moment would come. It's not like I even wanted that lightning or anything. It just kept charging into my body and feeding itself to the void physique. But at the same time, since he was too focused to even register that pain, it was wholly apt to do so. Still, he didn't voice his thoughts out loud. If the woman in front of him knew what he was thinking, he was guaranteed a beating. Damien shook his head wryly. "Lady, when do you plan to release me from here?" The female demigod crossed her arms defiantly. "And why should I let you go? I've never seen a human as interesting as you before." This time, it was Damien's turn to stare at her with a deadpan expression. From her demeanor, not a single person would assume that she was a being with insurmountable power. Also, she was quite the airhead sometimes. He didn't know whether it was an act or not, but if it was an act, she was an Oscar-level actor. The female demigod quirked her head to the side and widened her eyes. A literal light bulb, made of mana, appeared on top of her head. She straightened her posture and did a slight curtsy. Damien questioned suspiciously as he watched her. Tang Lingzi's expression abruptly changed at his words. Her eyes became piercing and cold, her precious demeanor vanishing completely. As she looked down on him from above, it truly looked like she considered him an ant she could crush without even a hint of effort. Even the way she spoke changed. It wasn't necessarily her tone, but the power behind her words that changed. Every word impacted Damien with almost physical force, nearly causing his ears to bleed. Damien shook his head and dispelled the pressure he was feeling. Naturally, it was only possible because of his Star Master status. No, the other version is easier to talk to, right? As expected of me. Tang Lingzi's demeanor reverted to how it previously was in an instant, making Damien roll his eyes yet another time. His gaze panned the island once more. In the past month, he'd gotten incredibly used to this peaceful scenery. As he stared into the lake below, he suddenly remembered something. "Tang Lingzi smiley. Oh ho, oh ho ho. You're calling my disciple cute?" Damien looked back at her placidly. "I was clearly mocking the way you call her." Tang Lingzi's sly smile widened. "Oh ho, you haven't seen or talked to her." Damien's eyes narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean? How can I interact with someone who's been on this hidden island their whole life?" "I'm not telling," Tang Lingzi said with a wink. Damien's brow twitched incessantly. If she wasn't going to tell him anything, why bring it up in the first place? Besides, why did she immediately assume that he wanted to do her disciple? He didn't know how much longer he could stand this constant teasing of hers. "I really do need to leave, though." Hearing him change the topic, Tang Lingzi's eyes became serious. No matter how powerful or eccentric he was still a country bumpkin in the end. "You think you can leave?" Chapter 472 Partial. "You think you can leave?" Her words sounded ominous, leaving Damien tilting his head in confusion. Tang Lingzi sighed and rubbed her forehead. "All right, if it's just for a little while, I think you can handle it." Without another word, she wrapped Damien in her mana and rapidly arrived at the edge of the floating island. Only then did she stop. "This is the exit to the island. You wanted to leave, didn't you?" Damien stared at her suspiciously. Her previous words combined with the way she forced him into confinement for the past month really hinted at something suspicious, but he had no way of finding out what that was if he didn't do as she said. So, he carefully left the protection of Tang Lingzi's mana and walked outside the boundary of the floating island. Boom! A thick golden bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air and struck Damien square in the chest. The pure white clouds in the surroundings rapidly changed into a murky grayish-black color, and the ambient mana of the world created a vortex surrounding his body. As things were going, another natural disaster would occur, because Damien was simply standing outside the island barrier. And only after seeing this did Damien realize what Tang Lingzi was saying. Damien wondered as he signaled Tang Lingzi to let him back inside the island. Once she opened the barrier, he immediately teleported inside, and as if it never existed in the first place, the forming disaster dispersed. Tang Lingzi moket hoti ti li. Damien nodded sheepishly. If he knew from the start how troublesome his presence had become, he wouldn't have complained. He asked. Even if he had his own conjectures, Tang Lingzi most likely knew the whole truth. It was easier to ask her than to ponder on it for ages, and he didn't have much time at the moment. Tang Lingzi sighed. Somehow, you've integrated yourself with the world far more than even a fourth class would be able to. Naturally, this is due to your abilities as a Star Master. In normal cases, this wouldn't mean anything. Even if you've integrated yourself with the world, you'd only be able to use some more of its power when fighting on its surface. Tang Lingzi paused and took a deep breath before continuing. I don't think you understand the significance of your achievement at all. To put it into perspective, I've never heard of a third class who was able to grasp and even utilize even a small portion of law power. Anyway, the fact that you've done so exponentially increases your synchronization with the world. Now, even stepping into that world normally would mean having the world embody you. Your lightning, your flames, and that terrifying power that hides in your body, all of it starts to pervade the world as the new law. But even if you've grasped a portion of laws, you aren't able to control it because of your lacking strength and qualifications. If you try to use law power outside the cloud plane, you'd immediately die from the backlash, though I can't say whether or not your illogical healing skill can fix that damage or not. Essentially, what you need to do now is consolidate and compress. Fully comprehend the small insight you've gained and suppress it so that it obeys you. Damien earnestly listened to her speech. As he expected, she took what he already guessed and expanded upon it. From the start, he realized that this incident had to do with his power as a Star Master, because he felt like he could control the world's force, unlike before. His authority as the Star Master increased by a dozenfold. Or rather, he finally realized it. His thoughts were so constrained inside the realm of common sense that he didn't even think to expand upon his capabilities as a Star Master. But that was wrong. His power, his qualifications, they didn't matter at all. As his title suggested, he was the master of this world. On the cloud plane, he was akin to a god. The small island rumbled as if an earthquake was taking place. A formless essence invaded Tang Lingzi's barrier and rushed into Damien's body, inadvertently causing it to float into the air. Seeing the changes, Damien realized he was on the right path. If he continued like this, the second I was able to give commands to a being like Yun without a hint of trouble, I was able to utilize everything the cloud plane has to offer. That is what it means for a world to be contractually bound to a celestial. It was quite the ironic situation. The reason why he was unable to draw out the world force with ease was because he constantly stopped himself from getting conceited. In a circumstance like this one, the only way to realize his full potential was to let his arrogance out in full bloom. And it wasn't like Damien didn't have any arrogance. He was a man who talked to demigods as if they were normal old fogies. If that wasn't a blatant display of arrogance, nothing was. But since Damien had met so many enemies who fell because of their arrogance, he always kept his in check, especially when it came to his power level, since even he could see how rapidly he improved compared to the rest. The ones he usually compared himself to, those like Long Chun and Xue Feng, they were definitely heaven-sent geniuses that were rarely seen. But it was an unfair comparison from the start. For them, it had to be said that these geniuses trained diligently from a young age. Those like Long Chun usually hit first class before the age of 10. Due to the difficulty in leveling and the need to face life or death situations to do so properly, their progress would inevitably stall in the third class range and increase at a slower rate. This was why they were still at third class over a decade after they hit first class. In fact, since they were infinitely close to reaching fourth class already, they were considered as 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But what about Damien? First class? He only achieved that in the dungeon. Compared to the 15 or more years that those geniuses spent to reach their level, Damien had only spent a little over 5. With this kind of speed, how could he not be arrogant? And even if he was arrogant, he wholly deserved to be. Damien's eyes opened with a flash. A heavy pressure descended on the floating island, causing cracks to spread wildly. From the looks of it, the island would collapse soon. World force descended from the heavens in droves, covering Damien's body and allowing him to bask in the essence of laws and natural forces. It wouldn't take long for him to gain control over his power. Looking at his figure floating in the air, Tang Lingzi's expression was truly a sight to see. Her mind was in utter chaos as a single thought took control over her. Chapter 473 Partial. World force continued pouring into the small island in droves, nearly shattering it to pieces. If it wasn't for Tang Lingzi's divine power, the place would have already fallen to the surface. Damien stood in the air, his body being invaded by the world force in an extremely chaotic manner. If it wasn't for his void physique regulating the incoming energy and making it more compatible with him, Damien's body would have long exploded. And because the void physique made Damien's intake limit nigh infinite, the world force vortex swirling around him only continued to increase in size. Who this is? Even though he looked unconscious, Damien's mind was still working at full power. Along with the world force, he was receiving countless insights about various things. That's right. There was no need for Damien to remain clueless about everything anymore. Since he was connected with Yun, a world core that had been alive for tens of thousands of years, he had access to a massive library of knowledge. If he were to remain ignorant, even after having access to this level of information, it would be his own fault for being too stupid to understand his abilities. And because he was finally able to realize his idiocy, the first thing Damien did was enter that library and begin taking in all the relevant information it held. Disregarding most history-related facts and things that would only affect the cloud plane, Damien absorbed everything from information on the previous Great War to battles of experts, which he could watch to gain insight. Most of all, though, he focused on general knowledge about the wider universe. His knowledge of the sectors, the abyss, even the heavenly world that was only mentioned in rumors, all of it increased exponentially. And at the same time, a flurry of system notifications flashed across his vision. Although Damien was still unaware of what a legend signified, he could understand the latter two notifications. He could feel the power coursing through his body after receiving the Heaven's Wrath title. His lightning had been strengthened by many-fold. As for the final notification, the world force vortex encasing Damien's body slowly diminished until no trace of it remained in the atmosphere. Damien's floating body also descended to the ground. Phew! Tang Lingzi sighed in relief. Luckily, her little paradise didn't get destroyed. But the circumstance she just witnessed was far too odd to just let go. She questioned in a small voice. It seemed like all her dignity and playfulness vanished. Neither of the personalities she had previously shown Damien were in front of him right now. Instead, Tang Lingzi was completely subservient. Damien looked at this new version of her curiously. He couldn't understand why this demigod would act anywhere close to subservient to him, who was far weaker than her. He looked into Tang Lingzi's eyes and finally noticed something off. Her gaze wasn't necessarily focused on him. It was more like she was enamored with just his presence. The thought suddenly clicked in Damien's mind. World Force was a strange energy that wasn't mana at all, but at the same time was like the purest kind of mana. Even though it differed from divine power, it was an energy on a similar or even greater level. And just now he had been baptized in that energy. His overflowing aura wasn't something anyone could resist, at least not while they were on the cloud plane. Damien thought as he retracted his aura. It shouldn't be hard for Tang Lingzi to break out of this state if she tries. No matter how much world force I can utilize, my control will still be reflective of my own abilities. But unlike what he expected, Tang Lingzi didn't immediately break out of her dazed state. Instead, she stared at him with a hungry look in her eyes. Out of nowhere, 2 fox ears and 9 tails appeared on her body. Damien raised his brow in confusion. He already knew Tang Lingzi wasn't human, since she often referred to humans by their species name, but he didn't know why she suddenly showed her ears and tail. There was no point to it. Tang Lingzi's eyes finally cleared up after hearing his question. HM? Oh, this? It's just something that happens when I get too excited. Tang Lingzi returned her attention to Damien's body and slowly crept forward. Not only were you able to receive a partial baptism with such weak strength, you were able to overcome it and take 100% of what it had to offer. This body is incredibly special. Her words trailed off, a hint of drool dripping down her chin and falling in between her voluptuous breasts. Although the sight would have been seductive in any other situation, Damien couldn't feel the slightest bit of arousal. He thought instantly, and he wasn't talking sexually at all. No. Tang Lingzi's eyes looked like she was going to cut him open and devour all his secrets. That wasn't the expression of a woman, but that of a mad scientist. Damien backed away from the voracious Tang Lingzi slowly, spreading his awareness as he did so. The second he did, he smiled widely. His body began to disappear. Due to the world force baptism from earlier, the defenses that trapped him on the island had weakened considerably. Seeing his movements, Tang Lingzi's eyes cleared up. Wait, Damien rolled his eyes. Didn't I already tell you? I'm a busy man making big moves. I don't have time to sit here idly. Anyway, I'll be going now. As his final word fell, Damien's body completely vanished from the floating island. Left alone, Tang Lingzi blankly stared into space. And out of nowhere, she broke out into a fit of giggles. She spoke to herself with a mysterious smile. And he dares tease me? Even though she sounded offended, her smile never left her face. And with that same smile, she turned around and continued talking. My cute disciple, did you hear him? The bushes rustled in response to her words. The shadows they cast on the ground coagulated and formed the figure of a woman. Master, how can I face him like this? Tang Lingzi rolled her eyes. You always say the same thing, but have you really committed any crime against him? The black-haired woman shook her head. Even so, I cannot face him right now. Perhaps one day. Her gaze shifted to the horizon, looking in the direction that Damien most likely teleported. As for her thoughts as she did so, they were only known to her. Chapter 474 Partial. Whoosh. Damien's figure reappeared in the sky above the cloud plain. His location was the southern continent, the Sacred Mountain province that was once ruled by the Yi clan. His gaze panned the area, his awareness spreading in full. Within an instant, the entire southern continent was present in Damien's gaze. He nodded to himself. Although it was limited to the cloud plain, the power he felt as he teleported untold kilometers with barely any mana consumption and spread his awareness to cover an entire continent was especially pleasurable. Damien sent world force into his heart and pressed it into the area where he felt his mysterious connection with Ryue. In that instant, the view in front of his eyes changed completely. In a battlefield engulfed in flames, 3 women valiantly cut down their enemies. As if they were the central position of the battle taking place, the movements of both enemies and allies revolved around them. Damien sighed to himself. In the end, the 3 of them still joined the Purge. Although Damien and the experts of the Cloud Plane always referred to the Purge as if it was something easily accomplished, the truth was different. It was a war on the traitors. Because the aforementioned group was always paying attention to war on a universal scale, their perception of the ongoing operation was naturally skewed. Damien shook his head. This is good experience. I've already experienced both great wars through various encounters, so I at least have a basic grasp of how it works. The dungeon was a place where it was him against the world. Large-scale battles had always been his specialty. It was just that he rarely got to experience them. Even if I want to join in, I have to go to a Pyron and solve the matters over there. He didn't ponder for long. Instead of deciding for them, it'd be easiest to simply meet them and ask. As he had the thought, Damien's figure vanished from the skies of the southern continent, unnoticed from start to end. When he reappeared once more, he was on the eastern continent, hovering above the battlefield he just witnessed. Kill! Kill! Various exclamations and battle cries traveled through the battlefield. The sound of weapons clashing against each other created a horrid cacophony of sound as it entered Damien's ears. Combined with the heavy stench of blood, it wasn't a pleasant place to be. Damien's nose wrinkled in disgust. Even if I've experienced it before, war is never a sight you want to see. War was both a blessing and a curse for those living in this universe. It was a horrid time period filled with death and destruction, where countless people would lose their lives and livelihoods. When it was a universal war, whole planets were destroyed frequently, but at the same time, war was an opportunity. In this universe where killing meant leveling up, where bloodshed was synonymous with strength, war was something many people looked forward to. Because even if one had the worst talent imaginable, the amount of killing one could do on a battlefield was bound to allow one to level. Due to this, fear of war didn't exist. Even though the risk was evident, there would never be a lack of soldiers signing up to join the armies during war times. Damien cleared his thoughts. It'd be hypocritical to look down on those who courted death in this way, since he shared their excitement for battle and leveling. Instead of dwelling on it any longer, he spread his awareness and found his women on the battlefield. His figure vanished and reappeared in the center of the battlefield, where a large empty area had been formed. As the enemies continued to circle around the perimeter of this area, Damien soon came to understand that they were avoiding the range of Rose's illusory thrown skill. Just as he thought it, hundreds of tree roots burst from the ground and entangled the surrounding enemies. A large tree, emitting strong vitality, rose from the ground behind Elena at the same time. Ryue's hand moved through the air gracefully, drawing a trail of ice flames and death mana that covered the tree roots, instantly killing those that had been captured. And to put the icing on the cake, Rose spread her illusions to those further away, drawing them into the death trap with them being none the wiser. Damien thought proudly as he watched them. He never expected their teamwork to be so good, but it was only natural considering how they spent the past month or so fighting side by side. As more and more enemies died and were replaced by others, Damien became tired of just watching. His eyes flashed, the amethyst and red within swirling and creating various strange patterns. A formless pulse left his body, spreading into the surroundings. And the second it did, splat! The disgusting sound of bodies being smushed resounded. Tens of thousands of surrounding enemies were reduced to meat paste. As it happened, Damien descended from the sky and met his three beauties. Joe! He smirked, but his expression vanished as soon as he saw the cold glares he was receiving from the three. He stuttered, not knowing what to do. This wasn't the reunion he was imagining at all. Rose snorted and turned her head away. As if on cue, the other two followed suit. Damien smiled wryly. Well, I understand why it's like this, but I can only explain my circumstances later. Rose's eyes widened unintentionally. Before she could even start giving Damien the cold shoulder, she was forced to stop. Oh, really? Rose questioned suspiciously. Damien nodded. Now that the Allied forces are cleaning up the cloud plain, there's no reason for us to stay as well. This time, it was Elena's turn to be surprised. Damien nodded once again. Of course, these are two worlds that are, or will be bound to me. Hearing his words, the girls slowly came to understand his purpose as well. But since they didn't know about the Nibelheim raid that would occur in 5 months, it was normal for them to be confused. But the main hesitation that the three of them shared was the fact that they'd have to leave the battlefield. Since their power was showing noticeable improvements already, they wanted to continue. And Damien solved that hesitation before they were even able to voice it. Cleaning up the two worlds meant they'd still get to constantly battle. And since the forces of those worlds were weaker, they'd have more prey for themselves. Rose exclaimed with a smile. We can show little Ryue around our home worlds while power leveling at the same time. Damien grinned. Right? Oh, a genius, you say? Rose retorted. Damien nodded. Later, then, Rose and Ryue nodded in agreement. And since they agreed, Damien immediately teleported them to the Celestial Star Palace. As for Elena, she struggled to get the words out of her throat. The firm decision she made only a few days prior was crumbling now that she'd seen his face. Damien observed her seriously. Her hesitation and desire. He could see it all. And knowing her personality, he knew she would fold if he didn't say anything. He said lightly. It was only a single word, but its meaning was infinitely deeper. Elena's eyes widened. Damien smiled. I've known for a while, though I don't know the details. If it's something you wish to do, then go. Elena frowned. But how about you spend the next few months with me? We'll slay enemies and enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Elena looked at Damien seriously, trying to force the tears forming in her eyes to disappear. Damien gently wiped those tears off her face. I know we have a lot to talk about, but let's put it off for now and enjoy ourselves. When it's time to get serious, we can truly spill everything in our hearts and start our relationship anew. Until then, you are mine and I am yours. Elena smiled gently and nodded. Her sentimental words were ruined by a light flick on her forehead. Idiot, don't you have a goal? Never stop pursuing your goal because of me. Damien snapped his fingers with a smile. Anyway, no need to get teary eyes yet. And as his words ended, Elena's body also disappeared from the battlefield, returning to the celestial star palace. Left alone, Damien looked around placidly. As I thought, war is annoying. His hand waved through the air, a mysterious force pervading it along with his movements. And with that single motion, every enemy that was at the third class or below died in an instant. Chapter 475, Third Return. At the peak of the celestial mountain, a small group of people were gathered. Among them was a certain old man, whose sagely aura had been replaced by battle intent due to the recent environment. Tianyang stood with his two disciples, separated from the others that joined them on the peak. The two of you grew your wings long ago, and have been exercising them constantly. His eyes were sentimental as he spoke. Unknowingly, he had gotten far more attached to these disciples of his than he ever thought he would. Brat, you've only been here for a year, and most of that time was spent on your own, he said to Damien, but Damien shook his head in denial. Even if the time I spent with you is short, the benefits I gained were still tremendous. Not only my spatial abilities, but even my comprehension of my other facets improved due to your teachings. Plus, my mental development is something you contributed to a lot. Tianyang smirket. Right. Who would have thought the little brat from back then was finally able to grow into a man? However, you still aren't worthy of my little Yue. Ryue shouted in embarrassment. Tianyang laugid uproarioli. Yue, you've been my disciple for many years, to the point where our bond has truly become familial. But even then, I wasn't able to break the wall you put up around your heart. The fact that you were forced to carry that burden alone was one of my biggest regrets. Luckily enough, this brat was able to do my job for me. Tears formed in Ryue's eyes. Master, Tianyang shook his head. Don't say anything. Although I wish I could watch over your progress forever, it's fine as long as you just visit me once in a while. Damien nodded heavily. Although their departure from the cloud plane didn't seem like it'd mean much, since they would be returning in 5 months, it was far more complicated than that. In 5 months' time, when the extermination plan begins, Damien most likely wouldn't have much contact with Tianyang anymore. Hell, he might not even have contact with Ryue and Rose. In essence, it was a military operation. No matter how much Damien hated being tied down, he would need to obey his superior while the operation is ongoing, lest he messes up the carefully crafted plan that they would follow. So even if, by some miracle, he ended up on the same team as Rose and Ryue, he wouldn't be able to chat or joke with them as he usually did. As for Tianyang, he was one of the most influential people in the entirety of the cloud plane. His position would be far too high for someone like Damien to visit frequently. The peaceful days would end in 5 months. The days of freedom and carefree life would vanish along with them. And so, Tianyang gave his disciples an earnest farewell. After speaking with Tianyang for a little while longer, Damien and Ryue returned to the main group, where the Supreme Fairy Paradise Master was saying goodbye to Rose and Elena. When Damien arrived, the Paradise Master immediately turned her attention to him. The Paradise Master said toward Rose and Elena, whose faces immediately turned red. Boy, what do you think? Damien smiled wryly, but inwardly, He was vomiting everything he'd ever eaten. The feeling of being flirted with by an old lady is not pleasant. As expected, none of the old people he met were normal. But before he could say anything in response, Tianyang appeared before him. "Old hag, leave my disciple alone." The Paradise Master scoffed mockingly. "I remember a certain someone fell for this so-called petty charm so deeply that he pursued me for dozens of years before finally giving up." The Paradise Master pretended to go deep in thought, causing Tianyang endless embarrassment. But on the surface, he kept his cool. He couldn't show his weak side when he was supposed to be looking cool in front of his disciples. That man must have been a lunatic to pursue you. Instead of talking about lunatics so much, how about we properly send our disciples off? Tianyang gestured toward Damien, who rolled his eyes and stepped forward. The old man was way too obvious in changing the subject, but he decided not to mention it. Instead, he turned around and faced the three girls. He asked with a smile, with three different sounds of acknowledgement, the last and shakiest being Ryue's, since she was still nervous about leaving the cloud plane for the first time. Damien faced forward and put his hand out into space. Heeding his command, the space in front of him shattered into an oval shape. The chaotic void within slowly swirled until it perfectly moved in a clockwise motion, stably rotating. Damien smiled to himself. The process of creating a portal is far less cumbersome now. As he thought, the three girls turned around and gave one final bow to their masters. Damien observed the portal for a little longer before turning around as well. "Old man, don't die to the trash infesting this world." Tianyang grinned in response. "It's arrogant for you to think you could see the wall even now, but very well, brat." "Ah, definitely not," Damien replied firmly. His lips soon curved into a sly smile. Tianyang's grin widened it. "Brat, you've become more arrogant since the last time I saw you. Though it's not like I don't like this change. Now, get going already." Damien clicked his tongue. 5 months, right? Tossing Tianyang one final battle intent-filled glance, Damien stepped through the portal, and the girls followed soon after. After so many years away, they were finally returning to Apeiron. Chapter 476, Third Return. Cloud-free skies where the sun could freely spread its glory, a refreshing breeze, perfect temperature, and an overall peaceful atmosphere that couldn't be replicated. Damien closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It'd be a lie to say he didn't miss this environment. Truthfully, the second his feet touched the ground, he felt like a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. But that was simply reality. The cloud plane was a place where even the ambient mana was laced with a trace of battle intent. Even when one wasn't on guard, they'd subconsciously stay vigilant because the ambient mana forced them to do so. Like this, every second staying in the cloud plane could be labeled training. But it was a kind of subtle training that would only show results in the long run. Experiencing Apeiron's calm atmosphere was actually the first time Damien even realized the constant tense state his body was previously in. But currently, that didn't matter much. Damien had a single goal in coming to Apeiron. Perhaps he'd visit some old acquaintances and sightsee later, but his first priority would never change. Damien spread his awareness, easily covering tens of thousands of kilometers. He soon found an inconspicuous mountain a few hundred kilometers to the north. "I'll go over there and try to connect to the world core. My relationship with Apeiron is already far deeper than what I had with the cloud plane, so it shouldn't take long. This world is pretty much 100% safe for third-class beings, so you guys can wander freely without worry." After receiving nods from the girls, Damien immediately teleported to the mountain. No matter how much he wanted to just spend time with them and relax, he couldn't allow himself to do so. As long as the work was finished, he'd have plenty of time to relax. But for now, he needed focus. When he arrived on the mountain, he found himself an inconspicuous cave to meditate in. And once he sat down, he immediately submerged his consciousness into the earth. This was completely different from how he contacted the other two world cores, but for some reason, his instinct as a celestial told him this much was more than enough to catch Apeiron's attention. And his instinct was soon proven correct. His consciousness was dragged away from his body, appearing like a hologram in a massive cave where the world core presumably resided. Damien's eyes widened. He didn't expect the world core to immediately speak to him. "We've been waiting for you for many years." Damien rubbed his head sheepishly. "I was an idiot back then and didn't know how to properly wield my power. In fact, I only recently learned what my authority entails. You are forgiven. As you are the fated one, we shall follow you wholeheartedly." Damien's widened eyes grew even wider. This world core was far different from the world cores he had met so far. Earth was like a child, so nothing needed to be said there. As for the cloud plane, it was cold and calculative like a machine. It didn't care about its people, it only cared about survival. But a Pyron was like neither. With the way it was practically begging him to bind it, he could infer that it had far more emotion than Yun did. Perhaps it even held endearing feelings for the inhabitants on its surface. "You are correct. There was once a man who could communicate with us." It instantly clicked in Damien's head. Kurt Galloway. Damien sighed. Kurt wasn't a celestial. He was a normal spatial grandmaster. It would have been different if he could communicate with the world core after forming his divinity, but it was unprecedented for him to do the same beforehand. Kurt's talent was astonishing even to Damien. He asked curiously, "We believe it is so." Damien furrowed his brow. It should have been obvious that the conditions in which they spent their lives would influence their personalities, since that was a completely normal thing for humans. But the ones Damien was thinking about were world cores. He didn't think the rules of mere creations could be imposed on them. But maybe that was just another naive thought. If plants could become sentient and even gain human form, who was to say that world cores couldn't have emotion? Although he enjoyed having Yun as an assistant, he couldn't talk to Yun casually, ignoring the occasional snarky comment that the latter sometimes made. Damien smiled. It looked like his journey as a celestial would never become boring. If world cores really had differing personalities, he wanted to see how many of them he could experience. "Well then, there's nothing more for us to talk about. That is currently impossible. As you have guessed before arriving, we have been heavily corrupted by foreign mana." Damien grinned. "Nice." After voicing his agreement to the world core, Damien experienced the familiar feeling of his body being transported to the location of his consciousness. And just like that, he found himself physically standing before the starlight blue world core. Well, at least a portion of it was the original starlight blue color. Around 50% of the world core was made up of disgusting inky black mana instead. Damien wanted to whistle at the sheer scale of corruption, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to. Due to this, he was forced to settle for sucking in a cold breath instead. "Damn," he spoke out loud. Last time, it only took around a day. Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance. "These damn knocks messing up my timetable." Snorting once more, Damien put his hand into the inky black mass and activated Devour. And he kept devouring for a week straight without rest. His body actually felt more invigorated by the time he was done, considering how his mana capacity surpassed the 100,000 mark by 15,000 units. 2 threads of mana, one from Damien and the other from the world core, met in the middle and entangled with each other. An eternal bond was formed between them in that moment. "It is our honor to serve you, Master." Damien cracked his neck to the side. "You want results? That's easy enough. That is our wish as well." Damien grinned in response. As information poured into his mind through his connection with the Pyron, he only had one thought running through his head. It was time to go hunting. Chapter 47791. On an unknown planet, so far away from the cloud plane that those residing there wouldn't even know of its existence, 2 men stood amongst a large pile of rubble. One of them asked, wiping the sweat off his brow. "Not sure yet," the other replied. "TCH, that damn boss. It can't be helped. You know that the pseudo-divinity we're working under." The 2 men shook their heads in unison and stepped out of the rubble. As they did so, the scenery around them slowly came into view. Calling it a wasteland would be far too generous. The scene around them was closer to purgatory than anything else. The ground was charred and cracked as far as the eye could see. Small flames still raged as an aftereffect of the fire that had burned down all of this planet's flora. The sky was covered in black clouds made up of the ash from that flame, clouds that carried an insane amount of mana. That mana turned the sky into a hell worse than the land. Mysterious phenomena and bursts of random elemental essences filled the sky. If anyone dared to fly into a sky like that, they'd be killed instantly. And the most gruesome part of the image, the piles upon piles of corpses that littered the ground as far as the eye could see. The entire population of the world was eliminated. This place has really become a hellhole. Tisich, don't mention it anymore. The other man spoke seriously. We didn't choose our line of work, we were forced into it. It's either they die, or we die. Paul sighed. I know, but I can't change my nature so easily. Tullius grinned, his massive body tensing at his friend's words. Their conversation was cut short by a strange sound coming from a point not far away. Curious, the two moved in that direction. Help! As they drew closer, the cries formed into words. The two looked at each other in surprise. A survivor! Paul sighed in admiration. Tullius shook his head. He muttered under his breath. The two soon arrived at the location of the cry. When they did so, they witnessed a small girl, no older than 16, trapped under a metal beam. Although her lower body was crushed, she held onto her vitality like a cockroach, not succumbing to death in the slightest. When she saw Paul and Tullius, her determined eyes were filled with rays of hope. Please help me. Paul stepped forward. Of course, little lady. Tears formed in the girl's eyes when she heard his kind words. And as he drew closer and closer to her, her excitement became palpable. Paul smiled when he saw her state. His hand went to the hilt of the sword on his hip. Little girl, stay still. A singular black line was drawn through the air, following the sword's path. When it reached its end, the air was filled with red. Now you've been saved. This is the best escape from those nasty bastards. The fight will only burden you further. The girl's head dropped to the floor a few feet away from her body. As her blood dyed the charred ground red, Paul's lips slowly curved into a smile. But he suppressed it quickly. Turning to Tullius, he spoke in his usual tone. Let's get moving. Tullius shook his head, but still followed along. The two continued their journey, finding those who survived the catastrophe that shook this world and sending them off. But it wasn't as if they were alone in their search. The world was covered with people who were doing the same as them. And it wasn't just this world. If one was able to observe the wider universe surrounding this world, one be able to see the true scale of the catastrophe. Not just a single world somewhere in the universe, but hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of them. All met similar fates to the small world that was still standing, the final one of its kind. Somewhere not far away from that small world, floating in the endless void, there was a large starship that was armed heavily for battle. Its sleek black design almost let it blend in with the surrounding blackness, making it a stealthy yet deadly weapon. And considering its size as a vessel that could easily house hundreds of thousands of people, this camouflage ability wasn't something to be looked down upon. This place is no longer habitable. In the control room of that starship, a man in a white suit spoke to the ship's captain, who sat at his desk placidly. Is the information confirmed? This isn't a small operation. The man in the suit shook his head and waved his hand. Dozens of holographic screens appeared in the air, depicting different scenes. But those scenes all shared a single commonality. They were scenes marred with destruction and gore. Of a total of 100 billion planets, we have discovered 132,627 worlds that were suitable for life. Of the 132,627 worlds, 63,385 have been conquered, 69,241 destroyed, and one remaining. The ship captain furrowed his brows in thought. It is indeed desirable, but I'm afraid the higher-ups will push for more. The man in the suit swiped his hand and changed the images on his holographic screens. Although the theme of the new images remained the same, they were now accompanied by statistics and analytic reports. The sustained damage to the worlds is substantial. This sector has been converted into a dark zone by the rampant mana from the destruction. The captain skimmed through the data and nodded heavily. Good. With these worlds, we should exceed the quota enough to satisfy those old geezers. It is the home of the ruling family. The commander nodded. Then that is all. No need to worry about the ruling family. The man in the suit's eyes widened in shock, but he didn't speak a word. Meddling in the commander's decisions would only cause his death. Getting rid of the holographic screens around him, the commander stood up. His arms moved, his hands cupping into the shape of a diamond in front of his torso. Executor Bach, heed my command. Direct all personnel to do a final sweep of the area. Executor Bach returned the same hand sign. Understood, Commander. The commander repeated sternly. As Executor Bach left his study, the commander looked out the window at the destroyed universe around him and sighed. This campaign will be a long one. With that, he returned to his desk and sat down. His hand pressed down on the pristine wooden desk, causing a slight indent to form in its surface. Command, activate battle mode. On his command, the study-like atmosphere of the control room completely changed. The wooden desk and floors retracted into the ground and were replaced by a spotless white interior. The desk now contained a myriad of controls and holographic displays that showed the state of the starship. The walls also retracted into the ground, giving way to clear glass that showed a panoramic view of the starry sky outside. The mechanisms of the ship roared to life, albeit quietly. Mana spread to cover the ship's exterior as it started to move. Its destination? A world called Aurora. Chapter 478-9-2. Mother, this isn't the time to keep acting like a queen. The anguished voice of a young girl echoed through the calls of the throne room as she begged. She sat on her knees, banging her head against the floor to show her sincerity. Everyone else is dead. The queen responded furiously, ignoring the girl's pitiful state. Bastion or not, none of it matters anymore. Don't you understand by now? The queen slammed her fist down on her armrest, causing a fierce shockwave to spread and push the girl back several meters. Enough. If I knew I was raising such a cowardly daughter, I wouldn't have put as much care into you as I did. To think you wish to abandon your people in times of crisis. The queen's roars filled the palace halls, causing the various servants and knights in the palace to feel both warmth and despair at the same time. It wasn't a small number of them that shed tears. Among them, an old servant who had served many past generations of queens, and even the one currently ruling. An old high elf by the name of Sebastian. He stood at the queen's side, looking at the pitiful princess as she begged. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. On one hand was a daughter who was desperate to save her mother, and on the other hand was a mother who could only stubbornly fulfill her duty as queen. In this situation, neither of them would win. Sebastian thought back to the past few years. It hadn't even been a decade since the invasion started, but it was already their loss. The elven forces and those under them couldn't stand a single chance against the invaders. And here, I thought we were powerful. Sebastian's fists clenched so hard they drew blood as he thought of the invaders. It wasn't his first time seeing them, but it was his first time feeling so hopeless in front of them. During the previous war, they were only equal to us. But it wasn't just their strength, it was their numbers. There aren't as many of those disgusting barbarian ones as there were in the past, but they have corrupted leagues more people within our ranks. Rather than losing a war, we fell to internal strife. Even Sebastian, the most loyal subordinate of the royal elven family, considered fleeing at one point, but his loyalty prevented him to do so. His thoughts were cut off by a massive shadow that covered the heavens. Because the throne room of the palace had an open roof that embraced nature, they were able to witness it even from within. Sebastian's face paled. It wasn't just him, but those of every warrior present on Aurora. No matter where on the planet they were, they could see the massive shadow that hung in the sky. People of Aurora, hear me. Your trial begins now. The queen bit her lip hard as she looked into the sky. Although her face still showed fighting spirit, her hope was quickly draining internally. Although she always said she was planning to fight with her people, her words weren't necessarily true. From the start, Her only plan was to die with her people so that she would at least be somewhat absolved of her sins. I couldn't save any of you. The queen shed a silent tear, her eyes quickly filling with flames thereafter. Her figure flashed, appearing beside the princess and grabbing her with a thread of mana. Without another word, the queen dashed through the throne room until she reached an inconspicuous area of the wall behind her throne. "And mother," the elven princess screamed, but the queen didn't listen at all. She tapped on the wall randomly with varying amounts of strength, using fine mana control to deliver bursts of mana into its surface. And as she did so, the shadow in the sky began to shift. Large cannons appeared along the sides of the starship, a massive ball of light gathering at its front. Without warning, 3 of the side cannons shot bursts of crystalline blue light that descended upon Aurora. Boom! The massive explosion rocked the planet. A crater hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter formed in the surface of the world, killing billions in the process. The voice from a starship rang out again. Boom! Boom. 6 more cannons fired at the same time, turning half of Aurora into a charred wasteland in an instant. But the queen ignored it all. With tears of blood streaking down her face, she used her body to endure the shockwaves that kept impacting her, shielding the elf princess in the process. And all the while, she continued randomly tapping on the wall like a madwoman. It was to the point where even the elf princess questioned her sanity. Sebastian thought to himself. Without another word, he sighed and floated into the air. Feeling his movement, the elf queen turned to face him, giving him a final stern nod. Sebastian smiled lightly. Until the end, I couldn't get rid of this sense of duty. Boom! 6 cannons fired again, but as they impacted the surface, Sebastian's aura flared, creating a large shield that protected the imperial palace. But even still, the shockwaves from the explosions incessantly threatened to crack the barrier. Boom! 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 The explosions that were randomly impacting the surface of Aurora started to come together, crashing against the barrier of the castle. Without them realizing it, Aurora had already been destroyed. The only place left where life could persevere was the imperial palace. Boom! 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 Sebastian coughed out a mouthful of blood, cracks spreading across his barrier. But just as he was about to give up, he felt a pair of rough hands on his back. Mana poured into his body in droves, allowing him to maintain his protection of the castle. Sebastian greeted while wiping the blood off his lips. The knight named Micah shook his head in response. "Do not speak. Focus on maintaining the barrier." As Sebastian turned his gaze to the ground below, his vision was filled to the brim with elves. Magicians, knights, even common maids. They all stood watching him protect them, sending their mana into the sky so that he would never run out of steam. Seeing them, Sebastian's bloody lips curved into a warm smile. Very well. The strength of the barrier increased many-fold as Sebastian utilized the mana of those supporting him. The explosions outside were barely able to even rock the new defense. And during the few minutes she received from the new barrier, the queen finally finished inputting the commands necessary for activating the mechanism in the wall. Boom! It wasn't one sound, but 2. One came from the throne room, where the wall in front of the elf queen and princess began shining with blue light. As for the other, the ball of light that had been gathering at the front of the starship finally took shape. It revved with such grandiosity that it caused a small earthquake on the surface of Aurora. The commander's voice blanketed the area soon after. "I must praise you for holding out until now. It isn't a lie when people praise your kind for your immense talent and mana. However, it all ends here." The elves' faces paled instantly. The massive waves of mana emanating from that light ball were enough to crush weaker practitioners in an instant. Yet, that was only the mana leaking from the attack. The actual attack was aimed at them. Any hope they had of survival vanished in an instant. Micah stammered to Sebastian. Sebastian looked down at the palace in defeat. Micah's eyes widened. Sebastian smiled bleakly. Micah gritted his teeth in anger. But before he could even speak, a womanly voice rang out from behind them. A group exclamation took place as those present voiced their surprise. In response, the Queen simply shrugged. The cross-sector teleportation array is a relic from our ancestors. It's so beat up by now, there's no way it could carry the weight of 2 people. In fact, I wasn't even able to properly input the coordinates. The Elf Queen looked back at the throne room and sighed. It's a shame. I couldn't take my focus off activating the array, and after I was finished, I could only send her off immediately lest the array broke. The poor elf princess who had been sheltered since childhood was now thrust into the vaster universe without even an ounce of protection. There was no way for the Queen to not be worried. Unfortunately, there was no time for her to worry at all. By the time her thoughts finished, the sky was covered in bright white light. A short gasp was the only sound the Elf Queen before that bright light completely enveloped her. It was painless, because the scale of the attack was so big for the few tens of thousands that were still alive to experience it. It was painless, but that didn't discount the amount of destruction it did. A shining white beam of light pierced the world called Aurora, like a sword through the body of a man. A hole was created through the center of the world as the beam faded. Cracks spread through the remaining 2 halves of the planet that desperately tried to stay together. And then they shattered altogether. Aurora had been completely destroyed, all life on it exterminated along with it. From the control room of the starship, the commander indifferently gazed at the destruction he caused. With this, it is finished. Chapter 479.9.3. The 9 sectors that made up the observable universe were each home to a different dominant race, just like how Sector 3 was the domain of humans. Sector 1 belonged to the angels, Sector 2 to the demons, Sector 4 to the beasts, Sector 5 to the dwarves, Sector 6 to the giants, Sector 7 to the spirits, Sector 8 to the plant races, and finally, Sector 9 to the elves. Currently, within the Sky Castle Luxurian, the main neutral zone in Sector 1 that was used for only the most important meetings and gatherings, a fierce discussion was taking place. Sector 9 is gone entirely. The area has been turned into a dark zone. According to the scouts we sent out, it's a complete dark zone, meaning it will never become inhabitable for living creatures ever again. A golden-haired man spoke seriously. He was joined at a round table by 15 other executives who represented major forces in Sector 1. But even though their affiliations differed, they all shared one characteristic: the pure white wings on their backs that signified their status as angels. Another man stated, "The Nox are making their move already, but we have no way to keep up with their movements." "Don't speculate so much, Parcial." A third man questioned. The angel names Parcial scoffed in bemusement. "Are you even listening to yourself? That is the most idiotic reasoning imaginable. Do not evade the issue just because you're a coward." The first angel that spoke nodded in agreement. They made no attempt to hide their tracks. The third man scoffed and turned away, not speaking any longer. But his silence didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, since the important conversations continued with those more willing to participate. Sector 9's destruction isn't something that should be hidden. Even if our sector is numbered first, we do not rule over the others. We cannot order them to do anything. Besides, not all the sectors have the manpower to guard the entire periphery of their territory. What's the use of being selfish? Even if they're selfish now, they'll fall with the rest of us if we lose this war. Parcial sneered. Even though he didn't say it to anyone specifically, the third man who spoke felt like he was stabbed with a knife. Luciel, the first angel that spoke, opened his mouth once again. "We cannot make any drastic moves at the moment, for we have no information to go off of. The best we can do is warn the others and pray for the best." Another angel asked. Luciel furrowed his brows in thought. "Although I wish to bring it forward, it won't be possible. The assembly was already organized at the earliest possible dates. TCH, it must be those useless humans in Sector 3 again." The third man scorned. Luciel shook his head. "They are aware of the assembly date, but I'm afraid they won't receive the message if we decide to change it. Unfortunately, Sector 3 was hit the hardest in the previous war. Their societal standard regressed heavily. Still, do not shame the humans. Parcial nodded in agreement. Although I have never been there myself, I have heard many rumors. Sector 3 is a land of geniuses despite their low level of technical achievement. It isn't a place to look down on. But we cannot rely on ifs at a time like this. Since Sector 9 and Sector 3 are relatively distant from each other, there is no need to inform the human domain about what happened. Lucille said. The other angels all voiced their agreement. Even if the human domain was a reliable asset, that was only if they could rejoin the wider universe again. Compared to the wider universe, Sector 3 was a land of country bumpkins. Whether it be in terms of spacecraft and mobile suit technology, teleportation arrays, or just general connection between sectors, Sector 3 was the most lacking. And the thing that isolated them the most was the fact that Sector 3 could no longer access the dimensional leaderboard. The dimensional leaderboard might seem simple, but it's the connecting point between sectors and the main avenue that fosters cooperation between them. One's ranking on the dimensional leaderboard wouldn't just represent them, but their whole sector. Parcial thought to himself, but it isn't just that. Even those who have no interest in the reputation of their sector will still participate because of the rewards. The contribution points granted by the dimensional leaderboard can be used to exchange for a variety of things. Parcial kept pondering to himself. The dimensional leaderboard and the system around it were the main ways those in the 8 connected sectors grew stronger. It was a practical solution to the universal system's rule that one must kill to gain experience, making leveling far safer and more accessible. But even though this method allowed for the mass production of talents, it dulled people's fighting spirits. Those who threw themselves into danger constantly weren't as common as they used to be. And Parcial was one of these people. As someone who experienced countless trials and tribulations to reach his level of strength while ignoring the temptation of the dimensional leaderboard, he particularly understood the necessity of these experiences. And Sector 3 was a land where the dimensional leaderboard didn't exist. It was filled with practitioners who grew up in that brutal killing environment. If that was so, then those in Sector 3 might be our most important fighting strength for the coming war. The rest of the angels look down on them. Even Lucille subconsciously does the same. Nobody knew what the people of Sector 3 were doing, but that didn't mean they didn't deserve to know the events taking place in the wider universe. And if nobody else wanted to take the job of informing them, Parcial left the Sky Castle Luxurian after the meeting ended and immediately took flight, arriving at the nearest long-distance teleportation array. He didn't know how long his journey to Sector 3 would take, but he had a gut feeling. A feeling that being on good terms with Sector 3 would be one of the best decisions he ever made in his life. Chapter 489-4. The skies of Apiron were still peaceful on the surface, but if one gazed deep enough, they'd be able to see the storm taking place beneath. In various locations on Apiron, massacres were taking place. Within the hideout of a certain secret organization, Rose, Ryue, and Elena stood together. Shing, a white crescent moved through the air as Elena rapidly swung her sword. With each movement she made, another enemy fell lifelessly to the ground. Behind her, Rose and Ryue calmly walked through the musty halls of the hideout. Rose spoke with a smile. Want to know a fun fact? Actually, this organization has been trying to kill me for a very long time. They even coerced a portion of the nobles in the Adelaire Empire to rebel against Father. Rose swiped her hand through the air, causing a wall to the side to disappear. The 3 women walked through the newly revealed corridor behind the wall and began a new battle. This time, Ryue stepped up. Ice flames rapidly covered the hall and suffocated those within. The burning chill of the flames combined with the powerful inattributed mana Ryue gained through her contract with Lily truly turned the area into a freezing hell. But the 3 girls walked through that hell unaffected. It was as if the suffering that the hundreds of enemies around them were experiencing wasn't real at all. I feel like I should be thankful to these people, though. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have needed to hide my identity while traveling, and I would have never met Damien on that escort mission. Elena rolled her eyes. This is supposed to be a serious operation, yet you can't stop yourself from recounting old memories? I mean, I know the difficulty level is basically 0, but you still have to show these guys some respect, right? Rose shrugged without a care in the world. Come on, don't these bastards at least deserve a little humiliation? You can humiliate them all you want if you just cast a few illusions. Rose gave Elena a sideways glance and smiled sarcastically. Is it really okay for you to talk, though? Elena blushed in embarrassment. Ryue's grin widened. No, that's something I should be saying. Her gaze shifted to the hallway they just came from. Even though the cuts on the corpses were clean, there was no reason for Elena to slash more than once to take care of any of their current enemies. The stray arms and legs strewn across the floor were simply the result of Elena playing with her food. Elena turned away in avoidance, pretending she didn't see anything. And soon after, the trio finally made it to the end of the hallway. Ryue sighed. Elena nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, why did the three of us come together? Rue giggled lightly. This time, it was Rose's turn to blush in embarrassment. Well, it was true that she got a little overexcited, but it couldn't be helped. Just being back in her homeworld for the first time in so long made her feel giddy. Rose hurriedly walked to the front of the trio and pushed open the large stone doors in front of them. The only way to avoid her current shame was to completely divert attention. And this boss man was the perfect opportunity to do so. Because the organization's hideout was created inside an excavated old dungeon, the layout mirrored that structure. They had already passed through all the mobs present in the other rooms, and now, in the most cliché manner possible, they entered the boss room. On the throne centered against the back wall of the boss room, an imposing man sat placidly. Rose glanced at the man with indifference even greater than his own. She looked him up and down with such a fierce gaze that it felt like she pierced his body and directly examined his soul. Disappointing, Rose muttered under her breath. You! The man on the throne boomed. Rose rolled her eyes and raised her voice. I called you a fucking disappointment, deaf bastard. Bitch, you vanished for a few years and came back far too arrogant for your own good. What's with old people and their insistence on trying to prove their power to me? Rose cut him off before his speech could crescendo. If you want to make a cool villain speech, then at least have the power to do so. Anyway, I have no time to waste on you. After you die, I can finally go see Father again. Rose clenched her fist. Space distorted around the throne man, crushing him into meat paste in an instant. Ryue whistled. Elena nodded furiously in agreement. I think we need to hold an intervention for our big sister. If things go on like this, she'll lose all her creativity. Ryue gasped exaggeratedly. Anything but that. It's been a while since you two have seen him fight, so you wouldn't know. But do you even understand how many different attacks and abilities he's named with the word void? Rose's eyes widened in realization. It's not just the void physique, the void sword art, and his last name anymore. When it was just 3, it was acceptable, but more than that. Rose's eyes hardened as she spoke. All right, I accept your intervention. Elena and Ryue nodded in solidarity with her. As the three of them continued to talk and joke, they exited the now-destroyed hideout of the nameless organization. We finished one, so Damien should have finished at least 5 by now, I think. Elena said. Rose nodded with an excited smile. Good. Little sister Ryue, it's finally time for you to meet both my father and Damien's mother. Ryue smiled in nervousness and excitement, while she fretted over how to act in front of Damien's mother. The 3 flew into the sky and began moving toward the capital of the Adelaire Empire. With the destruction of the hideout they just raided, 1,322 traders have been exterminated, and according to the estimate made by Damien, close to 250,000 remained. Chapter 4, 81 Empress. Achoo! Damien turned to the side and sneezed suddenly. Rubbing his head, he sighed to himself. Which bastard is bad-mouthing me? He shook his head and continued walking at a steady pace. With every step he took, a pulsive world force emanated from his body, flattening all the mobs crowding around him. And without suspense, Damien arrived at the location of the strongest practitioner in the area. But this was a Pyron, not the cloud plane. strongest practitioner? Even he was just another dreg at the lower end of third class. To crush him, Damien didn't even need to move. A single look turned him into meat paste. Looking at the gory scene he caused, Damien nodded in satisfaction. Emma, this is the 5th. Since the girls are taking care of that guy's hideout, it counts as 6. Ha, but there are still another 200,000-ish traders left. Although Damien had only destroyed 5 locations, the numbers per gathering place differed greatly. Sometimes there would only be a few hundred in one area, while other times thousands or tens of thousands of traders came together. If it wasn't for the World Corps' guidance, it would have been a pain choosing which places to prioritize. But now wasn't the time to continue hunting. The current activities were just a warm-up for him and the girls. Only after getting aid from the various empires of Apiron would they truly begin. Speaking of empires, well, I'll let father-in-law take care of that. Damien smiled lightly. Although they made an appointment to meet after the Nexus event, he ended up completely forgetting it until just now. He tried to comfort himself, but at the same time, he didn't know if the Beast Empress would treat him with the same familiarity when they met again. The Beast Empress was a wolf. Damien didn't know which species she was exactly, but she was a purebred wolf with royal-level bloodline. And back then, even if he was the most impure variety, he was still essentially a wolf-beast man. But now, his wolf bloodline, along with all the other random impurities in his body, had long been purged. His current bloodline was, I have dragon blood running in my veins, but I don't feel like a dragon. Then there's a mysterious demonic bloodline of unknown origins. Well, the point is that I no longer have any relationship with the wolf species besides Zara. Regardless, he still needed to visit the Beast Empress. Steeling himself, Damien turned into a flash of light, disappearing and reappearing in a certain part of Helia Forest. As Damien picked a location close to the Beast Empress when he teleported, he found himself in the midst of a bustling city filled with joyful cries. Beastmen who walked on 2 legs, beasts that walked on 4. Even those who flew through the air, they perused the streets and lived with a level of society that one wouldn't expect from a beast. But since Damien had been to the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, he wasn't too surprised. Instead, he took his time and walked the streets of the city. I don't know anything here. It wasn't that he didn't understand their words. It was just that the terminology used wasn't what he was used to. But as he walked the streets for a few hours, he slowly became acclimated to the environment. He called out to a nearby shop vendor. He still had plenty of gold left to rot in his subspace, so money wasn't an issue at all. Taking the kebab from the old man and paying with an entire gold coin, almost giving the old man a heart attack, Damien continued his casual walk down the street. Little beastmen and beast children scurried through the streets playing games. The adults worked diligently in their establishments, creating such a harmonious atmosphere that it made Damien feel uncomfortable. Unexpected, isn't it? When one thinks of beasts, one usually believes us to be savage and uncouth. A silvery voice rang out from behind him, immediately capturing his attention. Damien smiled without turning around and replied. Perhaps for anyone else, this scene would bring an immense amount of culture shock. Really? Now, you truly know how to make me curious about you. Damien's brow peaked in interest. Do I look like the kind of man to chase after a married woman? Damien turned around and faced the stunning beauty that had been following him around for a while. Her long silver hair flowed down her back and framed her face. Her piercing red eyes looked incredibly alluring. When it came to bust and hip size, the Beast Empress was really second to none. Combined with that mature charm she emanated with every movement, her appearance was truly enough to kill a man. But even with how stunning she looked, only Damien took note of her presence. Or rather, he was the only one with the ability to do so. The Beast Empress smiled slyly at his words. Oh ho, Star Master? Damien rolled his eyes. Even so, I don't think the Beast Emperor particularly enjoys green hats. The Beast Empress shrugged. Why should I care what that geezer thinks? My life is my own. Ha! Dear Empress, do you really feel so much satisfaction in teasing me? Damien sighed and shook his head. Humph, can't this little girl have a bit of fun? But Are we acquainted enough for you to act so causally around me? And in the short few years that you were away, you've become a man that has the qualifications to compete for my heart. Don't you feel it?" Damien's gaze sharpened. He didn't know why, but he was indeed feeling a strange pull ever since he met the Beast Empress. It was as if something within him desperately wanted to get close to her. He muttered just loud enough for the Beast Empress to hear. Damien stared at the Beast Empress with cold eyes. His aura flared, causing a mountain of pressure to descend upon the Beast Empress. If it wasn't for her strength as a fourth-class being, she would have fallen to her knees in an instant. I learned quite an interesting thing from Old by a while back. Dragon pressure isn't something that can be avoided through strength alone. The Beast Empress looked up into Damien's eyes and spoke through ragged breaths. Her face flushed red, her breathing becoming more and more shallow. Seeing her expression shifting further into ecstasy with every second he kept his dragon pressure active, Damien immediately canceled the ability. The Beast Empress plopped down onto the floor and caught her breath, a trail of clear liquid leaking from the space between her legs. She didn't even try to hide the evident disappointment in her eyes. "Silly boy, how can you be so naive? To others, dragon pressure is a terrifying thing that strikes fear into the depths of their souls." The Beast Empress licked her lips seductively as she spoke. Damien cringed at her words, but even though he now knew, he couldn't take back his actions. Besides, it was his own fault for not realizing something so obvious. Just like how peacocks strutted their feathers to attract a mate, dragons could entice female members of the species through their pressure. Dragon pressure was a symbol of a dragon's pride. And now, Damien had effectively subdued the Beast Empress using this pride. Looking at the wet and panting woman on the floor in front of him, Damien really couldn't tell whether it was a good or bad thing. Chapter 482 Empress. Whatever, let's just end this here and pretend it never happened. Damien held his hand out to the Beast Empress, who stared at it in suspicion. Moments later, she furiously shook her head. "Do you think I'm in any state to walk at the moment?" Damien sighed in exasperation. The Beast Empress' response was instant. Her eyes gleamed with a childlike enthusiasm. Damien rubbed his forehead, not sure about what to do in this situation. If I indulge her, things are bound to become more troublesome in the future. Realizing that he didn't have another choice, Damien turned around and squatted. "Get on my back." The Beast Empress smiled happily and mounted him, slinging her arms around his neck and curling her legs around his waist. As she did so, Damien grabbed hold of her luscious thighs to support her weight. The Beast Empress let out a moan of surprise. Hearing it, Damien's brow began to twitch. He declared coldly. The Beast Empress simply smiled and shut her mouth, resting her chin on his shoulder and enjoying the new experience she was having. "So, anyway," Damien started, "the reason I came here today was to request your help. War is fast approaching, and we need to eliminate the roots the Nox have planted in our sector before it's too late. But the number of enemies is far too many for me to handle alone." The Beast Empress turned to look at Damien's face, finding her lips brushing against his cheek as she did so. But she hid the blush that crept up her cheeks. Their current conversation was one she needed to have as the Empress rather than as a woman. Naturally, when it comes to the Nox, the Beast Domain has no problems lending its power. But the decision doesn't lie only with me. Damien shook his head with a grin. "No, I only need permission from you." The Beast Empress' eyes widened in shock. "You don't mean, it's probably what you're thinking. That old thing has always been greedy for power, so it doesn't surprise me. It's a shame, though." Damien smiled wryly. If he betrayed his people, was he still a good ruler? But as he walked through the streets, he couldn't deny the Beast Empress' words. The people living under the Emperor's rule were happy, none the wiser to his deal with the devil. They lived in peace and prosperity. Perhaps the Emperor was greedy for power, but he wasn't one to mistreat those under his rule. What a troublesome gray area. But it isn't my job to fret over those things. I kill who needs to be killed and leave the rest for later. Yet, despite his thoughts, Damien found himself wavering. He was still going to kill the Beast Emperor, there was no doubt about that, but he felt guilty for the citizens who would mourn his death. Let's walk around for a bit longer. The Beast Empress smiled softly. Let's do that then. Also, while we're alone, call me Aaliyah. Damien asked stupidly. Why? Alice retorted. Damien shook his head with a smile. No, it's just far more normal than I expected it to be. Aaliyah smiled happily and gave him a light peck on the cheek. What a bold little boy you are. If you want to tell me this is your first date ever, you don't have to talk in circles. Fine then. Aaliyah frowned slightly at the word friendship, but didn't say anything. Instead, she focused on the date that Damien was taking her on. Sadly, he didn't know much about the beast domain. He was forced to improvise when it came to locations. But who was better at scouting locations than a spatial expert? Whether it be the sandy beaches of the continent, the beautiful view from the highest peak in the world, or even a view of the world itself from the starry sky above, Damien allowed Aaliyah to witness it all. Their date lasted until the sun set as the two adventured through a Pyron. They spent the day like a pair of young lovers who knew nothing but each other. But like all good things, their day had to come to an end at some point. Damien and Aaliyah sat on an indiscreet hilltop in Helia Forest and gazed at the sky above quietly. And ignoring Damien's constant refusal, Aaliyah cuddled up to him as they sat, disallowing him from escaping her grasp. At this point, Damien already gave up on convincing her. It was better for him to simply turn his brain off and enjoy the little adventure they went on. He asked lightly. Aaliyah looked over at him carefully. Satisfied? I can't say I'm completely satisfied, but somehow I am over the moon with joy. Why aren't you satisfied then? Even receiving the universe as a whole seems more possible than getting what I truly want, Aaliyah responded, her gaze carrying a hint of sadness. Damien looked down at her curiously. I don't understand, though. Why? Does there need to be a particular reason? Damien didn't answer. Or rather, he couldn't. His love for Rose came naturally after spending a great deal of time with her. But was there any reason behind it? There wasn't. He somehow fell in love without even realizing it. So how could he discount what Aaliyah was feeling without understanding her? But even then, I'm afraid it isn't possible at the moment. Aaliyah cringed. Although she expected rejection from the beginning, she didn't expect it to be so harsh. But even then, she couldn't stop herself from smiling. It's situational, then? Damien once again withheld his response. He truly didn't know what to say to this woman, nor did he understand how they ended up like this. He couldn't help but feel suspicious of the Beast Empress. The impression she gave off was far different from the one he got when he first met her. But from her spiritual intent, Damien could clearly see that she wasn't possessed. Whether there was an ulterior motive behind her actions, or if she was just a fool, Damien didn't know. His curiosity nudged him to find out, but his rationality wholeheartedly disagreed. Damien sighed inwardly, but no matter how he tried to convince himself, he couldn't change his own mind. Now wasn't the time for this kind of thing. He had yet to settle matters with Elena. He had yet to finish preparing for war. There was no time for him at all. Even if it was harsh, and even if his meaning was misinterpreted, he wasn't lying when he said he couldn't afford any distractions. And with that thought in mind, Damien parted ways from the Beast Empress. He didn't dare look back. He feared the expression he might see on her face would be one that would make him waver. That night, quietly within the imperial palace of the Beast Domain, the Beast Emperor met his end. No matter how hard those under his rule investigated, they couldn't find any trace of the murderer. The only clue they had was the faint dragon pressure that lingered in the air. As for the Beast Empress, she vanished without a trace on the same night. The only thing she left was a note to her vassals, crowning a new empress for the Beast Domain. It was an unconscious change. Damien would have never thought him satisfying his own vanity by taking the Beast Empress on a date would have such a profound impact on the world. But that was a story for another time. For now, Damien made his way to the Adelier Empire to finally reunite with his only remaining family in this world. Chapter 483 Visits. The Adelair Empire was thrown into a festive mood with no prior warning at all. The hidden organizations that threatened the Empire's peace disappeared one after another. The Emperor began moving against the corrupt nobles, and last, but certainly not least, their beloved princess finally returned. For 3 days and 3 nights, a mighty celebration took place. The streets of every town in the empire were lined with people, slinging decorations and enjoying themselves at street stalls. Even the empire's soldiers were mobilized to maintain peace in the entire empire and allow all its citizens to celebrate. Some doubted whether the emperor was becoming senile in old age, throwing such a grand celebration, but even they were soon caught up in the jovial atmosphere, joining the bustling crowds. Within the imperial palace, a scene completely different from the festivities outside was taking place. The Adelaire emperor dodged rapidly as he was attacked, fear and panic evident on his face. But even as his body moved, the endless barrage of attacks never seemed to stray too far away from him. "Calm down," he questioned indignantly as he dodged a projectile that flew past his face. A pink-haired beauty stood across the room from him and seethed in embarrassment. Without answering his question, she picked up another pillow and heavily threw it at the emperor. Rose finally screamed. Her face was bright red, to the point where she looked like she would explode at any second. She didn't expect to be welcomed back to the empire with such cringeworthy grandeur. She was just planning to show Ryue around the empire when she was swarmed by a crowd of common people praising and welcoming her. And it wasn't just a single town. Regardless of where she went, the reaction was the same. It was only after beating up a few imperial knights that she received her answer. Feeling the fluctuations from Damien's warp gate, the emperor immediately moved his people into action. And when she learned the truth, she rushed to the imperial palace, causing the scene that was currently taking place. Sitting to the side and watching the antics of the father-daughter pair was a woman who looked no older than 25, but the wise light in her eyes and her general bearing seemed to suggest otherwise. When Rose noticed her, she rushed into her arms and pouted. "Annie," Claire looked down at her daughter-in-law with a soft smile. Even though her behavior was extremely childish at the moment, Claire couldn't really blame her. In this kind of situation, who wouldn't throw a tantrum? Claire brushed her hands through Rose's hair as she spoke. Now, can't you tell how much your father missed you?" "Cook," the Adelaire emperor exclaimed, gripping his heart in mock pain. Rose rolled her eyes. "Stupid dad, since when did you act like this?" Claire giggled at the question. "The truth is, once you left, he finally noticed how much he missed you." Rose's eyes widened in shock, and, conveniently, Elena and Ryue entered the room at the very same moment. A collection of giggles and laughter rang out from the group of women. Suddenly, the Adelaire emperor felt a bit left out. "Sheesh, where did my son-in-law disappear to at a time like this? It's too uncomfortable being alone in this scary place. Not to mention, I have to beat that bastard's ass. How dare he form a harem when he already has my daughter?" While the Adelaire emperor seethed, Ryue knelt on the floor in front of Claire, lowering her head to the floor in a kowtow. She said with utmost seriousness. Her whole body was practically shivering in nervousness. Claire looked down at the kowtowing Ryue curiously. Truth be told, she knew her son wouldn't stay monogamous from the second she woke up and saw him with both Rose and Elena. But seeing Ryue here was even more of a shock to her. How long had it been since he left? 1 or 2 years. In that time, not only did he finally accept Elena's feelings, he also completely conquered the heart of another young woman. Unknowingly, Claire's lips curled up into a smirk. An unknown feeling of pride bubbled up in her heart. She thought to herself. At the same time, she bent down and lifted Ryue off the floor. She asked gently, grabbing hold of Ryue's hands. "From now on, we are family." Ryue's eyes widened. She didn't know how to respond. After all, the family she knew was nothing like that. That family was a toxic place full of hate and jealousy. Let alone love, there wasn't even camaraderie between family members. Perhaps that was the reason why the Shui clan fell so easily. Ryue nodded her head lightly. She didn't want to remember the Shui clan as her family any longer. This new family would be her one and only, and she would cherish it with everything she had. On the border of the Adelaire Empire, a man appeared in the air. From his gait alone, one could tell he was an expert. His gaze drifted across the horizon, taking note of the cities he saw below him. In the end, his eyes landed on a single place, a medium-sized city by the name of Archdale. A small smile spread on his lips. His figure flashed, appearing in Archdale completely unnoticed. He perused the streets quietly, embracing the joyous atmosphere that enveloped them, and imagining the look of embarrassment on Rose's face when she saw what was happening. His smile inadvertently grew wider. As he aimlessly drifted through the city, he found himself in front of an old, decrepit building. But despite the immense heat leaking from within, the building didn't seem stressed at all. Damien walked through the door of the shop, taking a moment to admire the weapons on the walls before directly jumping over the counter and walking into the back room. Clang! 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 The sound of a hammer clashing against metal immediately filled his ears. A familiar heat enveloped his body. Despite the fact that he had only been here a few times, it felt oddly homey. He walked through the halls of the forge, quickly arriving at the main furnace where a certain blacksmith was hard at work. And then he simply observed the minute movements the blacksmith made while hammering the metal, the precision and accuracy of each swing in both the position and amount of power put into every swing. The way the flames danced as they melted metals and formed alloys. The way black smoke rose from the furnace to create a dreary cloud above. It all melded together like a piece of art. Despite how rough the scene itself was, it somehow gave off an air of grace. With neither of them realizing the flow of time, the forging was completed, a large and domineering hammer appearing as the final product. The blacksmith finally turned around to acknowledge the new visitor in his shop. Business ain't booming like it used to these days. Vormek flashed a toothy, seemingly professional grin and turned around. When he saw who was behind him, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 484 Visits 2. Old Ghost. It seems every time I visit you, I see this same reaction. Vormek reined in his shock and grunted. TCH, it's just you. Damien rolled his eyes. It's too late for this kind of act. What? Did you miss me so much you couldn't express yourself properly? I'm sorry, but I'm a married man, he said with mock sympathy coloring his face. Damien dodged to the left, avoiding the hammer that was just forged. TSK. Even if you're angry that I rejected you, you can't just mistreat precious artifacts like this. Vormek's face went red in anger, but he couldn't retort at all. Seeing this, Damien grinned. Vormek was terrible with word games, and last time they met, Damien was too. But after spending so much time with those cloud plane cultivators who love to spout bullshit, even in the middle of life or death battles, he picked up a few tricks. Little demon, you never come around these parts if you don't want something from me. Come on, spit it out. Damien found a nearby chair and sat down. Straightening his posture, he intertwined his fingers and stared at Vormek seriously. What? Vormek stuttered, seeing Damien's change of pace. Damien continued to stare at Vormek with utmost seriousness. His gaze was so hard it could break bricks like butter. Destroyed completely. You? And I did it to myself. Vormek almost passed out on the spot. Damien grinned sheepishly. Something snapped in Vormek's head. He rushed over to Damien and tightly gripped his shoulders, heavily shaking him back and forth. Better sword. No harm, no foul. Brat, that was my life's greatest achievement. And you broke it just like that. That precious sword, it was a growth-type artifact. A growth-type artifact. Even when you become a demigod, you'll still be able to use it perfectly. Vormek yelled in frustration. Damien smiled sheepishly and muttered under his breath. Vormek's head was about to legitimately explode from rage. In the end, he was forced to leave the room to calm himself down. Ag, you bastard. When I see your face, I want to beat you, but I ain't got any combat skills. A muffled roar came from beyond the door of the side room. A few minutes after the roar, Vormek returned as if nothing happened. Damien rolled his eyes at the shameless old man. After all, he knew this would happen. It was the reason he mentioned the new sword at all. Because the second Vormek's brain registered those two words, all his anger would vanish, replaced by his unending curiosity as a blacksmith. Damien praised himself inwardly as he swiped his hand through the air. This sword is called Mirage. Mirage appeared in the air, vibrating excitedly. It flew in circles around Damien's head like a pet that missed its owner. Damien grabbed the sword hilt with a smile. BZE. Mirage shook rapidly. Damien felt like he could practically hear the sword's cries of affirmation. And when he did, his smile widened. He clutched the sword hilt tighter. Meanwhile, Vormex stared at Mirage hungrily, like a greedy lion staring down its prey. Mirage shook in fear when it sensed his gaze. Damien also looked over in disgust. Old ghost, get her dirty gaze off my baby. Vormex snapped out of his trance and rubbed his head sheepishly. He asked hopefully. Damien nodded in response. This old man was a benefactor of his, so he didn't mind entertaining him. The two were soon transported to the same old plane where Damien had been countless times before. However, in the past few years, the battle scars that accumulated here were slowly beginning to fade away. Damien took his stance with Mirage in hand. He concentrated on the blade, pouring everything into it, and then he let loose a vertical slash. The thin black line of dimensional severance raised the plane ahead. With Damien's spatial abilities combined with Mirage's spatial amplification, the attack was truly terrifying. And seeing it, Vormex sighed in stupefaction as well. He shook his head in remorse. It's a shame. My skill only works on swords I crafted myself. Damien smiled wryly. As well, he knew from the beginning that there was no point in coming out here. The two of them were just reminiscing on old memories, and they did so for many hours to come. It was only when night fell that Damien finally left Vormex's workshop. There were a few more places he wanted to visit, namely the Zenith Academy where Malcolm was and the Beast Domain once again. Actually, Damien's first visit to the Beast Domain was immensely shortened. His original plan was to visit Ethan during that time and discuss the purge plan with the rulers of the area, but his sudden meeting with the Beast Empress totally derailed his plans. In the end, he had the White Dragon King and Elvira quickly kill the Beast Emperor, and then he ran away. He didn't want to stay with Aaliyah any longer, lest he got further attracted to her. Troublesome matters are everywhere. Right, let's ignore everything and focus on my reunion with Mom now. Damien's figure flashed away from Archdale, appearing in Aurora in the next instant. The second he did, waves of people congregated at his location. Rabid screams and yells filled the vicinity, threatening to make Damien's ears bleed. As for what the rabid crowd was screaming, Princess Rose's husband. Kya, son-in-law. Hey, who said that? Guys, he's too amazing for us to monopolize him. Damien stood frozen in shock. The women were the loudest, but there were a great deal of men within their ranks as well. And hearing the occasional sausage within the field of flowers didn't sit right with Damien at all. His expression went cold. Formless world force spread from his body in the form of awareness, accurately pinpointing James Adelaire's location. And once he locked on, Damien's figure disappeared instantaneously. Damn father-in-law. Chapter 485 Visits. Damien's figure crashed through the wall of the Imperial Palace, barreling towards the Adelaire Empire with Mirage already mid-swing. The second his body entered the room, Damien let off a crescent moon-shaped space blade. The Adelaire Emperor looked up at Damien's falling figure and grinned. Good. He waved his hand, easily dispersing Damien's space blade. At the same time, his figure was wrapped in light green mana. Whoosh! The Emperor narrowed the distance so fast it looked like he teleported. His fist flew forward with turbulent mana coating it. Damien gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on Mirage, bringing it forward and using it to block the punch. Screech! As the fist ground against the sword blade in a bid for territory, a screeching howl rang out from the collision. But more surprising than the sound was the fact that Damien was able to hold out against the Emperor's momentum. Damien's arms bulged as he pushed as much power as he could. Mana furiously swirled around his limbs and enhanced them. Vector control subtly activated in the background, exponentially multiplying the weight of Damien's sword. And as the push of strength slowly whittled away at the Emperor's resistance, Damien added a final touch of spatial mana to the equation. Void Sword Art 4th Form. Spatial collapse. Mirage broke through the Emperor's defenses, but was unable to cut its target. The Emperor narrowly dodged before it could. However, there was no way for him to dodge the following attack. Space shattered around Damien and the Emperor, folding in on itself and fusing into strange patterns. Damien and the Emperor were pulled into the void beyond the space crack. Ha! The Adelaire Emperor laughed rambunctiously. Damien rolled his eyes. This is nothing. Mirror domain. The void shattered into countless glass fragments that floated through the air. The concepts of distance and position seemed to disappear entirely. And because Damien activated his domain in the void space that was filled with blackness that already dulled the senses, its effects were exponentially increased. The Emperor frowned as he looked around him. For some reason, he felt like he couldn't move a single step, even though his movements hadn't been physically constrained. He asked curiously. His awareness spread through the area as he tried to understand the situation. But even that was a daunting task. The glass-like shards of space that floated through the domain were all small ruptures of their own. The second the Emperor's awareness entered that rupture, it'd be displaced and destroyed in an instant. The only way to navigate through the thousands upon thousands of mirror fragments was to take a decent amount of time and concentration to weave awareness through the space and understand it. But mid-battle, was that an option? Damien's figure flashed from place to place within the boundaries of the mirror realm multiple times every second. His movement was completely unrestrained. And at a certain point, mirage phantoms of Damien began appearing in space. Damien finally responded to the Emperor's question. He waved his hand, the phantom Damiens following his motion. Space was thrown into complete chaos. The floating mirror fragments shot forward like ice shards as they targeted the Emperor. Countless spatial blades and attacks from bladeless followed suit. The Emperor was completely surrounded before he even had the opportunity to fight. Although none of these attacks would kill him, it didn't change the fact that he'd be the first injured. Ah, fine, he declared sullenly. Damien grinned and waved his arm, canceling the wave of attacks. The mirror domain vanished soon after. And once the domain that was preventing space from repairing itself vanished, space melded back together as well, dropping Damien and the Emperor back in the room where the girls were waiting. What did you think, father-in-law? Damien bragged shamelessly. The Adelaire Emperor clicked his tongue. It was luck this time. Tisk tsk, Damien replied scornfully. Who? Are you calling a sore loser? I simply went easy on you because you're my daughter's precious husband. The two turned their heads away at the same time, causing the women in the room to burst into a fit of giggles. Hearing them, Damien finally turned his attention away from the Emperor. A genuine smile formed on his face. He called out, I'm glad you're doing well. Claire responded with an equally warm smile. A shadow of tears formed in the corner of her eye. She wasn't just greeting Damien casually. She truly meant her words with all her heart. The dreams never stopped. Whenever she worried about Damien's safety, she'd have another terrifying dream. Even though she didn't know exactly what he went through, she knew enough. And she hated that her son lived a lifestyle which could kill him at any moment. But she didn't have the right to stop him. Due to being comatose from mana sickness during the most important years of Damien's life, she lost the right to scold him and influence his path. The only thing she could do for her son was stay safe. Stay safe and keep a comfortable home ready for him whenever he was in the need of a place to stay. That was her duty as a parent. And it was also the reason why she was doing so poorly at trying to control her tears. They flowed freely like a river, staining Damien's robes in the process. Damien smiled wryly. What are you crying about, Mom? Claire nodded and wiped her tears. You're right. Of course this is a happy occasion. Claire flicked Damien's forehead jokingly as she spoke, lightening up the atmosphere that was just beginning to stall. Come, she proclaimed. Let's head to the main hall. The group changed locations, laughing and chattering the entire way. Once they arrived, they were truly treated to a feast for kings. There was an unimaginable amount of food, but more unimaginable was the speed at which Damien consumed it. The night was spent warmly as Damien and the girls shared their stories about the cloud plane. The exciting stories filled with impossible sights held an unspeakable allure to both Claire and James. And by the time the festivities ended, the 3-day duration of the grand celebration came to an end as well. Dawn arrived on a new day in Apiron, with everyone finally returning to their daily lives. As for Damien, he was currently in the throne room of the Imperial Palace, having a private meeting with the Adelaire Emperor. Chapter 4, 86 Visits. So as I've said, this is how I plan to proceed from here. Damien gave the Adelaire Emperor the same spiel he gave to the Beast Empress and everyone else he asked for help. As he did so, he outlined the situation on the cloud plane and the information he held on the wider universe, catching the Emperor's attention. I don't think anyone would have a reason to refuse your proposal. Even if most who live in this era didn't experience the previous war, the stories of that tragedy are engraved in their bones. Damien nodded in agreement. I figure the same. Since that's settled, the biggest issues are out of the way. Now on to the more troublesome matters. Damien pulled out a pile of paper and used his mana to engrave writing onto each page. Once he was finished, he passed the stack over to the Emperor. This is the list of names and their exact locations. If there are any major changes, the World Core will update me so I can relay the information to you. As for that matter, I'll let you deal with it at your own discretion. What's truly troublesome, though, is the Adelaire Emperor muttered, right? Deep within the endless sea, there's another civilization. Half of the traders on Apiron come from that continent. The Adelaire Emperor nodded his head sternly. Then, we shall move as you say. I will contact the other 2 emperors and the elf queen in your stead. Damien voiced his acknowledgement. This was exactly how he wanted things to go. At this speed, he could easily finish up on Apiron and head to Earth far sooner than he expected. His meeting with the Adelaire Empire soon adjourned. Without much thought, he returned to his room. His eyes widened in shock when he stepped through the door. His 3 women were laying on the bed, waiting for him to arrive. HM, what's wrong? Rose questioned slyly. Ryu had joined in with the same evil look on her face. That's right. Elena nodded without a change of expression. Damien rolled his eyes and smiled wryly. He really didn't know what to say to them. Instead, he simply accepted the situation as is. His clothes, besides his underwear, disappeared into his subspace as he jumped onto the bed. His arms spread wide, catching all 3 women in his grasp. With Rose and Elena on his left and Ryu on his right, Damien submerged himself into the pillowy warmth of their bodies and the bed below. He muttered in satisfaction. His hands carelessly moved across the soft bodies in his grasp, enjoying the feel of their skin on his. Unfortunately, none of his ladies were in the mood to share him, so he wasn't able to take it further than that. But he was satisfied nonetheless. He could do far more damage with his hands than the girls ever expected. And by the time the sun rose on the horizon, all 3 were red and panting, unable to move from the bed or endure the shame of what transpired the previous night. As for Damien, he exited the room with a foolish grin on his face. He almost couldn't stop himself from yelling in triumph. What a night! Although harems are filled with troubles, they're also filled with heavenly bliss. I've been enlightened today. He achieved sainthood through his hand techniques. The heavenly moans that still resounded in his head were like church bells praising his ascension. Let's deal with that troublesome continent while I'm in a good mood. Thinking such useless thoughts, Damien finally ended his walk through the palace. Since all the important parties had already been notified of his departure, he didn't need to stop anywhere before he left for the unexplored continent. Let's see if you can hold your promises. And with that final thought, he vanished from the palace halls. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the main continent of Apiron, there was another land undiscovered by those on the mainland. It was a strange land divided into 2 sections, one green and the other black. When Damien reappeared, he was standing at the dividing point between these 2 sections. Below him, a fierce battle was taking place. Preh, how dare you betray our race? A woman with ashen gray skin shouted at another woman who she was fighting. The twin daggers in her hands swept through the air, slashing the one called Priya's face. Priya groaned in pain, spitting out the blood in her mouth. She responded in an equally furious tone. Betray? This is to save our people. That is just an excuse. You know they will only betray you when your use runs out. The two women fought furiously on the battlefield. The two sides of the conflict were divided just as colorfully as the continent itself. On one side, a tribe of dark elves, and on the other, the more common race of forest elves. Damien raised his brow as he watched them. From the color scheme alone, you'd think that the dark elves are the traitors. The forest elves usually had pristine white skin without blemishes, but this particular group was different. Their faces and bodies were marred with gruesome black scars, evidently backlash from intaking Nox mana. Forest elves are inherently close to nature and life. Damien shook his head at their stupidity. In hopes of leaving this continent, they made deals with the devil. As the Star Master, Damien could naturally feel the suppressive force in the sky that prevented those under it from flying too high, but the level of this oppression wasn't at a level that a fourth class couldn't break. Perhaps it was impenetrable in the past, but 10,000 years was enough time to wear down any construct, especially if it wasn't properly maintained like the sky suppression. This conflict has most likely been going on for generations. So absorbed in their infighting, they didn't even notice the changes in the sky suppression. Damien didn't need to think anymore. The entire forest elf race of this continent was corrupted. He could clearly see it through the information the World Core provided. First, let me transport all the dark elves back to their territory. It was only possible because he had no need to aim. If Damien was in the midst of a large battle with comrades like what would take place on the mainland, he wouldn't be able to achieve the same feat, but on this unnamed continent, the conditions were fulfilled. It didn't take long for him to forcefully teleport all the dark elves back to their territory. Only third-class warriors were deployed, so it wasn't difficult at all. And once he did, he stood in the sky above the forest elf territory and extended his hand to the heavens. Thunderclouds rumbled and grew, covering half the continent in an instant. And then, a lightning hell broke loose. A curtain of lightning, no, a tsunami of it fell to the ground and enveloped the entire forest elf territory. As lightning strikes continuously barraged the ground, there wasn't a single square meter of land that remained safe. And under the merciless barrage, the roughly 100,000 forest elves that conspired with the Nox were wiped out together. Only their leader, a fourth-class being, survived the smiting. But even he died to Damien's blade soon after. Damien nodded indifferently once he finished. Good. This is faster than my original schedule. Chapter 487 Clean UPS. September 20XX. Sector 8 as the home of the plant races. Sector 8 was widely regarded as the weakest of the 9 sectors. The only reason Sector 9 was ranked below it was due to the fact that Sector 9 was only about half the size of the other sectors, contributing to its weaker combat power. Currently, the executives of Sector 8 were in turmoil, unable to decide their next move. Starting a few days back, small skirmishes and disappearances began spreading through their territory. In normal times, these events wouldn't even reach the ears of the top experts in the sector. But these weren't normal times. News arrived from Sector 1. Sector 9 was annihilated by the Nox. Knowing this, the higher-ups in Sector 8 were especially paranoid about the events in their territory. Even they were aware of their weakness compared to the other dominant races. Each race that was able to rise to the status of dominant race had its own special characteristics that allowed them to do so. For instance, the giants had extreme physical strength, while dwarves were naturally blessed by fire and metal. Humans were an outlier who didn't have any particular specialty, but their terrifying adaptability and reproduction rates weren't things to be looked down upon. But what about the plant races? Why were they able to become and stay the dominant races of Sector 8? It was simply because of numbers. Sector 8 was never a place that indulged in the same barbaric atmosphere as the rest of the universe. While the system promoted slaughter in exchange for power, most of those residing in Sector 8 didn't follow the same rules. They used different methods to grow strength, things like long-time accumulation of energy and natural treasures. Although these methods are just as viable as others, they took far more time to bear fruit. Because of this, Sector 8 had plenty of potential, but was lacking in the number of experts possessed. The mentalities made them weak. And now, their weakness was coming back to bite them. A frail-looking woman stood on the crown of a massive tree that overlooked the world she lived in. Her skin was a pale green color, while her hair was a deeper emerald. Even her eyes had hues of green and yellow within. It is only the start, yet the elders are already clamoring in panic and calling it war. She sighed to herself. So far, there have only been small skirmishes at most. If it wasn't for the abhorrent mana lingering after those clashes, we wouldn't have even been notified. The woman walked into the crown of the tree, disappearing into the foliage. Somehow, her body arrived inside a small cabin hidden within the branches. It will be meaningless to hope for support from the other sectors. They likely think of our races as burdens for the coming war. The woman shook her head. Nevertheless, we must fight. I've been preparing so long for this day, and even if my preparations aren't enough, I can at least buy us time. For now, however, it is best to wait and see. Sector 9 was destroyed in a month, with all others being none the wiser. However, the current movements of the Nox didn't suggest they'd take the same approach with Sector 8. The woman didn't want to bank on this assumption, but it was the only hope she had. If the Nox decided to directly launch a full-scale invasion at the moment, even the forces she tirelessly built wouldn't be able to resist for long. The woman sighed to herself once more. She closed her eyes, her human body vanishing. Her consciousness descended into the tree she was standing on, her main body. Until the time comes when I must move, I can only observe. How long will it be until our noble sector is brought to ruin? With that, the woman completed her thoughts, returning to the routine she spent her usual days within. Damien wondered to himself. Currently, he was being troubled by countless gazes coming from the dark elves below. He didn't need to speak to them to understand what these gazes meant. Respect, fear, reverence. Their feelings practically took physical form as they stared at him. Although they've been trapped in this continent for generations, they've still managed to grow considerably powerful. If the forest elves didn't rely on the Nox's blessing, they would have lost the war. Truthfully, Damien didn't expect there to be this kind of conflict when he arrived. He was actually expecting to wipe all life on this continent and move on, assuming that there were only around 100,000 inhabitants on the continent. But the number, in reality, turned out to be doubled. Now, he had a relatively large tribe of dark elves to deal with. Putting them into the sanctuary was fine, but he didn't trust them at all, nor did he believe in their capabilities. He had no reason to take a random group of strangers as his subordinates, but he couldn't simply leave them here. Something in the core of his being told him that ignoring them entirely would reflect poorly on his growth. Damien cracked his neck. It really was too much fun being able to pull off nonsensical feats due to his power as a Star Master. If he wasn't careful, he might even accidentally develop a god complex. Nah, there's no way I'd become that cringe. I'm a grown-ass man now. Citizens of this unknown land, you who have resisted the temptation of devils even in the darkest of your days, I shall grant you an opportunity. Starting today, your continent will be connected to the mainland of this world. Whether your race dies out or adapts and becomes a powerhouse will only be up to your own determination. Persevere to the end if you desire to survive. It was a concise speech, but Damien made sure to gain a great deal of face with his attitude. At the same time, his mind connected with Apeiron's world core. You are our master, so using our mana reserves as you please is a basic right. Even if you wish for us to form a corporeal body for your pleasure, we would comply. Damien scratched his cheek awkwardly. I've gotten so used to Yen's mannerisms that it feels weird talking to a world core who has feelings. We spoke with utmost seriousness. If the master wishes to copulate with us, we will do our best to satisfy your wishes. Damien rubbed his forehead. All right. Without warning, the ambient mana in the atmosphere began swirling around Damien's body. This mana that belonged to no one was now completely under his control. Damien concentrated his senses, spreading his awareness to cover the entire small continent. His spiritual energy wrapped around the continent's borders like a claw. The ambient mana above the continent pressed down on it heavily. Within seconds, the entire landmass disappeared from Damien's sight. As he watched the seas churn in an attempt to fill the space left by the disappeared continent, he spoke to the world core once more. The subcontinent has been docked on the shore of the mainland. No environmental problems were detected. The continent's presence has been detected by the powerful existences of the mainland. Damien nodded. Good. As long as the world's ecosystem hasn't been damaged by my actions, it's fine. Spreading his control over the ambient mana again, Damien quickly stopped a forming tsunami. It was his fault that it formed, anyway, since the ocean only became so chaotic because he displaced the unknown continent. He asked. Damien rolled his eyes. All right, I get it. Chapter 488, Clean UPS. From the start, Damien never planned to take more than a few days to deal with this unknown continent. There was another reason why he aligned his timetable with the completion of a Pyron's purge. Earth. It was a world that he had no connection to, yet was deeply connected to at the same time. Actually, Damien wanted to abandon Earth after his mother moved to a Pyron. The world was simply too underdeveloped to be of use to him, and there was nothing motivating him to protect it. Sure, it was his home world, but the good memories he had there were already by his side, so didn't need to be sentimental about it. Regardless of his feelings, however, Earth was a world bound to him, and the first world he became the star master of. He couldn't just abandon it. Now that he could communicate with that child, it was no longer a possibility. Luckily, Earth isn't the same as a Pyron and the Cloud Plane. It wasn't involved in the previous war at all. There wasn't a single person who would set their sights on a world like Earth, so he could cleanse it cleanly and return to a Pyron. These were Damien's thoughts as he entered the warp gate to Earth. But when he arrived on the planet, he was almost forced to doubt his own thoughts. I knew it improved drastically, but this is too much to even be called drastic. His location was the sky above Los Angeles, California, his hometown. But this city was no longer known as Los Angeles. Heaven's sanctuary, the home of the 12 gods. The massive holographic billboard outside the city made it seem like a den of scammers. But considering how the people looked at the words in reverence, Damien didn't think it was so simple. 12 gods. There are actually humans in this world who dare proclaim themselves gods. Damien wasn't a stickler for rules, but seeing something as conceited as this made him furious. In truth, Damien looked down on Earth. Considering how he'd already met more than one demigod and experienced divinity firsthand, it was only natural. But it wasn't like his view was wrong. Even a Pyron could crush Earth's forces like nothing. Damien didn't know the exact strength of Earth now, but he had a rough estimate. Even if they had insane growth rates, they were still incredibly weak. But they dared call themselves gods? They dared to become content with the little power they had? TCH, I have some flies to discipline. His figure vanished from the sky, appearing in the middle of a massive, uninhabited desert somewhere in the middle of what used to be the United States. And then his aura flared wildly. Due to his mind being completely clouded by anger, Damien ended up disregarding the other changes to Earth and society during his absence. But the changes were truly drastic. The skyscrapers that created the city skyline were no longer plain and dull. They were made out of precious materials and built in shapes that ordinary construction couldn't achieve. When it came to transportation technology, the advent of flying cars already became too much of a trend, clogging up the airways. Most passenger vehicles had returned to the land, not that they regressed in any way. The scene was almost straight out of a science fiction movie with all the wondrous technological advancements made through mana engineering and science. The entire heroes and villains theme that Earthlings embraced a few years back seemed to have calmed down as well. Instead, Earth entered an era of exploration. Star Warriors were those who led this era, fighting off mysterious beasts and exploring deep space for the prosperity of mankind. And the 12 greatest Star Warriors who had the power to level cities with a single attack They were the 12 gods worshipped by all. In Los Angeles, at the headquarters of the Star Association, those very same 12 gods were currently gathered for an emergency meeting. What? The mana signature is above SSS rank. A lithe woman with fiery red hair exclaimed, "Igrejas, madam. We are sure the reading is entirely accurate." An attendant replied, "What is the movement of the presence?" An old man with a sword on his hip questioned, "No, it is stationary, but its aura has been flared non-stop ever since its discovery." A bespectacled man replied, "It is best if we take care of this danger before it becomes a problem." The old man said, "Are you joking, old fart? Do you really want me to risk my life against something like that?" A teen in a hoodie scoffed, "It is our duty as the hope of humanity to help." An armor-clad warrior shouted, "What hope? You're just a bunch of pathetic people drunk on power." A brunette woman harumphed, "The 12 gods might have been portrayed as transcendental beings to the masses, but reality was far from that expectation. They were simply humans with power. Even their beliefs differed vastly. Getting the 12 of them to work together wasn't an easy task at all, but the 12 gods weren't newly crowned to their positions. By this point, the governments of the world already knew how to deal with them. A reward of $50 billion has been placed on the ones who can subjugate that monster, but nobody has moved," the attendant voiced, and immediately the atmosphere of the room switched. Some of them truly fought for justice, some for other reasons, but a great deal of them were moved by personal power and status. If there was a majority vote, the rest could only comply. And now that money was added to the equation, 8 of the 12 gods readily agreed. Whatever. You bastards can go die, for all I care." The teen rolled his eyes and spat. The group soon moved out, donning the special magic armor suits that were made for them before they did so. And soon enough, they arrived at the Santera Desert. "Sheesh, even from all the way out here, I can feel that thing's aura," a blonde-haired woman commented. "Stop talking needlessly and prepare for battle," the old swordmaster responded. And, just as he predicted, the source of the aura rapidly approached their location. A voice suddenly appeared from behind them. It wasn't the voice of anyone they knew, and because not a single one of them could sense the presence of that voice's owner, cold terror slowly gripped at their hearts. "Yo, so these are the rumored 12 gods, huh?" Chapter 489, Clean UPS. A blond man covered in heavy armor shouted. He was Paul Ashburn, 6th among the 12 gods, and titled the Shield God. When he turned around and saw the strange man who stood at his back, his aura flared. "You must be the beast releasing that foul aura. I shall defeat you today." Paul held his shield in front of his body and charged at the strange man. His earthy, golden mana raged around his shield as he did so. Looking at the man currently attacking him, Damien rolled his eyes. When Paul approached close enough, a crisp slap across his face left him barreling into the desert below, his life or death unknown. Damien sighed. To deal with these brats, a single slap would be enough. But he knew how Earthlings worked. They wouldn't be able to accept their defeat if he didn't take the bigger is better approach. "I have to be careful not to break Earth. Although my attack force isn't at a planetary level yet, the atmosphere here is weak." Damien shook his head in remorse. It was a shame having to limit himself, but it wasn't like it would make any difference either way. Rumble. Fierce thunderclouds gathered in the sky before the 11 remaining gods could even process the fate of their fallen comrade. The clouds swirled chaotically, forming a massive natural disaster that covered the entirety of the desert. Boom! A thick bolt of black lightning struck the ground, causing hundreds of meters of the desert below to explode. And as if that one attack wasn't enough, countless bolts of lightning snaked through the chaotic clouds, waiting for their chance to strike. The 11 remaining gods fell out of the sky one by one. The terrifying pressure of the storm wasn't something they could handle, regardless of how firm their will was. Damien descended calmly along with them, watching their struggle in scorn. The old man questioned through gritted teeth. Damien raised his brow. "Oh, you actually have the balls to talk right now?" The 10 remaining gods gritted their teeth in indignation, but they couldn't say anything back. Quite literally. I came back here after so many years without much expectation for Earth's growth. Damien spoke. But what of it? The 12 of you actually dare call yourself gods? With a little power you have? Even a fourth class could squash the lot of you with a single finger, let alone a god. Considering how the people of this world have embraced space exploration, I'm sure the 12 of you are already aware that there are higher and better worlds out there, filled with strong opponents and fortuitous encounters to help you grow stronger. Yet, you actually ignored that opportunity and got comfy on Earth instead. Damien spit to the side to emphasize his point, but it wasn't needed at all. The unadulterated scorn and disdain in his gaze were enough to cause them endless humiliation. I wasted time satisfying my anger. Listen up, you dipshits. Damien's mouth curved into a devilish grin. His words sent a shudder down the collective spines of the 11 gods. A week passed since Damien's scuffle with the 12 gods. However, the 12 gods were no more. They were now termed the 12 zodiacs for convenience's sake. And because he was a defensive expert to begin with, the zodiac named Paul didn't end up dying from Damien's strike, leaving the number a perfect fit. Even though it was only a week, it was an extremely busy week. Not only for Damien, but for everyone who was participating in the purge operations he started. On Earth, Damien stood at the peak of Mount Everest, thousands of bodies lining his climb. He looked down on the world from above and spoke. Only a few tens of thousands left. Compared to the sizes of a Pyron and the cloud plane, Earth was a baby. Damien's awareness had become so powerful already that covering 10,000 miles in his detection range wasn't a problem anymore. And with the size of Earth, his awareness covered close to half of the world's surface if he stretched it. Due to this, finding large dens of traders wasn't hard at all. The problem was finding individuals within the mass of information he received when he spread his awareness so thinly. It'll take a while just tracking them all down, but killing them is easy. With that thought, Damien disappeared, heading to the next snake den to continue his slaughter. The situation on Apeiron was different. Although they weren't struggling per se, they were having a far harder time than Damien. Whether it be number of traders or power level, it was all greater on Apeiron. At the forefront of the battle stood Damien's 3 wives. Compared to what they originally expected, they were gaining far more from Apeiron. The number of third-class traders far outstripped the number of third-class members of the subjugation force. Because of that, the 3 women were able to practically monopolize the experience from those powerful enemies. Their levels were rising far faster than they expected, and completion of Apeiron's purge didn't seem like it'd take more than 2 more months at most. And when it was finished, they could return to the cloud plane and grind even more levels, becoming as powerful as they could before the Nibelheim operation. However, if one wanted to know which situation was the most chaotic, it was undoubtedly the cloud planes. It simply wasn't possible to keep all information about the purge under wraps for long. It was too large-scale of an operation. And once rumors spread, Tianyang and Shangguan were forced to withdraw from the battlefield to deal with the public. This did a number on the subjugation force's efficiency during battle. Even though they still had enough battle power to slaughter the enemy, Shangguan's formations and Tianyang's spatial awareness were key to their rapid movement. Now that it was gone, clearing the remaining continents would take far longer, perhaps even until the end of the deadline that had been set. Sector 3 was in a state of preparation. Whether it be the cloud plane and the other worlds Damien already visited, or the powerful worlds in Sector 3 that he didn't know of yet, all of them were aware of the rapidly changing times. The forces of the cloud plane already sounded the horn. With 5 months remaining until a large-scale war broke out to decide the fate of the sector, there was no time to laze around. And in this fervent atmosphere, another 2 months quickly passed. Chapter 4, 90 Clean UPS. Damien stepped out of the warp gate with a sigh. Finally finished up with Earth. Humans are seriously rats sometimes. Damien scowled, thinking about the odd places he ended up finding the traders. It seemed news about his advent spread quickly after he started, and his time on Earth slowly transformed into a game of hide and seek. But those traders were truly desperate for life. They climbed inside the stomachs and other holes of beasts to fool his senses. They dug until they were near the Earth's core, nearly burning themselves to death in the process. If there was one good thing Damien had to say about them, it was that they sure were creative. But after 2 whole months of such annoyingness, he finally finished his activities on Earth and returned to Apiron. So? Damien asked the World Core. "Welcome back, Master." Damien rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Understood, Master." The changes are as follows. The World Core gave Damien a rundown on the subjugation efforts until now, and the progress satisfied him greatly. So they should finish up in around a month or less. He did have a few more errands to run and a few more people to meet. Also, he hasn't spent nearly enough time with his mother after so long apart. It was pointless for him to help in the subjugation anyway. The armies needed experience. Apiron's forces had dulled considerably since the previous war, their swords no longer holding meaning. For them to build their bloodlust again, they needed battle. Basically, I'm useless right now. Come to think of it, I haven't spent a long period of time training in a while. As he was thinking, a silvery voice came from behind him, and he knew exactly who it was. Aaliyah. Aaliyah smiled slyly. "Didn't I already tell you? Our bloodlines resonate." Damien questioned with a smile. "Why, isn't that obvious?" Damien rolled his eyes. Aaliyah's ability to spout bullshit wasn't to be underestimated. Damien asked to change the subject. Aaliyah shook her head. "Why should I? There are no 4th-class masters for me to kill, so there's no point in participating," Aaliyah reminded, her gaze pointing to the fluffy white fox tails materializing above her rear. Damien fell into thought. It was true that beasts leveled up differently, but that was only until achieving their human forms. When that happened, they would also be granted access to the system and its leveling function. But a beast will always be a beast. She most likely prefers evolving her bloodline over leveling through the system. With the topic of beasts on his mind, Damien suddenly remembered where he was. That's right, this is Apiron. An old memory resurged in his mind. Moments of pain that forged the person he was today. Apiron was the location of the first dungeon. Damien looked up at Aaliyah, pondering for a second. In the end, he went with his gut. Aaliyah's brow quirked curiously. I shouldn't have anything scheduled until the subjugation ends." Damien exclaimed in shock. "Alice Giglet. It's not like the position matters right now anyway." Damien shrugged. "Right. You'll love me even if I'm a little peasant girl." Damien quipped back. Aaliyah grabbed his ear and pulled, dragging him in her grasp. Her lips brushed against his ear as she spoke, and he could feel her pillowy breasts against his chest, but Damien couldn't feel any arousal from the situation. After all, Aaliyah's claws were infinitely close to his neck. Aaliyah said indifferently. Damien looked away in exasperation. She caused a scene for that. Yet again, he realized he would never understand women. Damien coughed awkwardly. Aaliyah teased. Damien smirked evilly. Aaliyah smiled. Damien asked, "I can't wait any longer." Damien's evil grin widened. Before Aaliyah could question his words, Damien immediately used warp. Since he was already in her grasp, there was no need for additional contact. When the two appeared again, they were surrounded on all sides by rock. Around them, a plain stone room with light amounts of flora strewn about. Under their feet stood a teleportation array that had only ever been activated once. "I'm back," Damien muttered, running his hand across the wall. This place used to be filled with bad memories for him. It was the root of a great deal of his trauma. But now, he didn't feel anything. "Damien," Aaliyah asked suspiciously. "My dear sweet Aaliyah, this benevolent one heard through the grapevine that you were struggling to find 4th-class opponents to fight." "Ashashim? Right, I said that. Yeah, that was definitely the reason why I wasn't leveling." Damien raised his brow. "Aaliyah, dear, don't tell me you become lazy. Oh my, this won't do. There's no need for that." Damien's eyes curved into crescents. He walked forward and gripped Aaliyah's shoulders tightly. "What kind of nonsense are you speaking? You are the mighty empress of the beast domain. How can you allow yourself to be weak? Just relax and leave the rest to me." "Hey, Before Aaliyah could complain, Damien used his connection with the World Core to scan the dungeon and send her 20 floors lower. At that level, fourth-class beings would begin to spawn. Damien grinned. I've helped another lost soul on the right path. My good karma is rising steadily. After leaving Aaliyah to do whatever she wanted, Damien began thinking about his own situation. It was the cold, hard truth. If he continued leveling, he'd breach the barrier to fourth class with relative ease. But he had no desire to do that. I want to consolidate my current power until I can't get any stronger without leveling. The reason he came to the first dungeon wasn't a level. He came because this dungeon was a literal treasure trove. Even the most common beast held god-beast bloodline in their veins, even if it was a minuscule amount. This kind of treasure dungeon was the perfect place for him to find attribute sources to enhance his fire and lightning. And the environment here would make it easier to practice his space and time elements, since the level of elemental essence in the air was far higher than on the surface. Not to mention, he'd also get to see Aaliyah suffering through her training while he improved, which would always be a fun sight. As for the main reason he came, however, I heard there was a demigod living in this dungeon. Chapter 491 Dungeon. A week passed steadily. As the various purges continued, Damien and Aaliyah put their all into conquering the first dungeon. And since Damien's abilities now allowed him to maneuver the dungeon as he pleased, they were able to level extremely efficiently. Currently, the duo was on the 74th floor. They finally finished clearing the most dangerous beasts living on this floor, and it was finally time to enter the final fourth of the dungeon. Damien furrowed his brows in thought. Although it should have been a moment for celebration, he couldn't say he was happy. He tried to justify it as his own lacking abilities not being able to view the entire dungeon. He even tried to rationalize by saying that the dungeon's floor count was wrong, but he knew from the start these reasons were stupid. The reason he couldn't sense the 100th floor was that there was an existence residing there that could interfere with his awareness, even when it was enhanced with world force. The rumors must be true. Even if I can't kill them, high-level fourth-class beings shouldn't be able to obstruct my awareness when I'm using world force. But I don't know if we can make it down 25 floors of fourth-class beasts. They only had until the subjugation ended to train. After that, it was time to move on to grander things. There's no need to think about this now. In the first place, it was never possible for me to visit a demigod if they didn't want to see me. Damien slowly opened his eyes, teleporting back a few feet the second he did so. Glaring at Aaliyah, he spoke. Didn't I tell you not to get too close? Aaliyah smiled and shook her head. No. Damien choked on his words. Alesh was, at the end of the day, a wolf. Wolves were, in fact, pack animals who didn't know the concept of personal space. TCH, well, you can learn it now. Aaliyah pouted to the side. That hardly counts as a rejection. Did you say something? Aaliyah quickly scurried away, leaving Damien shaking his head helplessly. He spent another week unintentionally getting close to this woman. It had to be said, Damien was doing everything he could to fight this pull. Whether it be flat-out rejections, as he had given Aaliyah plenty of times already, or even completely avoiding her, none of the things he tried seemed to work. The strange pull between them continued to affect him. Luckily, we're in the dungeon. If she wasn't busy hunting and I wasn't busy training, I just have to hold out until the Nibelheim operation begins. Damien cleared his thoughts and followed after Aaliyah, heading down to the 75th floor. Even though he didn't actively level up with her, he still followed Aaliyah down the floors so he could witness the scenes of the dungeon that he didn't get to see last time. Besides, the beast corpses in this dungeon were filled with god-beast bloodline. For the Void Flame, these bloodlines were food for growth, especially fire-attributed ones. Compared to its previous strength, it was already noticeably stronger. Sadly, Damien didn't find any attribute sources as they descended, so his lightning was still lagging behind. On a more positive note, his space and time abilities were steadily increasing. Unlike his flames, which were birthed from external sources, and his lighting, which he acquired from the first wolf he killed, these two affinities were naturally a part of him since birth. If they didn't progress more smoothly than his flames and lightning, it'd be more of a problem. As he thought about what he should train next, Damien finished descending the stairs to the 75th floor, and a whole new world opened up to him. It wasn't much, but there was genuine flora in this space. Small, lush trees, grasses, and weeds grew through the cave floor. It was completely different from the previous floors. However, the most surprising part was Aaliyah's exclamation voiced Damien's thoughts. Shoddy cottages that were made of the tree wood on the floor, dirt streets that separated different sections of the small town. Even though it was only enough for roughly 10 people to live, it was more than one would expect from the lower floors of a hell dungeon. Damien's gaze sharpened. It was obvious that things would become more morally complicated once fourth-class beasts came into play. Unless they attacked first, killing them was like killing a civilian. Aaliyah's bloodlust surged as she looked at the houses. Her aura surged along with it, alerting the residents of the town. "This is Zaberger's territory." A booming, gruff voice responded. Along with the earthquake-like thumping of footsteps, the figure of a massive man appeared from the town entrance. Yet, calling him a man wasn't quite accurate. He stood a good 10 feet, his body just as wide as it was tall. His body and even his head were that of a giant pig who started acting like a human. Partial transformation. Damien understood what was happening instantly. He learned quite a bit about beasts from the White Dragon King and the Phoenix Matriarchs. Partial transformation was a state similar to the 11th and 12th Elder of the Shui clan, except for beasts. It meant that although these beasts were 4th class on paper, their strength didn't match their title. And it seemed Aaliyah knew it as well. Before the pig who called himself Zaberger could even finish speaking, she pounced. Her nails extended into claws. She reached Zaberger's neck in an instant and arrived behind him only a moment later. In that single movement, Aaliyah sent Zaberger's head flying into the cave ceiling. "Oomph," Aaliyah muttered to herself, and her body moved soon after, invading the village and causing a rain of blood. Apparently, the morality issue was solved quite easily. Aaliyah simply didn't care about it at all. Damien shrugged. "Well, it's not like I'm the one hunting. She's one scary woman, though." He nodded to himself in satisfaction. There was no more need for him to stay here. While Aaliyah went on another killing spree until she reached the 80th floor, he'd return to his training. "My previous enlightenment taught me more about laws than I ever expected." The current Damien was imbalanced. His comprehension was far above what even an entry-level 4th class could have, but his power didn't allow him to use the abilities he created through this comprehension. Yet, he still couldn't level up. This comprehension boost was only in regard to space. His time element was still severely lacking. Once the time element also reached the pinnacle of what he could make it through his current power level, it'd finally be time to take the last step. Damien grinned. This kind of training, he missed the feeling of it. And as he submerged himself in that long-lost feeling, the month flew by. Chapter 492, Dungeon 2. Unlike what Damien originally expected, the pseudo-4th class beast lasted until the 85th floor. Only on the 86th floor did genuine 4th class beasts appear. But it wasn't like there were no changes. The level of civilization slowly grew until the 86th floor was a genuine city. Plenty of 4th class beings roamed the floor, and even lower class beasts moved idly. This floor didn't have any of the ferocity that beasts usually held. It was practically a smaller version of the beast domain. It was at this point when Aaliyah finally started to show signs of being uncomfortable. Instead of killing anything she saw, she explored the floor calmly while blending in with the civilians. As for Damien, he concealed himself in the corner and watched. He was curious about what she would do. Aaliyah's expression became further troubled as she interacted with the citizens. The conflict within her was obvious. Power or morality? She had to choose one, and depending on her choice, her every decision going forward would be affected. Damien continued to watch curiously. With Aaliyah's nature, he never expected her to hold out for so long. She didn't seem like the kind of person to care about compassion or anything similar. Abruptly, Aaliyah's bloodlust flared. The crowd around her backed away in fear, the weaker ones falling to the floor, unable to move. Her mouth moved to form words, But Damien couldn't hear what she was saying. Even if he wanted to, his situation experienced an abrupt change that disallowed it. Strong spatial fluctuations rose around his body without warning. The person teleporting him didn't seem to care whether he agreed or not. But since he'd been expecting this moment for the past month, he didn't resist. He spoke when his body materialized again. Even knowing my identity, you still dare to speak so crassly. Damien raised his brow. The figure cloaked in darkness replied, seemingly, while smiling. I know a few others who act similar to you. Tisish. Damien looked up and down at the figure in front of him, but he couldn't make out a single detail of their appearance. Judging by their voice, they were female, but even that didn't give him much information. The size, race, age, power level, anything besides that voice of his opponent was masked in a veil of darkness. So, you finally called me here, but you're wasting time acting mysterious? You're just like a certain old man I've been meaning to visit. The figure snorted. Do you think I won't kill you for acting out of line? Damien rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lady, with your strength, you likely saw every single second I spent in this dungeon. Not only did you see me at my worst, but you probably also bore witness to every single secret I tried to hide after leaving the dungeon. Damien's tone suddenly shifted. He threw his hands across his body, as if protecting himself from a pervert. Besides, you've even met my little brother. A crisp peal of laughter came from beyond the veil, surprising even Damien. I apologize, but I haven't had a laugh in many millennia. Damien grinned evilly. A fist of shadows appeared above his head, giving him a fierce knock. It seems you have a bad habit of flirting with every woman you meet. Brat, how do you know I'm not a man in disguise? Damien smirked. Damien's face paled. He backed away slowly. It looks like Aaliyah is in danger. Damien activated teleportation, but as expected, he failed miserably. He could practically feel the woman behind the veil, sighing in exasperation. Fine, I can't win against you in words. Damien's attention was piqued. Of course, who would willingly stay in a damp place like this after ascending to my level? Damien shook his head. Perhaps if it was the rumored heavenly world, it'd be possible, but not in this universe. The materials needed to suppress a demigod didn't exist here. After all, even demigods weren't supposed to exist here. Only those who resisted their ascension remained, though ascension might not be the best word to describe it. So for a dungeon to exist which could accomplish that impossible feat, Damien realized. It made more sense the more he thought about it. The dungeon was far too unique to be spawned naturally. Kurt's hypothesis was that this was the first dungeon to be born into a Pyron, which is why he termed it the first dungeon. However, even then, the sheer level of treasure within the dungeon made no sense. God-beast bloodlines weren't simple. They possessed traits unlike normal beasts for a reason. The shadowy woman nodded, the darkness around her bobbing up and down with her movements. This dungeon is a prison created to house me. The cycle of beast evolution is used to provide a continuous stream of mana and energy to the dungeon, so it can maintain the seal. Damien squinted his eyes as he stared into the shadow. Then, for you to be sealed so tightly, you must be... The woman seemed to smile. The murky shadow that surrounded her body slowly disappeared into the air, revealing the figure hidden beneath. Pale grayish-white skin, ash-gray hair, and striking red eyes. Her figure was just as voluptuous as Aaliyah's, but she was far taller, standing at the same height as Damien. From her features alone, she looked like a dark elf. But Damien knew. It wasn't an instinctual feeling, but something she was willingly allowing him to sense. From within the murky darkness she controlled, the scent of ink perforated Damien's nostrils. His bloodlust flared out of his control. He glared at the woman coldly. Standing in front of him, as if nothing in the world concerned her, was a genuine Nox demigod. Chapter 493 Dungeon. Damien asked. His voice was cold. Any previous joking tone he held vanishing entirely. But naturally, the Nox demigod didn't feel any pressure from his change. She only watched him with a curious and entertained smile on her face. My, you don't want me anymore? She responded. Damien repeated. He didn't care about any of her bullshit. The Nox demigod rolled her eyes. Can't you be a little more fun? Tell me why you called me here. Damien repeated himself a third time. He didn't plan to say it again. Tisich, kid, you're starting to annoy me. Kill me then, Damien replied without hesitation. The Nox demigod questioned in surprise. Damien shrugged casually. If you didn't kill me earlier, you won't kill me now. Although Damien was indeed flirting with her, because of his habit to flirt all the time, he wasn't the same brainless fool he used to be. His words weren't without meaning. Just like when he acted brazenly with the sect leaders of the Cloud Plane, he needed to understand how lenient this demigod would be with him, regardless of what her race was. Because people of power cared immensely for face. If he could act sleazily to her face and live, it meant she probably needed him for something. Not that it was hard to figure out what that something was. I won't help you escape this, Seal, if that's what you plan to ask. The demigod glared at Damien with killing intent in her gaze, causing his mental defenses to crumble. If it wasn't for his void physique negating a portion of her pressure, he would have been turned into an idiot with a single gaze. Didn't you just tell me to kill you? If this is death being upon me, then the spatula my mom used to beat me as a kid was a god-ranked artifact. The demigod clicked her tongue. It's true that I wish for you to release my seal, but it is not without benefit for you. Damien quickly replied. The demigod glared at him again. It was Damien's turn to be suspicious. Obviously, this woman held no feelings toward her race. But if she was really an ally, why would the previous generations seal her in the dungeon? If she was willing to exterminate her race with her own hands for freedom, it meant she was willing to give everything. If he could capitalize on that, Damien grinned to himself at the thought, but he knew it wasn't possible with his current strength. He couldn't even sense the mechanisms sealing the woman, let alone break them. I am not asking for your immediate cooperation. The woman's answer came without hesitation. As she looked at him, a trace of respect surfaced in her eyes. I have witnessed your beginning, and I wish to be there to witness your end. The woman flicked her finger, causing a portion of the darkness behind her to separate and shoot at Damien's body. Damien exclaimed in shock while attempting to dodge, but he never had a chance. The piece of shadow submerged into his body, but no matter how he scoured himself, he couldn't find traces of it. Damien growled. His killing intent flared even greater than it did when he found out she was a Nox. The demigod replied noncommittally. It's just a wisp of my divine power. If you're ever in life-threatening danger, it will protect you once. Damien calmed down slightly hearing her words, but he couldn't let his guard down. It was still highly likely that this woman was lying to him. But for now, he couldn't do anything about it. Fine. I'll consider your offer. Since the war is starting soon, I'll be able to witness for myself whether or not unsealing you is worth the effort. The woman smirked in response. Do you think you can still refuse me? Even if it's just a trace, divine power is still divine power. If I really wanted to, I could just... The woman curled her finger. Responding to her motion, Damien's body instantly began to experience great pain similar to that of evolution. But this pain didn't come with any benefit. KHH. Damien gritted his teeth and endured without saying a word. He refused to lose to this woman. Looking at him writing, in defiance, a smile unknowingly crept up on the woman's face. Even if he didn't know her thoughts, Damien instinctively felt danger. If he broke here, his life would become anything but fun. The pain continued for close to 10 minutes before the woman finally got bored of his lack of reaction and stopped. Finally, Damien was given a moment of respite. Aha, this bitch. He sneered inwardly. Just wait until I reach your level. As he formulated in his mind, he finally regained his bearing. And even though he was internally raging, he pretended as if nothing happened on the outside. He said in between breaths, Oh, are you curious? However, your curiosity might cost you more than you ever thought. Are you really willing to lose? Damien interrupted. Damien deftly dodged the shadows that sprouted under his feet to stab him. Lady, don't be so harsh. Who cares about that? TSK, TSK. What a pitiful demigod. An over 10,000-year-old virgin NET with no friends. The attacking shadows became fiercer. Seeing this, Damien grinned. All right, since you're kicking me out on your own, I'll leave. Damien's figure flashed away from the 100th floor in an instant. This time, the woman didn't block his escape. Once again left alone on the 100th floor, the woman sighed helplessly. Tisish, if only I knew even a single other person, I'd choose them over you without hesitation. Chapter 494 Dungeon. My name is Tiamat. Damien smirked as he received the mental transmission. He had no good feelings for the Nox demigod named Tiamat. From the second she decided to torture him needlessly, his grudge became something she couldn't escape. Just wait. I'll definitely come free you. In fact, Elytra was already receiving maid training in the sanctuary, learning to control herself somewhat. The quarrels between her and little Shue for his attention were far less frequent than they used to be. Damien's figure disappeared from the first dungeon. When he appeared in the sanctuary, he immediately spread his awareness to a certain area to the west of the large mountain in the middle. Looks like training has started, but they aren't anywhere near where I want them to be. Maybe I should push them. Where his gaze was directed stood a large dormitory where a group of 10 men and women stayed. They were the beginning of an elite squad Damien was in the process of forming. There were 3 phoenixes for elves and 3 dragons. They were also chosen so that their specialties complemented each other. However, currently, they aren't even united. Their loyalties lay in the leaders they follow instead of me. To build this team would need time and effort. For now, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Thinking such thoughts, Damien exited the sanctuary. This time, his visit was only to check on them. The sanctuary really is strange, though. Damien didn't know what his role in the sanctuary was supposed to be. The dynamic he was setting made it ambiguous. He owned the sanctuary and he was its creator, but he didn't take an active role in its development. Instead, he quietly watched over them unless he needed something. He didn't know how his lax attitude towards the society growing in the sanctuary would impact him in the future, but he didn't mind it much. The sanctuary was its own world, and the people who lived in it would have their own lifestyles and governments. In the end, it was already a requirement for every 4th class in the sanctuary to submit to him through a system oath, which was inviolable. He didn't need to worry about betrayal. Returning his senses to what was happening in the real plane, Damien spread his awareness in search of Aaliyah. He commented inwardly. As he watched, Aaliyah conversed happily with the residents around her, experiencing their culture with a smile on her face. Though he didn't care which decision she made in the end, he had to say that his impression of her improved somewhat when he saw her choice. It wasn't easy to forego power for morality. It was a choice not many would make, especially in a place like this where there was nobody around to judge that decision, making it was admirable. Damien shook his head. She's the leader of the beast domain. It'd be stranger if she didn't feel something after seeing a second beast domain in the dungeon. But since she won't be training anymore, it was time for them to leave. The subjugation on the surface would soon reach its conclusion as well. You look like you enjoyed yourself, Damien commented to Aaliyah. The day already ended, and the two left the city on the 86th floor. Currently, Damien was accompanying Aaliyah as she cleaned out the higher floors before they left. To be honest, I had more fun than I was expecting. Aaliyah smiled and responded. You'd be surprised, Damien remarked with a grin. Those 3 have an unexpected level of synergy. Damien quirked his brow. Dragon pressure leaked from his body, immediately causing Aaliyah to lose strength in her legs. Aaliyah protested while squirming in pleasure. Really? Aaliyah exclaimed defiantly. Damien shrugged. He retracted his dragon pressure easily, leaving Aaliyah stuck trying to catch her breath. She panted. Damien glanced at her in disdain. I bet nobody in the beast domain would have expected their empress to be a hopeless pervert. Aaliyah shuddered. With the state she was currently in, even Damien's look of disdain was giving her endless pleasure. Stop, no more. I can't take it, Aaliyah moaned. Damien sighed helplessly. For just a single second, dragon pressure emitted from his body once more. But that single second was enough to send Aaliyah over the edge. While she experienced orgasmic bliss, Damien left her alone and returned to the 20th floor of the dungeon. Looking at the small shack where he spent his days between training and killing, a warm smile unknowingly crept up his face. It's still a work in progress, but I've really grown. Damien spent a few moments in reminiscence as he looked at the house. But reminiscence was just that, to leave things in the past and move forward. Now that he saw this place again with his own eyes, he was finally ready to do it. After spending some more time retracing his steps from years ago, Damien returned to Aaliyah. He asked, ignoring the puddle of clear liquid she was sitting in. Not ready. Can't walk. Too much pleasure. Aaliyah responded. All right, I'll leave you here and return alone. Wait, Aaliyah exclaimed, jumping up off the floor and patting herself down. Damien looked away. No matter how indifferent he tried to act, Aaliyah really made it too hard on him. The way her breasts bounced with her movements, the trail of liquid between her thighs that she clearly let him see on purpose, her seduction tactics were impossible to ignore. But Damien persevered, just a little longer. Praying that he didn't make a mistake, he grabbed Aaliyah and teleported them back to the surface. You do whatever you want now. Once they reached the surface, Damien was quick to leave Aaliyah behind. The woman was too dangerous for him to stay around unless he was prepared to take another wife. So instead of focusing on her, Damien returned to the 3 women he already called his own. In specific, he went to the location of a certain blue-haired Valkyrie. He had been stalling for too long. Even though he knew what he wanted to say, telling Elena to her face was harder than he expected. The coming conversation would be far more difficult than the one he had with Rose. That was why he waited so long to have it. But after spending so much time with Aaliyah, he missed his wives. He didn't want to have trivial problems with any of them anymore. So it was finally time. Time for him to settle old grievances and start new. Chapter 495 Talk. 2 people sat on a large bed, leaning against the headboard and staring at the opposite wall. Even though they were on the same bed, there was a clear separation between them, neither willing to bridge the gap. The reason for their posture was simple. They couldn't bear to face each other while saying the things they wanted to say. Elena fidgeted restlessly. When Damien said he wanted to have this conversation over a month ago, she was already nervous. She knew as well as he did how twisted their relationship had become. They started off as simple childhood friends. They had a bond that not even the strongest god could break. When Elena thought about this bond, she wondered whether falling in love with Damien was ever the right decision. Maybe it was because of her love that their relationship became so twisted. If she never desired progress in their relationship after Damien already had Rose, she wouldn't be feeling the ugly feelings in her heart right now. It was hard to suppress these thoughts. And because of the lack of contact from Damien, her thoughts only became wilder with every passing day. Damien finally opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was so low it was almost inaudible, but the words he said made Elena's heart jump. An indescribable pain filled her heart, almost disallowing her from hearing the rest of his words. But Damien didn't leave her waiting for long. He knew his words could be easily misinterpreted, and he wanted no more misunderstandings between them. It was an unreasonable hatred, and it was concealed so deep I didn't even notice it until a few months ago. Damien's gaze never left the wall, but he could practically feel Elena's nervousness. Yet, he didn't look over. He didn't know if he could say what he wanted to say if he looked over. Before I fell, I ignored your feelings. Damien sighed. I've tried to justify my thought process from back then many times. I've tried to say it was inevitable for me to act like that since I had so much on my plate. I tried to say that I was simply prioritizing survival over anything else. The room was quiet. Even the sounds of crickets chirping in the nighttime outside were muted. But the cool moonlight still illuminated the area, giving something for Damien's eyes to follow as he spoke the words he hid in his heart for so long. I didn't love you back then. I won't lie to you and say that I did. Before my fall, I never thought of you as anything more than a childhood friend. And because I was afraid of our relationship crumbling if I ever acknowledged your feelings, I ignored them. I was simply being selfish. I didn't want to lose the only support pillar I had remaining in my dreary life. To the me back then, you became an object of dependence rather than a human being. It was a really cruel way to treat you, and the only thing I can do about it now is apologize. However, I don't think it's something I should be forgiven for. Damien closed his eyes. These were feelings of long ago and feelings that didn't affect him much in the present. When compared to the other things he needed to say, this was the easiest. Yet, he was still having so much trouble. Elena, on the other hand, was trying her best to not break out into tears. To describe her current emotions in one word, she was heartbroken. It was hard. How was she supposed to simply take in Damien's past perspective without feeling anything? Even if emotions of the past didn't have any say in their current relationship, did that mean it wouldn't hurt? It wasn't just the rejection that hurt. Damien practically said that he used to view her as a tool he could use to keep himself supported. Would any sane person be able to accept that? She felt betrayed, but she held on and continued listening. Even if his words hurt, they were words she needed to hear. It was a side of the story she needed to know if their current relationship was to progress at all. Damien knew this too, and that was why he poured out all the negative feelings he hid without reservation. Perhaps it was because of how I used to view you that hatred was born in my heart. When I was thrown into the dungeon, the target of my unreasonable blame was you. The little immature shit I used to be felt betrayed by his support pillar. The fact that he was left alone in an unknown world whittled away at his sanity, further fueling that hatred. Since he had to put his everything into surviving, he slowly forgot about this hatred. Damien sighed again. He couldn't stop himself from sighing during this conversation. In the end, he told Elena about everything he saw in the trial of self. The raw emotions of a broken Damien, the result of his insanity, the irrationality of everything he did. He let Elena know it all. Not for forgiveness, not for pity, not for justification. He told her only so she could understand another root of the problem. After that, I met Rose. Rose was the one who pulled me out of the trench of insanity. She was the one who saved me from the personal hell I forged for myself. That might be the reason why I fell in love with her in the first place. Another case of pathetic dependence. It's a miracle that my relationship with Rose didn't turn out to be toxic as well, but that's most likely because I put conscious effort into preventing that development. Since Rose was beside me all the time, I was able to do that. But it was different for you. For the first time, Damien looked over at Elena. Her face was already stained with tears, but her expression was cold. He didn't like the disconnect, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was his fault. He suddenly asked. Not waiting for an answer, he continued speaking. He talked about the life he saw, the what-if that would never come to be. In that life, our relationship was able to develop without all the complications we experienced in reality. It was really a heartwarming scene, and it was that scene that dispelled the built-up hatred I had and planted a seed of interest in my heart. Elena interrupted before Damien could continue to speak. Looking at him coldly, she finally began voicing her thoughts. Chapter 496 Talk 2. Knowing you, I can roughly guess how things play out from here. Elena snered unintentionally. I'm not as forgiving as Rose. Elena wiped the tears from her face and looked directly at Damien. Maybe when this conversation first began, she was afraid of facing him, but it wasn't the same now. With his words, her bottled-up emotions were set aflame. She couldn't control herself anymore. What? Did you think that this conversation would fix anything? Did you think telling me the reason behind your actions would matter? I spent years waiting for you to look at me when we were still on Earth. Do you know how much that hurt? I was one of the most talented people after the World Awakening, and at the same time, I was one of the most powerful. Political power was still a strong force on Earth back then. Reputation meant everything. And it's not like I hid my love at all. The blindest of people could understand my feelings. Think for a second. I had beauty and talent, yet the only man in my eyes was trash. Elena took a few deep breaths to calm herself before continuing. Attempts on your life, attempts on your mother's life, nasty rumors that try to destroy you. Do you know how much I protected you back then? And you're saying you only viewed me as a pillar. Elena's voice crescendoed into a roar. And hearing what she had to say, Damien felt ashamed to the core. It was true that he never considered it. He looked down on Earth too much, thinking that there was no way weaklings in the second class could do anything major. But he forgot that back then, he was a classless weakling without even the physical stats of an average human. It was obvious when he thought about it. It was impossible for the incident with Jean to have been a one-of-a-kind thing. His body shuddered. How many dungeons did he go into back then? How many times was he almost killed while being none the wiser? And how many times was his mother targeted with Elena placing him under her protection? The guilt he felt was multiplied many-fold in a single instant. But Elena wasn't done, and that was just before you fell. But I can't be too harsh about the time when you were in the dungeon, since you were going through something far worse than me. I can at least understand the sentiment you held at that time. But just because I understand it doesn't mean I'll discount my own efforts. Did you ever acknowledge it? I'm not saying that I desired your praise so desperately, but I at least wanted my efforts to be seen. For the sole goal of staying by your side when you returned, I worked tirelessly. I was in dungeons every day. I never stopped killing, never stopped bathing myself in blood for this one purpose. The number of times I almost died is uncountable at this point. But when you came back, you had another woman by your side. Elena paused, sighing helplessly. Again, I can't blame you here. How can I blame you for falling in love with Rose? During the time I've spent with Rose, I've come to wholly understand why you fell for her, and I support it as well. Still, try putting yourself in my shoes. Damien didn't have to answer her question. The bubbling rage he felt from just a mention of the scenario was enough. If it actually happened, Elena voiced his thoughts. Yet I withstood it. And what did you give in return for my devotion? You abandoned me. You left me with the woman who stole my love and went to play around on your own. What kind of horribly dense person do you have to be to make that decision? Elena shook her head lightly. Everything turned out fine, though. Unlike you, Rose understood my struggle and supported me. If it weren't for her help, maybe I would have already abandoned my love for you. Damien gritted his teeth. He felt humiliated. It wasn't Elena's words, but his past actions that caused this feeling. Without Elena's rant, he would have never known. He was too selfish. He never considered it for even a second. Even now, when he came to have this conversation with Elena, he never considered how deep her grievance would be. Instead of feeling closer to her, he felt like their rift was widening. Elena sighed to herself. She knew just as well as Damien that her rant wasn't having any positive effects on their relationship, but it had a positive effect on her. She was finally able to release the weight on her chest. And if Damien was allowed to be selfish for so long, she was allowed to do the same. I don't want these feelings to interfere with the current us, Elena muttered. From the day you accepted my feelings, I also accepted you, whether it be the good or the bad. I slept with you knowing that my grudge would have to vanish. But I still feel that you need to know about it. Know that I am not saying all of this to demoralize you or hurt you. I'm saying it so you can realize your mistakes. Damien nodded slowly. He couldn't refute her. I only want you to grow. I want you to become a person who doesn't make these kinds of mistakes anymore. Elena reached out. Her cold hand covered Damien's, intertwining her fingers with his. By being open and honest with each other, we've finally set the foundation. All that's left is to build ourselves into different people and grow. And for that, Chapter 497 Parting. Raindrops fell quietly and met the earth below, but their combined might turned their whispers into the roars of beasts, covering the entirety of the central continent in the sound of their pitter-pattering. On a nondescript mountain peak somewhere along the way, Damien sat on the roof of an old cabin, staring into the clouds with a lost expression. It had been a week since the day Elena poured out her grievances in full, and a week since the day she left his side. It was a quiet week, a lonely one spent atop this unknown mountain peak. The rain painted Damien in its color, but he didn't move. He closed his eyes and relished in the gloomy atmosphere that was created around him. It felt like the rain appeared whenever he needed it, whenever he needed the time alone to quietly submerge himself in peace and sadness. But it wasn't strange. Ever since the incident when he received a partial baptism, his synchronicity with the world skyrocketed. His extreme emotions would be reflected in nature. And today, just like every other day of the past week, the central continent was covered in rain. Someone said parting was a sweet sorrow, but he couldn't feel anything sweet about it. The only thing Damien tasted was bitterness. The situation made him think of another quote instead. A quote that said parting made one think about what was once possessed, what was lost, and what was taken for granted. Damien was submerged in himself, unable to move forward. Elena's words kept repeating in his ears without pause. I'll be leaving. There's somewhere I want to go, somewhere far away. It's not a place where I can take others, but it's a place where I can be reborn. She had said, You aren't the only reason that I'm leaving, so don't worry yourself about it needlessly. However, I do believe that some time apart will be best for us. Once we have become the best versions of ourselves, we will meet again. He could still see her expression when she spoke, the coldness in her gaze. Although the missing sentiments were present as well, they were largely hidden. It was the only thought Damien had. He completely screwed his relationship with Elena. But if it didn't happen now, it would have happened in the future. And at that time, it would have been far worse. He thought to himself, our current dynamic is just toxic, hatred and love intertwining to create a strange and twisted relationship. That was never what I wanted, nor what she wanted. Perhaps her decision was the right one. Even if he knew what he wanted to think, he refused to manifest the words. It hurt. It hurt a lot. It hurt even worse knowing it was only his own inability that caused it. But what could he do? It had already been a week. Elena was probably long gone. Their talk didn't end after Elena's rant. The words she spewed were filled with emotion, and even she knew they were skewed by her perception. Elena acknowledged her mistakes and carelessness in the past. She knew that her affection was the reason Damien was targeted in the first place. And so she found herself apologizing to him as well. Her brazen and childish attitude back then did indeed cause many problems. But what could they do? At that time, they really were just children. And even with what came later, they couldn't find it in themselves to blame each other. Their relationship simply wasn't blessed by fate. Things went wrong due to accidents and negligence. And then naivety towards those mistakes blew them out of proportion. So, taking a step back was the logical conclusion. Starting over anew when their old feelings subsided was truly best for them. But he couldn't get out of his head. Damien's figure vanished, appearing in the sanctuary. Without hesitation, he went to the territory of the demons. He spoke when he met the former demon king. Lucius raised his brow in surprise. No father-in-law today? Damien shook his head. I'm not in a mood right now. I apologize. Lucius dropped his joking attitude. You aren't sure? Damien hesitated for a moment. Lucius rubbed his chin curiously. I see, so it's something like that. Damien nodded. Yes. Lucius carefully examined Damien's face and nodded. Fine. Just this once, but you'll owe me a favor. The maid appeared next to Lucius in a blur, kneeling on the ground. From now until he tells you to come back, you'll be following young Damien's orders. Yes, master, Latia replied concisely. She stood up and turned to face Damien, bowing to him in courtesy. Damien waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Damien used his mana to shape Elena's face. Along with it, he used his Star Master abilities to secure her mana signature so Latia wouldn't get confused. You don't need to go overboard. Let her do whatever she wants. But if there is an instant where you judge she can't escape the situation on her own, act. Latia bowed again. Damien nodded and took her out of the sanctuary. She headed off to the south. The maid turned around to leave after receiving instructions, but Damien grabbed her wrist and stopped her. When she looked back at him, her body froze instinctively. Bloodlust. An insane amount of bloodlust. Damien's killing intent was released in full force. It was something he usually didn't do. As for the reason why, blood-red killing intent filled the air for tens of kilometers. It almost formed a domain with how palpable it was. It reeked. The blood stench flooded into Latia's nostrils, making her want to gag. She had seen many people before, ruthless ones that'd kill at the most casual slight. But none of them had killing intent like this. World force pulsated from Damien's body, further heightening his killing intent to the point where it began to warp reality. Blood-red clouds in the sky, a blood sea forming around them. Mountains of corpses manifested, stacking up to the heavens. Latia was frozen in fear. Even if she wanted to move, her body refused to obey her command. Damien gazed into her eyes coldly. He looked like a reaper trying to steal her soul. His mouth opened, and he spoke slowly, enunciating every syllable. I will say it one time and one time only. If she dies, regardless of the circumstance, it isn't just your life on the line. Your master, everyone around him, anyone you've ever cared about will die under my hand. Boom! Blood-red lightning fell from the sky, incinerating the mountain on which the two stood. And then everything vanished. Damien let go of Latia's arm and walked away, his figure flying into the sky to find a new mountain to reside on. As for Latia, she stood in place for many minutes without moving. It seemed this job was the most important mission she'd ever been assigned. Chapter 498 Parting. Why'd he do it? Even he didn't know. Did he not trust Elena? That wasn't the reason. He just wanted her to be safe. He wanted a guarantee. So rather than providing her a bodyguard, he was providing her a human shield, a one-time use item that could protect her from death. Considering her attitude before she left, if he tried to give her anything more, it'd be a mistake. But just giving her one more safety measure didn't improve Damien's mood at all. The rain encapsulating the central continent was endless. Damien questioned. He didn't even realize how much he had left to learn until Elena said it to his face. If he couldn't even recognize his faults, didn't that mean he was still stuck? Was all his talk of growing just for show? He realized it instantly. He had definitely grown from the person he used to be. He regressed emotionally and became a beast in the dungeon. From there, he had to regain his humanity before anything else. Only after that was he able to focus on solving his own trauma. In that time, he didn't have any chance to consider anyone else. After all, personal mental health was more important than anything else. Sacrificing one's own mental health for someone else was just as, if not more, toxic than their relationship had been so far. It could be said that he was absolving himself of blame again, but it was simply the truth. How could a Damien who was running away from himself accommodate others? When he completed the trial of self, he broke even. He was finally on the starting line, but everyone else was already many laps ahead. Tom didn't wait for him to grow. The knots of his relationships didn't stop getting further tangled just because he wanted them to. He was already too late by the time he was ready. It was a situation where everyone was a victim, but Elena definitely took the brunt of the pain. Damien at least had Rose by his side, while Elena was alone. Damien's other struggles kept his mind away from these kinds of problems, but Elena was submerged in them for years. There wasn't a right or wrong in this matter, and that was why Damien couldn't get mad at her and couldn't deny her words at all. Damien sighed heavily. The rain became fiercer. He didn't know what to do, but he had to move forward. Elena was gone, but she wasn't gone forever. If he wanted to be together with her when she returned, he needed to improve himself. Strength is important, but the mind is as well. Maybe it wasn't possible before Elena returned. He could accept that, but he couldn't accept not making any progress in the time he had. Now that he knew his mistakes, all that was left was to fix them. And then he could prove that he was worthy of Elena's devotion, the very same devotion he neglected until it was no longer by his side. About what he had, what he lost, and what he took for granted. His parting with Elena truly made him reflect on it. Perhaps the skies wished to remain filled with rain. It was a seasonal change that the central continent rarely got to see, but it was enough. The skies had cried until their tears ran dry. The central continent thoroughly understood its sorrows. So, the rain would have to give way to the sun's rays at some point, and time would drift on regardless. Damien stood up, his mind free of extraneous thought. His body flickered like a candle wisp and faded from existence. 2 days later, the rain finally stopped. And 3 months after that, the cloud plains purge ended as well. Somewhere in the starry sky, thousands of kilometers away from the cloud plane, a woman sat atop a flight artifact that drifted through space. But her pace was slow. She couldn't seem to take her eyes off the direction of the world she was leaving. She sighed to herself. She made the decision to leave after a great deal of thought. Even though her timing in announcing it made it seem like it was directly related to her issue with Damien, that simply wasn't true. Regardless of how their conversation went, she was still going to leave. And that was why it hurt so much. She wondered inwardly. If she was being honest, she wasn't as mad at Damien as she made it seem when they talked. She was plenty aware that she also played a large part in their twisted relationship. But her bottled-up emotions influenced her in the moment and caused her outburst. And although those emotions were plenty real, they weren't how she was feeling anymore. The knots in her heart loosened greatly after she finally voiced her inner negativity. But perhaps it was best that way. With the way she parted from him, they were both filled with determination to move forward. And that was all she could hope for. The goodbyes are all done, but I still haven't left. Elena joked, trying to cheer herself up, but there was nobody there to answer her. Her mood became somewhat downcast. Everything in the world represented duality. Within the good there was bad, and within the bad there was good. Regardless of her words, Elena's memories of the time she spent with Damien and his party were mostly memories she cherished. The issues in her heart didn't stop her from thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere created within the small group. But now that they were gone, now that she had to continue onward alone for a nondescript period of time, she regretted acting hastily. No, this is a necessary step. If I want to keep up with those geniuses and stand by their side, I must train constantly and get stronger. She spent nearly 24 hours a day in the dungeon after Damien fell. She ate in the dungeon, slept in the dungeon, and hunted in the dungeon. Although her situation was far better than Damien's, since she had the option to leave the dungeons, along with access to anything Earth had to offer, it wouldn't be a mistake to say she spent 2 years trapped in the dungeon as well. All she needed to do was channel that spirit, remember her drive from back then, and then capitalize on that drive to gain power. So she remembered. She remembered how hungry she was back then, how she devoured all the experience the dungeons provided her. Elena's eyes shot open. They glowed in sapphire-white light as her purpose was reaffirmed. With one last look at the cloud plane, she turned her flight artifact around and shot off into the distance, her destination unknown even to her. Chapter 499 Departing. Upon completion of the purge, news spread throughout the cloud plane describing the events that took place under the surface. The purge, the traitors, all of it reached the ears of even the most common people. There were 3 women that took the forefront of even this news, but unfortunately, from a certain point onward, only 2 of them remained. But their fame wasn't light at all. It rivaled even the recently created legend of Heaven's Wrath. While the people of the cloud plane were in an uproar, a meeting took place in a secret location hidden amongst the clouds. It was a floating island similar to the one Tang Lingzi resided on. Shangguan Yu spoke seriously at the front of the crowd. The crowd wasn't filled with a large number of people. There were at most a few thousand. On an operation where they were facing millions or even billions of enemies, this number was nothing. But each and every existence present was a powerhouse, an elite chosen specifically for this mission. We will split into 4 teams. The Sun Squadron will be under my leadership. We will stay in Asgard territory and command the entire mission. We are the main connecting point between every other team and the ones who relay information between them. Shangguan Yu held up a jade slip, which turned into a few hundred specks of light that hovered over the same number of individuals in the crowd. Those of you who have been marked, come over to the Sun Pagoda. As Shangguan Yu led his group away, Bai Shiren took the floor. The Moon Squadron will be under me. We will be in charge of reconnaissance and infiltration. A few hundred more specks of light flew out, and unexpectedly, one of them arrived atop Damien's head. Damien's eyes widened. Infiltration again? He lamented inwardly, but he couldn't do anything about it. This mission was too big for him to bring personal preference into. He could only wish his wise goodbye and follow Bai Shiren to the Moon Pavilion. Tianyang grinned, seeing his disciple's downcast expression, and sent a mental transmission. Brat, don't worry too much. Damien shot a glare at Tianyang as he walked away. Oomph. It better be good. Tianyang rolled his eyes. Yeah. By the way, I know you're probably worried, but Lil Yuer and your Rose are both in my attack force because of their performance during the purge. Damien didn't respond, but he couldn't hide the relieved smile on his face as he walked away. As long as he had Tianyang's promise, he really didn't need to worry about Ryue or Rose. His master would protect them from anything they couldn't handle. And after his worry was cleared, curiosity immediately got the better of him. When he walked into the Moon Pavilion, he was greeted by a familiar face among a group of strangers. A certain black-haired sword cultivator stood amongst the ranks with a downtrodden expression on his face. Seeing him, Damien grinned. He flashed next to Long Chun and gave him a hard slap on the back. My good brother. Long Chen's head shakily turned to the side, his movements like a robot's. And seeing the face he expected but didn't want to see, a defeater sigh leaked from his mouth. Damien's grin widened immediately. His arm moved, giving Long Chun a few more heavy pats. Huh? Don't be like that. Long Chun rolled his eyes. Damien's face wrinkled in disgust. He backed away slowly. Damn, you're into that kind of thing? Into what kind of, you little bastard? Don't let me catch you alone. Damien jumped back exaggeratedly. I appreciate your feelings, but I'm sorry. Long Chen's forehead twitched unceasingly. His face was practically tomato-colored. Instead of speaking again, he turned around and refocused on the happenings of the Moon Pavilion. Damien smiled in satisfaction. Annoying Long Chun was always a great way to get rid of his worries. Bai Sharon's voice rang out from the front of the crowd, where a small, elevated stage was located. The Moon Squadron, as I said before, will be in charge of mainly reconnaissance and information gathering. We will create a network that reaches the top of Nibelheim's management and coordinate with the Sun Squadron to create chaos within their ranks and create opportunities for the Star and Celestial Squadrons to attack. Bai Sharon paused, panning her gaze over the crowd slowly. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Although 6 months was a long time, it was nothing when the opponent was a foe the size of Nibelheim. I will not hear your complaints. If we do not complete our mission properly, the entire plan will be derailed. Instead of complaining, take the time to understand the roles you will be assigned. The Moon Pavilion is fully equipped with all supplies you could possibly need for your tasks. After giving a few more words of rundown on the overarching situation, Bai Sharon turned around and left. However, as she did so, if you're hearing this message, split off from the main group and meet me in the rear courtyard. If you are able to arrive unnoticed, I shall reward you. Damien heard the sudden sound transmission clear as day, and from the look on Long Chen's face, he heard it as well. Damien grinned wildly. It looks like the old man wasn't lying. But of course, Damien was a benevolent and kind saint. He believed in fairness and justice. Therefore, he chose not to use his Star Master abilities in the challenge Bai Sharon gave out. Instead, he just spread his awareness normally and found the rear courtyard, used vector control to mask his spatial fluctuations, and teleported directly to the specified location. He stepped out of the void with a casual smile on his face, facing Bai Sharon with pride. I was almost worried when I was put on some bullshit spy squad, but it seems your ambitions are far grander than that. This is a satisfactory job. He walked confidently and took his seat in one of the 5 chairs spread around the table Bai Sharon was sitting at. So, Chapter 500 Departing. Bai Sharon rolled her eyes indifferently. Damien shrugged and spread his awareness to cover the floating island. He watched as 4 others, including Long Chun, made their way to the courtyard using various methods. To the east was a woman submerged in shadows. Her body moved from shadow to shadow indiscreetly, slowly making her way to the room. It was a method Damien had used before by borrowing Zara's power. To the north was a man with a lanky build, almost to the point of looking malnourished. As Damien watched, his body disappeared, leaving only his clothes to fall to the floor. On the ground below, a small green snake slithered unnoticed through the crowd, its destination the same as the previous woman's. To the northwest, another woman, but her following actions made Damien unsure of her gender. Her physical form shifted and morphed constantly, taking the visage of other members of the Moon Squadron and using their appearances to slip through the crowd without raising eyebrows. And finally, to the southeast where Damien just came from was Long Chun, the least graceful of the four. Yet, his performance was the one Damien was most curious about. Ever since Damien knew him, he knew Long Chun as a sword cultivator. The mana he used was always attributeless and imbued into his sword aura. But would his sword skills help him with stealth? Damien really had to wonder how he was going to manage. As Damien watched, Long Chun stood motionlessly among the crowd, seemingly pondering on how to move. His eyes closed lightly as he did so. His awareness spread to the brim. This is a stealth mission. Why would I be chosen for a stealth mission? My strong suits aren't geared towards stealth at all. He was utterly confused. He'd been in this state since the moment he was chosen for the Moon Squadron instead of Tianyang's Celestial Squadron. But he didn't have a choice in this matter. Besides, there was no way those powerful sect master-level personages didn't understand his strengths and weaknesses. His placement must have held some meaning. For him to understand that meaning, however, he needed to first complete Bai Shiren's challenge. Long Chun hesitated. I'm confident in my speed, but there are high-level fourth-class beings present. I'm not fast enough to avoid their detection. Long Chun's face wrinkled in frustration. To be honest, he truly hated his elemental affinity. There was a reason he completely forewent it to become a sword master. But this was a situation he didn't think he could get through without using it. Long Chun clicked his tongue in resignation. How did they even find out? I've only practiced it intermittently, and that was in complete privacy. In the end, he shook his head. There was no point in trying to justify the actions of people he didn't understand. Fine. Elemental affinities were strange. Most of the time, they perfectly matched the personality and ideology of the individual who possessed them. There was a reason the individual had an affinity toward a specific element. But sometimes this rule didn't hold steady. Some people were born with affinities that completely clashed with them, and these were the people who pioneered fields like sword laws or formations. So when Long Chun's body became hazy and a colorless, formless poison spread from his skin to infect the people around him, it became clear that he was the latter case. TCH, even the strongest poison in my body will only neutralize a fourth-class being for a few seconds. The poison spread rapidly and infected everyone within several meters. One by one, their gazes become cloudy and their minds confused. At the most opportune moment, Long Chun's body bent like a bow and released like an arrow, zooming through the dazed crowd and arriving at the rear courtyard within an instant. His speed was nothing to scoff at, and because of his strange clearing method, he actually arrived in the room second to Damien, who was sitting and watching him with an entertained grin on his face. Who would have thought you'd be born with a poison? Affinity? Damien joked. Long Chun smiled wryly in response. What? Damien's brow quirked in curiosity. That's right. I have the heart of poison. My blood is capable of storing and assimilating poisons that I can later dilute and excrete through my skin or use directly through blood. Long Chun bragged. Damien scoffed in return. Scared? Why would I be? Long Chun grinned evilly. Damien matched his grin. Oh. As the two continued to converse, the other three participants slowly made their way to the room. First to arrive was the woman with the transformation ability, followed by the Snake Man and then the Shadow Woman. Once they all successfully completed the trial, Bai Shiren nodded in satisfaction. Good. As she stood indifferently, the Snake Man hesitantly raised his hand to ask a question. He asked, barely stuttering his way through the question. Bai Shiren looked up at the group. Ah, I see you have not yet been told what your task is. Standing up from her seat, Bai Shiren towered over the 5 seated individuals that had been called for this mission. Starting tomorrow, until the day this mission ends, you will no longer be known by your names. Everything that signifies your unique identity as an individual will be erased, and you will be placed under a mana oath to prevent information leaks. The snake man repeated, confused. The shadow woman narrowed her eyes instead. I see. So these people must have similar skill sets to me. The transformation woman scoffed. This is war, little lass. Damien nodded his head in agreement, while Long Chun looked slightly uncomfortable with the words. As for the snake man, he was still utterly confused about what was happening. He said, practically spilling tears. The shadow woman looked over at him in derision. Her gaze panned across the room, seemingly gauging the individuals around her. This ragtag group, sorry, the hidden dragon group will be forming. Her gaze returned to Bai Shiren, who sat indifferently, as if nothing concerned her. The shadow woman was forced to ignore her and continue her thought.